I hope several of you had wonderful opportunities to interact and learn from yesterday's workshops. We have 2 more days of the summit with a lineup of exciting events and ample opportunities to listen to some of the highly accomplished experts, both from the industry and the academia. In addition to these, to foster active engagement among delegates and experts, the summit also accommodates several opportunities for interactions. I hope you will make the best use of these opportunities provided by the summit and have a pleasant experience all through the summit. Before we start the sessions, I would request everyone to join us in lighting the lamp. Thank you. As we start the sessions for the day, I would like to invite Professor Hargopal Mangipudi, a conference co-chair, to welcome our guests, speakers, and participants present here. Let me take this opportunity to introduce our conference co-chair, Professor Hara. Professor Hara is a global board member at ISPMA and an adjunct faculty at IIM Bangalore and IIIT Bangalore. He is also the founder of Goenka Consulting and was the head of Finacle Infosys. Professor Hara, over to you.
Thank you, Soumya. And you can hear me, right?
Yes.
And very good morning, as well as the greetings of the day to all the delegates who are joining from across the world in this, this 4th edition of SPM Summit. As I was thinking for this brief curtain raiser, I was thinking about what are all the commonalities we all assembled here as the product folks, researchers, as well as teachers have in common. And trust me, we have many things in common. We all are firstly very sorted lot, because everything that world needs are going to need is either in our release notes or in our future roadmap, right? And we see the life as a continuum, but always execute it in discrete steps and what we call as versions. And many of us call our children also as version 1 and 2. And we all remember our student batches as version 2018 and 2019. And when they all come back, we see them as a minor upgrades or major upgrades when they come for AMPs and advanced programs. We believe in the continuous improvement and excellence, but always ready to preserve and acknowledge the good work done by our peers. And we never believe in reinventing the wheel as researchers. We are very generous in giving citations and acknowledgement to all the good work done by our peers, right? And some of our organization structures strangely see us as lone wolves. The product managers, these are sticking out separately and there are no, branches either. But we are nothing or never that. Actually, we are anything but that. We believe in healthy ecosystems and collaboration. And for us, peer reviews are a lot more important than our own performance reduced by our bosses, right? Next, even when we become CEOs, and many of you are, we preserve the product think in us and focus on reinvesting or plow back into the product than the QSQT or the quarter say quarter tech numbers, which is very important for us in the products. Even when, lastly, when we really look at and when I interact with these communities across the world, one thing that came to me as very thing in common is we are never insecure, because we create living legacies of products, body of research work, and vibrant alum who contribute to the deliver value even long after we leave the stage. So with that, let me give you a brief glimpse of the evolution of India SPM Summit. What we call with the release notes, I would cover in 3 slides and leave the roadmap to Professor Saragopan, Professor Rishi, as well as Tathagat to talk about. So this is the first edition. We had the likes of Michael Kusumano as the keynote speakers. We've had Professor Rahul Dey being the co-chair, as well as Professor Guntaru from Calgary University, as well as the chairman of ISPMA, Hans-Bernd, being in the jury. And we've had some amazing speakers. You can see the list and you can relate to them. Professor Raj Bandi, Professor Raghuram, Professor Kumar, Som, and many more. In fact, we had Scott Miller as well in person to address. So very interesting one. And the theme for the first one was all about how the release notes, again, going back to how we in India, we can create the talent pool which can really match the aspirations of the global products. That's how the industry was asked by the academia of the community, said, what do you want from us? And the industry said, okay, what kind of roles do you want? It was a very interesting conversation between industry and academia in the very first summit. And we launched the Product Excellence Awards as well. And you can see the winners of the first edition. Go to the next one, Kotresh. In the second summit, second version or second edition, we continued to preserve all the good things of the previous year. But, in fact, it was a different level altogether, from 150 to 200 participants. It's not about the number of speakers alone, but it's the quality of the sessions. Sindhu Gangadharan, MD of SAP India, delivered excellent. She herself, as a practitioner, delivered keynote. And then Professor Payal Arora from Erasmus talked about the next billion tech, and many business leaders and academic leaders and entrepreneurs. Professor Greg Koticha came in person all the way from Carnegie Mellon universities to deliver the keynote as well. And the third one, we had very interesting online. This is the post-COVID. Life is now pre-COVID and post-COVID. This is the third version, where we had completely online. And between Hans-Bernd and Professor Shankar, they had to really look at various other things compared to what Professor Raj Bandi and we were addressing the challenges in the previous year. Professor Shankadeep joined in, Scott Miller joined as the program chairs as well. And this was the edition where we took a big leap as far as the academic track is concerned, and lots of research papers came about. And we continued all the good things of the Excellence Awards, etc. And now, so with all those release notes, here is the curtain raiser for the next, which is the roadmap for the fourth and the exciting edition or the version of the SPM Summit. And I do not want to steal the thunder. In fact, I would like to request Professor Saragopan, Professor Rishi, and Tathagat to set the context for now and beyond. Thank you very much once again. And it's a warm welcome to all of you for the SPM Summit, and look forward to lots of insights and learnings for myself and for all of us in this community. Thank you very much, Soumya. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hara, for extending a warm welcome and amazingly taking us back to the journey and the evolution of SPM Summit. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Saragopan. Professor Saragopan is also the conference co-chair for this year's summit. He is the chairman of ISPMA India chapter. He is also the ex-director of IIIT Bangalore and an author of several books, book chapters, and papers. May I request Professor Saragopan to kindly deliver the welcome address?
Thank you, Soumya. Is my audio fine?
Yes, it's great.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to SPM Summit 2022, the fourth in the series of international conferences held in India by ISPMA. As chair of the India chapter of ISPMA and the conference chair, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to this event. At the outset, Let me start with profuse thanks to our hosts, IIM Bangalore, its director, faculty colleagues, especially from the Center for Software and IT Management, staff, students, particularly those from IIMB as well as IIITB, who registered for the SPM courses, and alumni for hosting this conference in all the 4 years. Special thanks to Professor Rishi Krishnan for his support in the earlier conferences as an active faculty member, and more so as head of the institute in 2021 and 2022. Thanks to the speakers and the participants of the many panel discussions, particularly the Honorable Minister for IT, Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan, and Dr. Ramana Reddy, Additional Chief Secretary, both from the Government of Karnataka, NASSCOM President Debjani Ghosh, NPCI CEO Dilip Asbe, Dr. Hans-Bernd Kittlaus, Chair ISPMA Global, and Hargopal Mangipudi, immediate past chair of ISPMA India and the conference co-chair, Professor Lakshmi Gunupudi, Chair Academic Track, and Tathagat Verma, Chair Industry Track. Of course, a huge thank you to sponsors NPCI and UpGrad, as well as all the participants. Let me take a couple of minutes to set the context for this event. This follows what Hara had done. So let us take a look at the global situation. Way back in 1987, Harvey Poppel and Bernard Goldstein wrote a seminal book. The title was IT Trillion Dollar Opportunity. Let me repeat, IT Trillion Dollar Opportunity. Back then, not many could see that IT indeed will be such a large business. Mark Andreessen wrote a column for Wall Street Journal in 2011. Why software is eating the world. Let me repeat, why software is eating the world. Interestingly, in 2019, Forbes had a follow-up article, Software Ate the World, now AI is eating software. This is something even Tathagat referred to yesterday. The software products and platforms have become so important today. At least 4 software products and platform companies, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, the parent of Google, and Microsoft, enjoy $2 trillion market capitalization. In fact, Apple even had a go with 3 trillion earlier this month. Coming to the India context, our former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee talked of IT not just as information technology, but as India's tomorrow. IT as India's tomorrow, way back in 1999. As per the current Union Minister, IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw, he had tweeted in July 2021, I quote, India is head and shoulders above US and China, the 2 biggest economies of the world when it comes to digital transactions, unquote. We are the world's #1 in digital transactions. Incidentally, the minister happens to be a master's degree holder from IIT Kanpur. UPI, the platform which made digital transactions such a big deal in India, comes from a company called NPCI. They happen to be the platinum sponsor for this event. And UPI played a big role in this. You would hear from NPCI CEO today. NASSCOM, the industry body representing IT services in India, talks of 200 billion IT services business in 2020-2021 from India. We are privileged to have NASSCOM President Debjani Ghosh talking to us in this event. TCS has a market capitalization of $200 billion US. SaaS players from India, including Zoho and Freshdesk, are serving global customers using their hugely successful platforms from India. Just a couple of months back, Freshdesk had a $1 billion IPO and NASDAQ listing. We were to have Freshdesk CEO Girish Mathrubootham talking to us today. Due to logistics issues, it could not take place. The EduTech platform leader from India, Upgrad, another sponsor for this summit, talks of billion learners. MOSIP, the modular open source identity project, anchored by IIITB, has an open source solution for citizens' identity, like India's Aadhaar. Currently, Philippines has started enrolling millions using MOSIP. Morocco has started just this month. Sri Lanka will start soon. MOSIP is a vendor-neutral, privacy by design and security by design product platform. Humanity has been suffering a lot in the last 2 years due to COVID-19. Software platforms have played a key role, particularly in India, even in tackling this pandemic. CoWIN is an app platform that was a fulcrum around which India could achieve 1.5 billion vaccinations in just 365 days. Interestingly, vaccinated citizens could download their vaccination certificates just by sending a free WhatsApp message. Second, the startup scene is hot in India. Prime Minister announced on 16th January, last Sunday, that 16th January every year will be celebrated as a startup day. India had 42 unicorns in the year 2021. More interesting, within the first week of 2022, we added 3 more. ISPMA has put together a special SPM course targeted at startup companies. Many of you actually participated in the pre-conference workshop that Hargopal delivered. In fact, that is the first time that course was delivered anywhere in this planet, and we are privileged that it happened in our summit. This is a brand new offering from SPMA, and Hans will also talk about it. It is against this backdrop we chose the theme, building safe, secure, and smart digital products and platforms as a conference theme. Let me repeat, building safe, secure, and smart digital products and platforms. Thanks to our sponsors, ISPMA leadership, particularly Dr. Hans and Hara, and our speakers, we could put together an outstanding program for these 2 days. We also had 3 pre-conference workshops. Let me take this opportunity to thank the speakers in the 3 workshops also. And what you have is an outstanding program for the next 2 days. Enjoy this 2-day intellectual feast. Thank you, and over to Soumya.
Thank you very much, Professor Saragopan. Next, we have Mr. Hans-Bernd Kittlaus to give us the welcome note. Let me introduce Mr. Hans-Bernd. Mr. Hans-Bernd is the chairman of ISPMA. He is also the owner and general manager of Innotivam Consulting. He has published numerous books and articles, his latest being Software Product Management, the ISPMA Compliance Study Guide and Handbook. Can we please have the welcome note by Mr. Hans-Bernd?
Good morning and welcome to the fourth edition of the SPM Summit India. My name is Hans-Bernd Kittlaus and I'm the chairman of ISPMA. It is my pleasure to welcome everybody and to open this summit. The motto of this year's summit is building safe and secure and smart digital products and platforms. And I'm looking forward to hearing all the speakers who are going to tell us how they do this. This is a fantastic program. So we have to thank the program committees for setting up these programs. I would also like to thank the chairman of the conference, Professor Sadagopan and Haragopal Mangipudi, and the whole conference team for the excellent work that they are doing. Also, I want to thank our friends and partners at IIMB, in particular the Center for Software and IT Management. It is always fun to work with you on the preparation of the conference. What you see here are ISPMA's fellow members. So this illustrious group of people, these are the experts who actually are responsible for the content of ISPMA's body of knowledge on software product management, which is the basis for our syllabi and for our certification. This is unique about ISPMA. There is no other product management education organization in the world who has such a fantastic group of experts behind the material. So we are very proud of this. Quite a number of the people that you see here have been involved in the SPM Summit India or are involved this year. So enjoy the program. I'm sure you will get a lot of benefit from this conference for doing your jobs and also for your career. With that, I wish you 2 most interesting days and enjoy the program, have fun, and take care. I hope to see you next year when we can do the conference in person again in Bangalore.
Thank you, Mr. Hans-Bernd. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Tathagat Verma. Mr. Tathagat is the program chair for this year's summit. Currently, he is the Vice President Strategy and Chief of Staff at Walmart Labs India. Mr. Tathagat, may I request you to help the audience by briefing us through the schedule planned for the day.
Yes, thank you, Soumya. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to SPM Summit India 2022. It's my pleasure to take you through some of the high-level details of today so that we are all at the same page. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Hara and Professor Satgopan for such a wonderful tone-setting message. I think it really makes it very easy for me to really continue the messaging. And it's been a pleasure for Dr. Lakshmi and I. Dr. Lakshmi is the industry track chair, the academic track chair. We have together been involved with our team in curating these sessions. So it's been really pleasure working with all the applicants and submitted authors in really putting this together. At 9:30 we will have Professor Rishi Krishnan coming and delivering the opening keynote. After that, we will have a session by Itihasa video. I would definitely, absolutely recommend everyone to watch it and really follow it, because it has a lot of, as Hara calls it, the release notes, and it also will actually help us really set the context for the future. We will have a session by Hans-Bernd on platform versus product at 10 o'clock. What really is the difference from a product manager perspective. And after that, we will start branching into industry track and academic track in parallel. So those who are interested in the academic track, you would have got the login details for the separate Zoom session that will be on for that. So please utilize that. But on the industry track, we will have sessions by Dharani, who is the VP at SAP Labs. At 11 o'clock, we take a short coffee break, 15 minutes. Use this opportunity also to connect with other fellow participants. After which we come at 11:15 and start a session on the industry track by Muthu Ranganathan on the product market fit. We also had a workshop by Muthu and Abhijit yesterday, and that was a fantastic workshop. And we continue at 11:40 a session by Jyoti on IoT products, following which we start the panel discussion. The first panel discussion of the day will be on platforms and ecosystems. As Professor Sadgopan and Hans-Bernd talked about, the theme for this year is really building safe, secure, and scalable and smart digital platforms and products. The first thing we want to really talk about and understand is how does really the platform and ecosystem fit into that? What is the role of that? And we have some very exciting, very accomplished speakers here. So absolutely look forward to the conversations happening there. We take the lunch break between noon to 2 o'clock, and after which we resume at 2 o'clock with another panel discussions. All the panel discussions are plenary, so we would request those who are attending the academic track to also come and join the industry track at that point in time. We have the session on high availability, reliability, and scalability. As we are seeing, for example, Professor Sadgopan talked about Upgrad is looking at a billion learners, or MOSIP is really looking at making a difference into Philippines and Morocco and other countries. We'll also talk about how UPI has really become the largest digital transaction player in the world. A lot of those have to really, we need to be able to understand and articulate how the platforms need to be really high available, reliable, and scalable. So the discussion at 2 o'clock is going to focus on some of these topics there. At 3 o'clock, we take a short coffee break again for 15 minutes and reconvene at 3:15. And we have a very exciting discussion on the ecosystem for geospatial products and platforms in India, where we have some of the leading experts from the country come and talk about the GIS related ecosystem. I certainly feel that it will be a very interesting talk for all of us. So please use that. And at 4:15, we have the star attraction of the summit, which is the Excellence Awards. We have the 7 finalists, and we will have them come and present there. And then at 6 o'clock, we will just do a short wrap up and close for the day. So that's really the plan for the day. In between, anytime, if any of our guests have any questions, please reach out to me or any of us. We'll be happy to assist you in that. But I really look forward to being a part of this learning journey today and learning from these accomplished experts and subject matter experts in terms of what are some of the latest trends, what are the opportunities, what are some of the directions that we can take away from here. And I hope it is as enlightening and useful the day for all of you as it's going to be for me as well. So with that, I will hand it back to Soumya now for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tathagat, for walking us through the plan for the day. I hope now all of you have an idea of the line of events scheduled for the day. For ready reference, you can always visit the SPM Summit website, and you have all the details readily available there. So for the next part of the summit, we have a welcome keynote address by Professor Rishi Krishnan. Professor Rishi is the director at IIM Bangalore. He previously served as the director at IIM Indore and teaches strategy at IIMB. He has about 140 publications, with a few of them winning Best Book Awards. Professor Rishi has his double masters, one from IIT Kanpur and the other from Stanford University, USA. He's also a fellow from IIM Ahmedabad. Professor Rishi, welcome to the summit. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for welcoming me to the summit. It's now my turn to welcome everyone else. So on behalf of IIM Bangalore, I'm really delighted that we are continuing the tradition of organizing this annual SPM summit. Software product management has really evolved over the years. I remember a time when software products were something we talked about in rather hushed tones. We looked at products as something that primarily emanated from a few countries, notably the US. We thought of products also in a very limited way, initially mainly as shrink-wrapped products that powered a particular computer. But what's really interesting is that over the years, product management thinking has permeated the whole IT industry and well beyond. So even when we look at a company like a food delivery company or a company that's assisting mobility or even a company that's offering education services, there are a whole range of products, and some of these are very strongly powered by software and more by digital platforms. The good news is that software products are no longer a limited domain of a few companies. They are what power a lot of the things that we use every day. And the ability to manage products has become a core ability for many companies. So, for example, you look at Tathagat, who just spoke to all of us, he works for Walmart. And, we typically tend to think of Walmart as a company that's a traditional retailer, but Walmart is much more than that today. Walmart is a company that has online delivery, that has a whole lot of other services that are bundled with its retail operations. It's got a whole lot of IT products in the background helping them manage the huge retail giant that they are. And therefore, there is a whole lot of software product management that goes into managing a huge behemoth like Walmart. Professor Sadagopan, in his earlier remarks, mentioned a lot of the products that are today revolutionizing what's happening in India as well. If we go back over the last, say, 10, 15 years, and we just look at the products that have revolutionized the country, Aadhaar in many ways could be seen as a product because it's a unique ID system, but then it's also configured in a very standardized way that provides both identity related services and of course verification services. Or if you think of the other example that Professor Sadagopan gave, that's UPI. So there's a platform aspect to it, there's a product aspect to it, there's of course a whole lot of software that goes into it. So I think I was just trying to make the simple point that software products really, underline a lot of the things that we do day to day without our even understanding or recognizing this. What this also implies is that for many of us who are in the management institutes, the ability to manage products well is an important skill or ability that we need to have. Whether we go directly into this arena or not, it's certainly one skill which is a helpful addition to our toolkit. We find increasing interest among our students in this area. We see a lot of interest among recruiters in hiring people into product management roles. And all of this just once again underlines the importance of products in general and software products in particular in the way industry is evolving today. I'm particularly happy to see that this conference has a theme line which is focusing on safety, security, etc. We used to think that a lot of the challenges in products were related to the design and architecture, and maybe that's still true. But increasingly, we are finding some of the biggest challenges in using products successfully relate to issues with safety, with security. Cybersecurity is becoming a big issue. We're also looking at issues like reliability. Sometimes even some of our mainstream products have downtime. When just a few days ago, for example, we had a challenge with our IMB website, and there was no problem with the website per se. There was no problem with the server. Finally, the problem was traced to some security platform that they're using to prevent the website from being affected by any cyber attacks. So it's very clear that safety, security, etc. are becoming very core parts of the entire software ecosystem. And it's important that product developers and product managers pay much more attention to this particular dimension of the software product management activity. I'm also delighted to see that this conference has both industry and academic tracks. The academic track has been picking up momentum over the last couple of years, and we're seeing many more contributions this time. That's certainly a welcome trend. But I'm particularly happy to see that we have both academics and industry practitioners participating in this conference. I hope there will be opportunities for both of them to meet. One of the challenges when you have a separate academic track and industry track is the two of them don't talk to each other. But a platform like this is a very important opportunity for academia and industry to meet, share ideas. And I hope a lot of our industry friends will attend some of the academic sessions, and the academic track participants will attend the industry track sessions as well. So I'm certainly hopeful that this will be another useful event in developing software product management capabilities in India in general, more specifically perhaps in Bangalore, which I think tends to be the major source of participants for an event like this. And I would like to commend Hara and Hans and Professor Sadagopan and Tathagat and everyone else who has been involved in organizing this conference for the excellent program schedule that's been drawn up. Also a great initiative this time to try and put in some content on the history of software products, where Professor Sadagopan and I had the pleasure of participating in that. So I'd also like to thank Itihasa Research, Dayasindhu and Krishnan for the effort they have put into making the history video for this particular event. So all in all, a great program, well thought out, a topic which is very relevant to the times. I'm sure wonderful opportunities to learn from all the experts in the field. So my best wishes to all of you, and I wish you an excellent conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rishi. I'm sure most of us would agree to the points that you made, how platforms and products have become a very integral part of our day-to-day lives today, and how crucial and even more important it is to manage these well. Thank you very much for the keynote address. Next, we would like to showcase a very interesting initiative by Team Itihasa and ISPMA. So in this initiative, through a set of videos, Team Itihasa has beautifully captured the history of software products in India through the vision of Professor Sadagopan and Professor Rishi Krishnan. From Team Itihasa, we have Mr. Dayasindhu and Mr. Krishnan Narayanan here. Let me take this opportunity to introduce both of them. Mr. Dayasindhu is the co-founder and CEO of Itihasa Research and Digital. He has over 2 decades of experience, including a decade in Infosys. He is a PhD from IIM Bangalore. Welcome, Mr. Dayasindhu. Mr. Krishnan is the co-founder and president of Itihasa Research and Digital and president of IIT Madras Alumni Association. He has about 20 plus years of experience in digital consulting and technology commercialization. Welcome, Mr. Krishnan. I would request Mr. Dayasindhu or Mr. Krishnan to kindly play these videos.
Yeah, thank you. This is Dayasindhu here. So, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So, thank you for the opportunity and good morning to all of you. So, let me give you a brief overview of what we've done here. First, we are super happy to launch the history of software products in India. The short preview of what we can expect is in order. So we have video recorded the oral histories of Professor Sadagopan and Professor Rishi Krishnan. They bring out the evolution of technology, industry, and the capabilities in the Indian software product domain from the 1970s till date. The legacy of Indian software products is fascinating. And as software product professionals, I think we need to be proud of this rich legacy. So let me share a few Indian software product nuggets that I've learned from Professor Sadagopan and Professor Rishi over the years. So the first story is from where it all started in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Softtech was probably the first pure play software product company from India. They licensed BASIC, COBOL, Fortran, Pascal compilers for HCL and Wipro. If some of us know that HCL and Wipro at that time were hardware companies and not software services companies as they are today. So these folks, HCL and Wipro, were actually manufacturing micro and mini computers, which had these Softtech compilers in them. Softtech's killer product, however, was in the 1980s. It was called Akshar and was a word processor for the Devanagari script. So Akshar was insanely popular, as you can imagine, and not surprisingly was probably one of the most pirated software in the world in that era. So the next story is from the mid 1980s. It is a Wipro Instaplan. So in fact, Wipro Systems was an application software product from Wipro. Wipro Infotech was the hardware company, and Wipro Systems developed Instaplan, a project management software that was officially recommended by Harvard Business School in that era. So that is super cool, right? I mean, imagine an Indian software product being recommended by a premier business school in the US. So the last story I want to share is from the mid 1990s. It is the Indian core banking software. So today we talk about services versus products. Always the case. So two of India's core banking software products came from a services lineage, Infosys and TCS. So today, 3 out of the 4 core banking software in the leaders magic quadrant of Gartner are Indian. So Infosys, TCS, and Oracle's core banking software that has an Indian lineage. I guess all of you know that Haragopal is one of the key architects of the Indian core banking software's global success. So we have these and many more interesting stories from the oral histories of Professor Sadagopan and Professor Rishi Krishnan. So I'm sure you'll enjoy listening to them. This is freely and easily accessible to one and all. So my colleague Krishnan will tell you about how we can access these videos and what more you can find in these videos. So over to Krishnan.
Thanks, Eddie. Good morning, folks. Pleasure to be here. And in fact, without further ado, let me. Are you able to see the screen? Okay, great. So this is actually on the site itihasa.com. So under itihasa.com, in fact, this was a project that we had undertaken to capture the history of Indian IT, where Daya Sindhu and I had the pleasure of speaking to more than 50 of the captains of the Indian industry, academicians, etc. And one of the things that we wanted to build was the history of software products. And so we had the fortune to talk to Professor Rishi Krishnan and Professor Sadagopan. So their videos you will find under the people section under history of Indian IT. Professor Rishi Krishnan and Professor Sadagopan here. And so if you click on them, for example, Professor Rishi, and you can see the set of videos that Professor Rishi has talked about. This is Professor Sadagopan speaking about. So for instance, let me just post this one quick question. The software product story of Bangalore. Can anybody guess which are the 2 companies that you think started off the software product story of Bangalore? Are there any guesses? Okay, but we don't need to take a guess. Why don't we actually hear Professor Sadagopan tell us the story?
two interesting companies. One, most people know it as PSI, but it actually started with what is called Prof. And then Dr. Ravindran and the Pujani Deshpande, they all created. So they created world-class machines, world-class computers, and they wrote all the software which goes on their machine. So in that sense, it was revolutionary. They even exported. But I think as a product, for a generic software product, I think the story of Wipro is very unique. Wipro created a project management software called InstaPlan.
So, so that was Professor Sadagopan speaking about the first software products. There are a number of interesting nuggets throughout in this history. The sort of rush of software products in the 90s. In fact, there's a story about the Indian ERP software, Ramco Marshall. In fact, this is a little bit of the cheat notes for people, that if you went and saw the key inflection points in the Indian software product domain, that's like a summary. That's like the summary thing of what has happened over the last maybe 4 or 5 decades. And so there are very interesting videos here. Let me just play one interesting video from Professor Rishi's this thing, and he speaks. He's been an astute observer of the software industry, software product domain, and so he's giving us certain ideas about how he sees this evolving over the years.
I'm not really an expert on technology, so I'm not sure that I should go very far down that path. I have a few general views on the subject, which I will share. One view which I hold quite strongly is that one of the disadvantages we have seen, or one of the not so positive things we have seen in recent times, is that in the eagerness to embrace new technologies, some of the traditional approaches and technologies which were very important are getting neglected. Even if you look at the healthcare space, which you suggested earlier, you will find that almost all companies have now just shifted to using AI and ML, and a lot of the traditional focus on physics or engineering-based improvements in hardware, software, using the domain expertise from the medical domain or biology domain, these have started getting much less importance.
So, I'm just stopping here in the interest of time, but I encourage you to, to go and check out other videos. There are, Professor Rishi has talked about, for example, the Aadhaar story. He's also compared and contrasted the innovation ecosystem in the Silicon Valley in India. So there are a number of different videos that I think will be helpful for you. Now, of course, this is sort of fresh off the oven. So as the tags get seeded into the system, you will find that you can discover other videos. So, for example, ND talked about soft tech. Now, Professor Sadagopan mentioned soft tech. And so you can now, because it has the history of Indian IT, this will get tagged along with the videos of Divakar Nigam, which is already there in the history of Indian IT. And we are hoping that this is the start of that history that we capture on the software products in India. I'm really thankful to ISPMA for having sort of given us this opportunity to partner on this. I also want to thank Radhika, Venkatesh, Jairam and Shivu for their help in sort of getting this thing out there. So with that, let me stop here, and we will share, of course, the links to these videos I think Radhika, I think, or Tathagat, I think that will be shared with all the people, I suppose, later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krishnan. I believe it's a very comprehensive and a very insightful resource that one could always look into to understand the history of software product management scenario in India. Next session we have by Hans-Bernd Kittlaus. It's a presentation on one of the most important debate that has always been a part of product management. So the debate of platform versus product is a very interesting, never-ending and an ongoing debate. So we have Mr. Hans-Bernd here. His presentation is with us to give us some more insights on how it is different when it comes to managing platform versus managing a product, more from the perspective of a product manager. Can we have the presentation, please?
Hello. Welcome to my presentation on the subject of platform versus product. Platforms have got a lot of attention over the last 10 to 15 years. We all know these huge platforms like Amazon Retail and LinkedIn and similar platforms. So in this presentation, I would like to look at the question, what is different between managing a platform versus managing a product? First of all, a little bit of information about myself. My name is Hans-Bernd. I run my own training and consulting company called Innotivum, and I'm also the chairman of ISBMA. I started out by studying computer science, and then I worked for IBM as a software developer, and then I got into project management and line management positions before I got my first product management responsibility. I became responsible for the management of one of IBM's operating systems. At that time, the term platform was known, but it was not so established as it is today. And so from today's perspective, I could say that my first product management job was managing a platform, this operating system as a platform. When I started my own company, Innotivum, I chose software product management as one of my focus areas. And since then, I've done lots of training and consulting work with companies all over the world. Infosys in India, Samsung in Korea, lots of companies in Europe and North America, some of them very big, some mid-size, and also some startups. I'm one of the founding members of ISBMA, and I'm the current chairman. Over time, I've published a number of books on the subject of software product management. The latest one is here on the left side. This one is compliant with ISBMA's curriculum. The term platform is very familiar for all of us. It is part of our natural language. So we know a platform when we see one. This photo was taken at the Iguazu waterfalls on the border of Brazil and Argentina. And I can tell you, when you stand at the end of this platform, you start to think about the stability of this platform. I can tell you it was stable. I got back. We also know platforms from train stations like this one in India. So the term platform is very common, but still, when you try to define the term in a more formal way, it turns out to be fairly difficult. So here's an attempt. What is a platform? Well, we can say it is a physical, technical, or abstract foundation for our stakeholders to stand on. We have just seen examples of physical foundations. For technical foundations, think of an operating system. That could be a good example. And when you think of abstract foundations, these can be political parties and something like that. Now, this is a fairly broad definition. So if we want to define the term platform in our business environment, we have to become a bit more precise. So we can say a business platform is a mechanism which is usually implemented as a technical product, and this mechanism enables the platform owner and third parties to use the mechanism as a foundation for conducting their own respective businesses. So that's what we see, for example, on the Amazon retail platform. It is implemented in software, and this mechanism allows Amazon to sell products and also allows third parties, other companies, to sell products to customers on the platform. We will see additional examples in this presentation. Why have platforms got so much attention over the last couple of years? The reason is money. Here you see the market evaluations of the top platform companies. And the market evaluations are enormous for the most successful companies. Some of them in North America, in the US, like Apple, like Microsoft, like Amazon, like the Google company Alphabet. Some of them in China, like Tencent and Alibaba. In other areas of the world, market capitalization is a bit smaller, but still, there is a lot of money in this, and that's why it's getting so much attention. When you look at these companies, their businesses are different. So in the case of Apple, well, it's primarily a product company. In the case of Amazon, well, with the retail platform, they have a real marketplace. With their Amazon Web Services, it's again more like a technical platform. So we need some differentiation here. And the differentiation is basically in two types of platforms. One is called innovation platforms, and the other one is called transaction platforms. These terms come from a book by Michael Cusumano, one of our fellow members in ISPMA and some other authors, and they published the book on the business of platforms. Let's look at innovation platforms first. An innovation platform is a technological foundation upon which the owner and other firms develop complementary innovations. So, as an example, think of Microsoft with Windows. Windows as an operating system is the technological foundation, and Microsoft themselves, plus a lot of other companies, have developed their products on top of Windows. So these are the complementary innovations. Amazon Web Services is similar. So what Amazon offers as web services, that's the technological foundation, and then other companies use Amazon services and build their own products on top of them, run them on top of them, and that's what they offer to their customers. The Oracle database is also a technological foundation, and lots of application software companies have built products on top of the Oracle database. So that is quite typical for innovation platforms, and that has been around for a long time. Operating systems and middleware as innovation platforms. Actually, we've had that ever since we started to develop software. The first computers already had operating systems. Nobody thought of them as innovation platforms at that time, but from today's perspective, they were. Later on, this innovation platform idea also manifested itself on the application level. Think of SAP as an example. A software product that is on the application level, but is a platform to other vendors who offer complementary products on top of SAP. The second type of platform is called transaction platform. And that is quite different. So a transaction platform is an intermediary or an online marketplace, and it makes it possible for people and organizations to share information, to buy, sell, or access goods and services. And again, here are examples. Think of Amazon Retail. That is a typical online marketplace. Think of LinkedIn. That's an intermediary that enables people to share information. Think of Uber. Uber connects drivers and passengers. So these are examples of transaction platforms, and that's what has got so much attention over the last couple of years. That's much newer than innovation platforms because transaction platforms need the internet as a foundation, and the internet enables these new types of business models. Now, when we look at platforms from a product manager's perspective, the question is, can we manage such a platform the same way that we manage a normal product, whatever normal is, or are there differences? Well, first of all, let's look at the business models. And again, we need to differentiate innovation platforms and transaction platforms. So the innovation platform follows a pipeline model, very similar to normal products. Pipeline model means that vendors have employees and they have assets, and they use employees and assets to create products that provide value to customers. And then they sell these products to customers. So that's the pipeline from the vendor to the customer. A transaction platform is different. A transaction platform is a multi-sided business model where value is created by orchestrating the interactions between different players, basically external producers and consumers. So these are two different business models, and they need to be managed differently. This differentiation in the pipeline model and the platform model comes from a book which was co-written by one of our fellow members, Sangeet Paul Choudhary. He is Indian, and I had the pleasure of doing a fireside chat at the SPM Summit India last year. And they wrote a book, very influential book called Platform Revolution, where this difference between the business models is described in more detail. When we look at this multi-sided business model of transaction platforms, the platform owner is in the middle between different players. So this is not pipeline, this is being in the middle. And the question, who is the customer, becomes more difficult. Let's look at an example here. Uber. Uber connects drivers and passengers. Well, it is quite tempting to say, obviously, the passengers are the customers. But what about the drivers? I mean, when you think of Uber as a transaction platform, to some degree, drivers are also customers in the sense that they get service requests from Uber. And so the question is not so easy to answer anymore. The business model requires some balancing. So again, in the case of Uber, they need to make sure that the business is attractive both for the drivers and for the passengers. So for the passengers, it needs to be less expensive than an established taxi service. And cars need to be available so that the passenger doesn't have to wait too long. For the drivers, there needs to be enough business, enough passengers so that they can generate revenue. So that's the challenge that Uber is facing. And what they have done is that they have subsidized the drivers. So they've paid more money to drivers than they actually earned from the trips that they were assigned to, in order to keep them on board and keep the business attractive for the drivers, because without the drivers, they cannot get passengers. So this is a bit of a hen and egg problem, and that's quite typical for transaction platforms. When you start, you need to ensure that the whole thing gets into a state where both sides, all players of the multi-sided model, are happy with their results. And that's not so easy to achieve in the beginning. Now, when we look at this from a product manager's perspective, we can use ISPMA's SPM framework. If you are not familiar with this framework, it shows all the relevant activities and tasks in a software organization from a product manager's perspective. The ones in this light blue, these are the ones that product managers are directly responsible for. And now the question is, do these platforms have special focus areas, differences to what a product manager needs to do for a normal software product? Well, when you think of innovation platforms, the difference is, number one, in the area of tailorability, which belongs to the definition of the delivery model of the product. So with innovation platforms, a strong focus on APIs, application programming interfaces, is required so that third parties can develop software and use these APIs to connect their software with the platform product. So this requires quite a bit of attention. And you will want to establish a partner program to get into more formal relationships with these players. And so that's part of the ecosystem management task. So in these two areas, there are the biggest differences when it comes to the management of innovation platforms. With transaction platforms, the biggest difference is really in the management of the business model. We talked about that in the case of Uber. Uber needs to manage their business model in a way that the business is attractive, both for drivers and passengers. So this requires some sort of balancing to ensure this attractiveness for all sides over time. And this is primarily in the area of financial management. So that's why I've marked these financial areas here under product strategy. So these require significantly more focus than for a normal product. When we look at the roles in platform owner companies, we have to look at the whole picture. So we have a platform that is implemented as a technical or software product and is owned by an owner company. We have third parties and we have customers that work with the platform. So this is known as the ecosystem. And typically companies, platform companies, establish partner programs to manage these third parties. And they have roles for managing the underlying software product, that is called software product manager, and for managing the platform, that role is called platform manager, and then the partner manager for managing the partner program as part of the ecosystem. So when we look at innovation platforms, usually the roles of platform manager and software product manager are combined in the SPM role, and the software product manager needs to put more focus on ecosystem management and tailorability. But this business model is still quite close to a normal product business model, so this can be handled by the software product manager. In addition, we have the role of the partner manager who focuses on the partner program. With transaction platforms, the roles of platform manager and software product manager are a bit more different, so they are usually separate. The platform manager needs to focus on the management of the business model of the platform. We talked about this balancing challenge that platform managers are facing. This is something that is very much tied to the domain that the transaction platform is in. So in the case of Uber, it's these transportation services. In the case of Amazon Retail, it's the retail business. So you need specialists for these domains in the role of platform manager. You will still have the role of software product manager, but here it is more like in a corporate IT organization where you are responsible for a certain software product that is the implementation of a certain business activity, in this case, the transaction platform. So, of course, the platform manager and the software product manager have to work together tightly on this, but in most transaction platform companies, these are separate roles. There will still be partner managers, and their focus is more on the suppliers that work on the transaction platform, or in other domains, you may call them content providers. All right, now I would like to wrap it up. When you look at the platform business model from the perspective of a product company, it looks fairly desirable. So yes, it is desirable, but not all product companies will be able to go there. So when you think of a platform like Amazon Retail, it's quite obvious. Not all vendors can become platform owners. A platform requires that there are vendors who supply something on the platform. So from an economic perspective, it does not make sense for everybody to establish a platform business. The platform businesses need lots of companies that continue to be product companies. So when your company is a product company, that can be a wonderful business. Be happy that you are in this business. Analyze if it makes sense and if your company has a chance to establish a platform business on top of your product business. But if you come to the conclusion that it does not make sense, that is not necessarily a big problem. It's an interesting question when we look at what happens in the platform world. Will there be winners who take it all? To some degree, it looks like it. Think of Amazon and certain geographies. There's hardly any other retail platform that can really compete with Amazon anymore in a lot of countries. We will see how that develops over time, but the conclusion here is, yes, the platform business model is attractive. but that does not mean that all product companies have to go there. With that, I thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care.
Thank you very much. That was quite insightful in understanding different platform business models and understanding when you want to take over the platform model over the product model and how to go about it. So in the meantime, we received quite a bit of interest about project Itihasa. Many of them were asking like, how did the idea come up and how we went about it. So why don't we discuss a few things about it? So I would request Mr. Tathagat, Mr. Daya Sindhu, and Mr. Krishnan to give us some more insights on this.
Sure, thanks, Soumya. So, pleasure to have this short chat with you, Daya and Krishnan. I think it was really wonderful to listen to you about the project Itihasa. I had 2 or 3 questions for you. The first one was, what was the inspiration behind the whole idea of using the interviews and videos and really chronicle the whole history? Would you like to talk about that?
Sure, Tathagat. So thanks for having us. So one of the feedback, as as folks who've been a part of the IT industry, Indian IT industry. So one of the feedback that we got from many of the youngsters, especially who've been working there, was that the perception was that the industry somehow started sometime in the mid-90s. And prior to that, they felt that there was no IT here at all. And we were kind of surprised. And in fact, some of the folks who were working in companies like Wipro and HCL didn't get the hardware and the product legacy of these companies before they turned into services, right? So we felt that since the industry was growing and had put India in the world stage, that somebody needs to tell our professionals about the rich legacy that we have, which started in the 1950s when the first computer landed in ISI Calcutta in 1956, HEC2M from the UK. So that's where it all started. So that was one of the prime motivations. The other one was that we realized that while there was outside-in perspectives of what Indian IT was and what Indian IT industry was, there wasn't a project that chronicled the oral histories of the folks who actually made it happen. I mean, for example, Professor Rajaraman and Professor Mahabala started the first course in programming in IIT Kanpur in the early 1960s. So, or how the motivation of starting their entrepreneurial ventures by let's say Chaudhary of HCL or Azim Premji of Wipro or Mr. Murthy of Infosys. So we wanted the the leaders and the key actors to in some sense recreate those stories for us and share their experiences of the events that shaped Indian IT at various points in time. So
Great.
this is the the motivation of.
No, I think it's a wonderful initiative because it will really help us to preserve our.
Sorry,
Sorry, Krishnan. Yeah, I was about to ask.
Just add just one thing. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the guidance of Chris Gopalakrishnan. And so we first started this project maybe about 4 or 5 years back.
Wow.
When we and we said, okay, rather than start first, we met like the geek in all of us. We should first do an app rather than a book, and that's how
I think it's a very interesting thing that you decided to make the video format, because while book is an important part and we can refer to it, sometimes the videos have a very live, natural response and a very live, very passionate way for people to express that. So I think that was good. I have just 2 quick questions, and if I was wondering if you can share some key pointers on that. One was, when you were interviewing all the luminaries and folks who have really they were the rainmakers, they made it possible for Indian IT industry to mature over the last 5 decades. what stood out to you in terms of people? I think I'm really interested to know more about the people who really led that. There were all kind of challenges in terms of policy environment or other kind of, India was not a recognized software power and so on. What did it tell you about the resilience and the immense potential and the grit that these individuals were willing to and they signed up for?
So so first let's look at the pioneers themselves. So we were amazed at the faith that they had in computing, especially in the 1960s and 1970s. So these folks persevered. It was difficult to even have access to computers in India at that point in time, and yet they persevered. And it was also a very difficult policy environment to start companies and to build, and yet these folks persevered. And the second point that stood out was that all of these folks were professionals, were either software professionals or product business professionals themselves, and they built such organizations that valued the professionals and the people. All of them understood that it was finally the folks who come in every day to build stuff that mattered. And the famous saying is that the entire net worth leaves the office at the end of the working day, right? So that is something that stood out. And of course, the Indian IT industry is the one that started programs like ESOPs, which really put the people out there in front. And today, in the startup context, ESOPs are very fashionable, but let's not forget that it started in the early 1990s.
If I can put one number, this number will sort of put things in perspective, I think. There was one computer in India, let's say in 1953. There were just 2,000 computers, okay, just 2,000 computers in India in 1980. Of course, we can't count the number of computers in India today, but I'm just saying, but imagine a lot of these people built their entire careers and this thing in the home.
That's really phenomenal, the kind of journey that we have seen. And I think, and I have just one question, and in the interest of time, I would request for a one-line answer for you. As we stand here in this summit and talk about the platforms and the products, if you have to give, based on what you learned from the history, if you have to give a word of advice to the future entrepreneurs and the future rainmakers, what would that one line or what would those that golden words be?
Have faith, persevere, and build.
Krishnan?
Grit and hope.
Amazing. Thanks a lot. Thanks really for taking this time out and really answering some of these questions. I think it's really wonderful to really see from your pair of eyes in terms of how some of the history can be used really to build a platform for the future there. Thank you once again and wish you all the best for Itihasa project there. Over to you, Soumya.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tathagat, Daya and Krishnan. Indeed, it is very interesting to know some of the historical aspects of it. And I hope we get more such opportunities to have short chats and conversations to know more about Project Itihasa. All right. So as the next part of the session, we have a series of presentations, both in the industry and the academic tracks. We have another parallel track running where all the academic presentations will happen. Professor Shankadeep Banerjee, our Professor of Information Systems at IMB and an alumnus of IMC, will be the session chair for the academic presentations today. So I would request all the participants and presenters, whoever are interested in the academic track, to join the other Zoom link that is provided to you. And those of you who are interested in the industry track presentation, please stay back on the same Zoom link. So we have a set of presentations from 10:30 to 11. Then we have a 15-minute coffee break, after which the presentations will resume till 12. And at 12, we have a panel, and that will be happening in the industry track. So all those who are joining the academic track now, please make sure you'll come back at 12 to the industry track for panel discussion. Is that all right? Okay. So moving on in the industry track, we have a presentation by Ms. Dharani Karthikeyan. Let me introduce Ms. Dharani. She is the Vice President and Head of Analytics at SAP Labs India. She has about 2 decades of industry experience and has been with SAP for the past 18 years. She has a strong experience in building enterprise software across multiple technologies, and her domain expertise span across orchestration, middleware, enterprise mobility, and analytics. So Dharani, let's maybe stick 20 to 25 minutes for the presentation. And if there are any questions from the audience, we can also take it up in the last 5 to 7 minutes. I hope that is fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Can you hear me, Soumya?
Yes, I can hear you. Just before we move to the presentation, I would like to give a quick comment to the audience that if you have any questions, please drop it over chat to Divya. Divya is our doctoral student in information systems at IIB, and she will help us moderate and ask the questions to the presenter. Please drop any questions to chat in chat to Divya. All right, over to you, Dharani.
Thank you so much, Soumya. Let me start sharing my screen just to check if it's all working fine. Is it visible now?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. It's all good now? Still able to see?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for taking out your time and staying back at this track. Before I start, first and foremost, I really hope you and your families are safe and healthy in this crazy pandemic times. At least I'm from Bangalore and we've hit the maximum case of 30,000. It's a record high today, so please be safe. Yeah. Again, coming back into the topic, I'm super excited to talk with you about a topic which I'm very passionate about. That's to harness the power of customer usage data and use that insights in order to shape the acts of the product and revolutionize the entire product. Yeah, and this is something what I'm personally passionate about, and I've also done quite a bit of an initiative within my own company, and that's the reason why I wanted to take out this time and share this experience and insights with you all. Yeah, again, I'm like Soumya called out, I'm Dharani Karthikeyan. I've been with SAP for the past 18 years. I've been predominantly in the area of technology and specializing in the enterprise product development. And one of the things what I really like is also to work closely with the customers to understand the behavior and the usage and bring it back into the product. That's something I would say it's kept me going for the past 18 years. And what's also very nice evolution is that when I started before a decade, when I wanted to understand how the customer are using the data, using the software, I had to pick up the phone call and send a survey and understand. But now the beauty of the cloud revolution and the software evolution is that you will be able to get those insights automatically without even, probably talking with the customer. That's the power of software we have so that we are able to build in those powerful functionalities into our own product in order to get the powerful insights about the customer usage. And in fact, before 8 years or so, when I started my journey of the analytics, one of the reasons why I joined this domain is that the growing power of data really intrigued me. I saw that the data was going to be the superpower, and I wanted to be part of the journey so that customers are able to utilize the data superpower that they have in the organization. And if I look at the data is ever growing every minute. Yeah. Today, everything in the world is generating data, and it's just growing phenomenally. If you look at the amount of data that we have, the data atmosphere or data sphere, as IDC calls, we are going to have by 2025 175 zettabytes of data available in our data sphere. Just to put this into a context, 1 zettabyte is 10 to the power of 21 or 10 followed by 21 zeros. Yes, so that's the amount of data that's going to be available. And for you movie buffs, 1 zettabyte can hold 30 million movies. So that's the amount of data we have and we are going to have going forward as well. And because of this, every enterprises and the businesses around the world is trying to harness this power
Dharani,
of data
sorry to
and
interrupt.
provide maximum data.
Sorry to interrupt. So we are not able to see the presentation mode. We are still on the first slide. Have you changed the slides after that?
Yes, I did change.
Okay, okay. Maybe you can put it on the presentation mode and then share the screen. That way, I think the change of slides will also be visible.
Okay, I think it was not visible because of that. Is it still visible? Let me change the slide once more. Are you seeing the software wastage slide?
We are seeing the annual size of the global data sphere one.
I think it's not working. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Let's stay on this mode. This way you're able to see the slides, right?
Yeah. Could you just move a slide forward and backward just to see that? Yeah, perfect.
Right. I think it was a problem with the.
Yes, I think now it's working.
Now it's okay. Yeah, this is better. Okay. So I hope you got the context. What I was trying to say is this 175 zettabytes of data that's going to be generated by 2025. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why companies around the world are trying their best in order to get the maximum value out of this ever-growing data. And accelerated by the pandemic, I've seen a lot of businesses around the world wants to be nimble and agile so that they're able to adapt to the changing business needs and have a pure data-driven culture in their organization. They are very keen on taking crucial business decisions based on the data and not just on the intuition. Yeah, which is all good. Yeah, but in this whole gold rush of getting the data superpower, there is one side effect that's happening across the world. The side effect is that companies are having a lot of software installed in their system, but 38% of the software is going waste. Yeah, if you just look at the US and UK, that's $34 billion that's wasted just because of those unused software. And if we do the calculation, it comes up to $259 per laptop that's being wasted on those unused software. And this is one of the reasons we as software developers and software companies, we have to be extremely responsible and do our bit in order to help our customers to avoid this software usage problem. And one of the beautiful way of addressing that problem is to turning to data again, using the data to become a pure data-driven software development company. Yeah. So while customers wants to be data-driven, I still feel we internally in our software development companies, we are not making use of the data to its best. And again, when we talk about the data, what better data other than the customer usage data in order to drive your software development? Now, if you look at the analyst, even Gartners and the IDC have really recognized the power of customer usage insight. It's going to revolutionize the way that the software is being built. And Gartner has predicted 75% of the software providers will use embedded software usage analytics to understand how customers are using. So is with IDC, we know on the cloud, customer lifetime value is very important. And if you have to improve the customer lifetime value, we would have to understand the consumption patterns. Now looking at industry, what's happening? Like Gartner predicted, most of the companies have actually started harnessing the customer insights of their products. 34% of the software companies have built their own solution in order to gather customer usage data. 20% rely on the external analytics software. 10% have built using a third-party tool, packaged it and sent it to their software customers. Yeah, which is all good. But what is not so good is 28% of those companies still say, even though they have this customer usage data being collected, they still require a lot of manual processes in order to get insights out of it. And even more worse, 11% of those customers say, hey, I collect my telemetry data, but I'm not analyzing. Again, there is a waste which is being generated out of this. They could ideally have a lot of insights coming out of these data which is collected, but 11% of the companies are just collecting and not doing nothing about it. Yeah, this is a situation we definitely have to avoid. Why am I talking about it so much? If you look at the the market leaders right now, a lot of these market leaders have transitioned from the on-premise to the cloud. One thing on the on-premise, if you want to be a leader, you can still be a leader by having an extreme customer responsiveness. Yeah. And by the way, the discipline, if you've read a book called Discipline of Market Leaders, this whole dimension is coming from that book, where they call out for any company to be successful, they'll have to focus on three things. One is operational excellence, customer intimacy, and product leadership. And they need to be extra cautious on one dimension in order to be a leader. Now, in the on-prem world, if a company has been extremely customer responsive and a customer friendly company, they could have been a market leader. But in cloud, that would not work. It's important to have that customer responsiveness and customer intimacy. But then if you want to be a leader on the cloud, you have to differentiate your product. Yeah, you have to get that product leadership to really lead in the market. And in order to get a product leadership, it's very important to understand your customer needs, how they're using the software, and what are the behaviors in the software they would like to have. Yeah, so that's exactly the reason why we'll have to put in a lot of efforts in order to get the customer usage insights. And a big benefit of this customer usage insight is that it definitely helps all product teams to build better products. Now, the most important part is that when you have rich customer usage insights, we can totally take the guesswork out of product management. Yeah, I repeat, it helps to take the guesswork out of the product management function, because we as product leaders and product managers, we for sure know something is going to work, but we will not be sometimes sure if it's going to really help the customers or not. And now we can avoid all those guesswork and really take a data-driven decision with the help of this customer usage insights. And it also helps us to get a 360-degree view of how our software is being used in the customers, and also help us internally in our companies to have the data-driven investment decisions. Because whenever you wanted to add a feature, add a particular behavior into your software, you exactly know which customer is using which set of products, which set of features, and how many of those features are actually being actively used, how many of the features are not being used, and also which region, which country has more usage, right? You get this kind of a 360-degree view of your product and understand how it's being used at the customer, based on which you're able to have a data-driven investment decision. Another important side effect, I would say, or even a big benefit, is that it helps to retain the customers, especially on a cloud, which is very, very competitive. Now, because you know exactly how a customer is using your product, you can have the appropriate and the right discussion with them in order to help retain them. And also it's a great way to cross-sell and upsell your products, because you know what customer needs, and which in turn helps us to increase the revenue. Yeah. Now, what is also important is that we are able to get very granular feature level insights from this customer usage data. Yeah, you will be able to find out which features are actively being used, how many objects are created, and how the customers are actually using and also reusing the features over time. Because sometimes we've seen that there's always this first time when you release a feature, it's being used very effectively by customers, but over a period of time, it comes down. But these are the kind of insights what you can get from those customer usage data. And the other very, very important thing, what I mentioned is here, is this developer satisfaction. Because we have this transparency, whenever a developer develops a feature, he exactly knows when it has reached to the customers, how many customers are using his features, how is it performing, and what else he has to do, right? So that kind of a custom developer satisfaction is really high when we have this kind of a customer usage insights built into our product. In fact, we at SAP, we have a development process where we train all the developers about telemetry, about the benefits of the telemetry. It's a skill as part of our skill sets that we encourage all our developers to get it. And also, in our development process, we do not pass a feature out unless the telemetry is built in for the feature. It's a mandatory feature to have for every granular feature that we develop for a product. Yeah. Okay. The other important thing is when you're really looking at the customer usage insights, you need to have a very strong framework which helps you to get that, right? Like I said in the earlier slides, either you can build your own framework or there are a lot of frameworks in the industry that you can use. Yeah, that's not a problem. But then just make sure that the framework that you're using is having a complete usage tracking and it is able to track each and every click of a user. And once those information is gathered, at least this is an example of a framework that we have in our product, and we collect all these rich data, and we also aggregate this data with the CRM data and the license data to understand which customer is using which feature, how many licenses they have got, which region they are from, how big of a customer, and what stage of a deployment they are in. Once we aggregate this usage tracking service and blend it with the customer data, then we get a lot more data, what is required in order to drive our business forward. Yeah. Another important aspect I wanted to also talk about is that whenever you're tracking the user actions, just make sure you're capturing the timestamp as well, you're capturing the context and the parameters so that you have a holistic end-to-end understanding of what customers are doing. Again, there's one thing which is very, very important. Please clear this with your legal, because in our case, we've built in all the required legal agreements into our end user agreement so that we get explicit permission before we start tracking. That's very, very important, and be careful about it. And another interesting aspect that we also build in our framework is that we do pattern analysis, and that's really in-depth pattern analysis. For example, in this case, we will exactly be able to know how many times the task B has been clicked by a user. Yeah. And now, not just that, we will also be able to see how many times B is followed by another B, and how many times action B is followed by two other action B. Yeah. So this kind of an in-depth pattern analysis is something that you'll have to build into your framework to have meaningful insights. Okay, and another important aspect, all these while I talked about customer usage data, but what we've also been able to do, we've realized for the success of any AI workflows, yeah, the AI workflows which helps the users to predict, have those situational awareness, and also provides all this regression analysis, it's very important to train your models based on the actual customer data and not the test data. So what we have done is we have worked with few customers. Again, this has gone through legal, and where some of the customers have agreed to share their actual business data with us so that we use that data to train our model and then make our models and the AI workflows much more efficient and successful. This is again a concept that we worked on in the last years. It did take a long time because of the legal aspects, but then what is surprising is many of our customers has actually signed up for this because they understand if their AI workflows has to be sufficient, they need to share their data, which in turn helps us to develop a better software for them. So we've been able to successfully have a lot of alliance with many of those customers, and now we are starting to use this data in order to improve the efficiency of our algorithms. Yeah, another interesting aspect, what we always do is that we have a program called Early Adopted Care Program at SAP. So whenever we launch a new feature, what we do is we launch this EAC program in which we go to some of the customers and ask them to try out a feature in production and give us the feedback. Again, this is where usage data really helps. We don't go to random set of customer. We analyze our usage data, slice and dice to find out which set of customer is going to be benefited from these features. We take those set of customers, and we also slice and dice to find out probably which customers might not be using this feature a lot. Then we have this kind of a distributed customer selection, and then go to all the customers in order to help them adopt the feature, get real-time feedback. And then once we get the feedback, we either shape up the feature as it is if it needs more improvement, or many times we've also dropped many features because we've seen what we've thought in our labs, which is going to be useful, but when it goes to the customer side, probably it's not used much. So we've also taken those hard decisions of sunsetting few of the features based on the customer usage data that's coming in from the EAC program. Now the EAC program is kind of becoming a norm for many of our features, especially those big bang features. When we deliver, before doing a GA, we always go through this EAC program. And also for the existing features, what we do, this is where our product management team is really working very actively, and they are monitoring the consumption data and the metering data every day for the existing features. Yeah, every day almost they look into how their features are used and which customers are using it more. And whenever we spot a customer where the reduction happens, right, we immediately give them a call and understand why is the case, and we help them to utilize the feature much more. Or if there is a blocker for that, a lot of times we've seen feature usage comes down because sometimes the feature is not performing at the best. Yeah, there once they say that they're not able to use, then we go back, drill into our telemetry, also understand the usage pattern and the load on the system they've put, and if the performance has to be tweaked, we go back, tweak the performance, and then go to the customer and say, hey, now we've done this changes, why don't you start using, right? So whenever we do this kind of feedback, they're just super excited. They know that at SAP, someone is there to understand their needs and help them always. Yeah, that helps us to take the customer relation to the next time, to the next level. And when we go to them at the year end for the renewal, they're more than happy to renew because we have that kind of a customer contact and the customer empathy. I'm just looking at the time, 7 more minutes. I will try to wrap it up. Yeah. So once we start all these, start using these metering, right, we could also ideally go into a concept like capacity units. Capacity units are nothing like your air miles. Customer can buy these capacity units and use it in any of the products, and they get billed based on the usage, and then we can turn them into pay as you go customer. Today, it's not the case yet, but then this is our vision where we are able to deliver capacity units to our customer so that they have the flexibility to use any products and they get billed based on their usage. Okay, another important aspect is whatever I talked about the customer usage, it's all the lagging indicators. When we say lagging indicators, it's something that has already happened. We go analyze the pattern and come back and enhance the product development. There is also another important factor that we'll have to consider is also the leading indicators. So when I say leading indicators, whenever you come up with a product or shape up your product, always look into your TAM analysis, which is the total addressable market analysis, and look into your competitive market intelligence, look at what Gartner says, IDC says, Forrester says, and analyze your market potential that you have, analyzed what your competitor is doing, and then build in and shape up your product accordingly as well. Yeah. So once you have these mix of leading indicators and lagging indicators built into your product, you can definitely be assured that you will get the product leadership that you require. Yeah, I will now bring it all home by zipping it together. First of all, in order to get a very successful product and also make use of the customer usage data, make sure that you have a very transparent measurement framework. Like I talked about, there's a lot of nuances in the measurement frame, and make sure that you have that one, and also communicate up to all your LOBs and all your stakeholders that they are aware of it, and connect all the functions starting from the product management, development, solution management, go-to-market, and your sales team, so that we are able to revolutionize our product using the rich we are able to get today's world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dharani. I think it's very true that data is the asset and the fuel that helps run most of the businesses and products and platforms today. So I believe we do have a couple of questions from the audience. I would request Divya to post the questions to Dharani.
So Dharani, first question comes from Prashant, and he wants to understand what are the legal aspects to consider when you are capturing data about the customer's usage of the product.
Yeah. So first of all, you will have to run through your legal department, right? Because every country, every region has their own regulation. For example, I can tell you, if you're a EUDP customer, we are not supposed to track anything, right? So again, best is to check with your legal department. So be aware of these location-specific rules that comes into picture. And once typically what we do at SAP is that we check with the legal team, and we also enhance our EULA or the end user license agreement with all the necessary terms and conditions, so that it's very clear to the end user when he's signing that we are tracking the information for the betterment of the product. Again, make sure you'll have to have the correct words, and again, legal team is the best one, right? So in short, consult with your legal team. They know exactly what are the guardrails that has to be put for every country, and they'll help you out. And never start doing this usage tracking before the legal approval.
Sure. The second question is, what are the standard tools you use in SAP to unearth data trends? To unearth the data trends.
Data trends. Oh, okay, that's a good question. So first of all, we've inbuilt our usage tracking software, like I showed you some examples, right? We kind of, hand coded it and we developed it, and we have a framework, and that's been developed and used by different products in SAP. That's one thing. But in order to get the everyday insights, we have rich dashboards. Because I'm from analytics, we make use of our own tool, that's SAP Analytics Cloud, in order to get the dashboard. But you can make use of any dashboarding solution, right, that your company has. But you make, so what I've seen also in my experience is that data collection is just 50%, right? But the 50% of the problem still remains in creating the dashboard and getting the answers for your business questions. So typically what we do is, for any feature, along with the feature requirement, our product managers also will say, hey, what kind of an insights I need for this particular feature, right? For example, if you're delivering a voice search, then the question will be like, I want to know how many users are doing a voice search from desktop, mobile, iPad, right? So these are the business questions for these insights that gets defined along with the product definition or the feature definition. Once we have that business questions defined, then we build in the correct telemetry and build a dashboard in order to answer the question. So it works, in a 360-degree way.
Thank you, Dharani. One more question is from Abhijit. He wants to understand, how do you prepare for unpredictable data volume?
Yeah. So that's again a very good question, because over a period of time, volumes, it's so big. What we do is we slice and dice based on the time frame that we are looking at, right? So typically for everyday questions, we kind of aggregate the data and look at last 1 year. But if you want to go for previous years, then we do a different kind of an aggregation. Or when you want to drill down into a day at a time, then we prepare the data accordingly, right? So there is a strong data preparation team that works in order to prepare the data, either to aggregate or disaggregate to the needs of the user. But since we have the analytics dashboard, that's able to take care of that very easily. But again, be careful about the data volume. And only one advice is that aggregate as much as possible, right? If you have non-aggregated data, it's very difficult to get the insights and also work on it.
Okay. So it's already 11, and there are some questions, and because of, in the interest of time, we are not able to ask them right now. So we'll try to send these questions to the participant through email and get back to our participants when we get the answers. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sure that the questions can be handled offline. Thank you very much, Dharani. So we are here sharp at 11, and we have a coffee break for 15 minutes. So please be back by 11:15 and we can resume with the next set of presentations. So we have an interesting set of presentations lined up. Meanwhile, did you know that you can win some surprise goodies? Keep posting about SPM Summit and the events on social media. And don't forget to tag us. It is hashtag SPM Summit. Keep posting and some of the best posts can win surprise goodies. See you all in 15 minutes. We will be back in another 2 minutes. All right. Welcome back, everyone. So next, we have a presentation on aha moment of product market fit by Mr. Muthu Ranganathan from Oracle. Let me take a moment to introduce Mr. Muthu. Mr. Muthu is a Senior Director for the EPM Product Management at Oracle. He has 25 plus years of experience, and he is a Chartered Accountant and Management Accountant by educational qualification. Welcome, Mr. Muthu. Let's have the presentation for maybe 15 to 17 minutes so that we can have the last couple of minutes for the question and answers from the audience. Just like the last time, audience, please drop your questions to Divya, and Divya will help us moderate it. Over to you, Mr. Muthu.
Thank you so much for introducing me. Hi, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So today I'm going to cover this aha moment of product market fit. And as product managers, all of you know that the ultimate, one of the main milestones of your product is the product market fit. Where does the product fit into the market expectation? And I'm going to cover a bit of that. Got like about 15-20 minutes here, so try to cover off. And I'm also planning to cover quickly some examples so that you can take away really what we mean by product market fit. Now, the fundamental thing, this could be basic for many people, but I want to kind of reiterate that when we are building products, there are three main ingredients or recipe in the recipe, right? One is the obviously the product itself, and then what market are we building this product for? And the other very important thing is the people who are building it. Obviously, it's software products. People are going to be the most important asset to get this product built for the market. I'm going to touch upon quickly these three things, but the focus obviously is to look at this intersection between the product and the market, and where do we hit the product market kind of intersection, right? So on the people one front, I really like this analogy of movies. We all, I'm sure all of you watch cinema in India. Obviously, we are all mad after movies. one of the things there is that you need a big team to pull together and come out with a Sholay or a very successful movie. The heart of this is that the players in this is the director, which I always think is like a product manager is like the director of the movie, who is trying to work with different stakeholders and trying to make sure that the product comes out well, right? That is the cinema. And then you have people like the actors, who are generally the developers, the testers, and all those players who are really performing. And sometimes the actors are bigger than the actual product itself, which is a case in many of our products, right? And then you have the script writers, the UX designers. I cannot map him to a cameraman and so on and so forth. The critic could be like the analyst, and like there is a big team. A lot of people are involved in building the product. So I have written a blog on this. You can go check it out. But people is one of the kind of important areas. So it'd be easy for us to understand when we talk about who are the people involved in a product. Then comes the market. The market is very important. Obviously, one of the things, a very famous quote from Henry Ford long ago was that don't go and ask your customers what they want, because they'll tell you you need faster horses, whereas they probably need something better, which is the car, which he invented back in the early 1900s. And then Steve Jobs is again talks the same thing, and he goes and says that go understand your customers and try to figure out the real problems they are facing, so that you can come up with solutions for that. So I like to kind of bucket it into these three things here when it comes to definition of the market. This is something I got from one of my very senior leader whom I worked with. And he kind of tells us that look at it like why somebody needs a particular product and what is the need, that is the problem, and then why they will be ready to pay for it, which is very important. Like you may have a need, but if you're not willing to pay for it, obviously it's not like we really know that market does not exist for that. And then very importantly, why now? What is the urgency? Do we need it right away? Or you could just wait for a few more years for it to be picked up, right? So like why need, why buy, why now? If you can look at it, you could go define a market for whatever areas you would like to pursue the particular solution for, right? So the third one, we covered this slightly in the for the folks who have attended the product viability workshop yesterday. It might be a little bit of a repeat, but when it comes to the third one, which is the product, I always think our product to be where does our product or your product come in? Is it a painkiller, vitamin, or vaccine? Let me show you some examples. Painkillers are kind of a regular, like you need them. It's required to because that it is a very widespread issue. It could be like you need a software for invoicing and accounting, or you want one for managing your customer queries, and you need productivity tools like Microsoft Office or a Kata book, which really helps people in the grocery shops to manage their credit with their customers. So kind of like a painkiller type products is one. Then there is the vitamin product, which is more like nice to have products. Today it is nice to have. Tomorrow it could become very, very important. Obviously, LinkedIn probably has gone back to the painkiller road. Many of these vitamin product goes into the painkiller over a period of time. So that's the vitamin one. And then the last one is the vaccine, which is really, which eliminates the need for that problem, right? Like, as you can see, these examples where ClearTrip or any of those travel websites removed the need for us to go and engage with a travel agent, or WhatsApp really eliminated things which we had for to do an SMS text or call somebody, and do even sometimes business for going and doing any of that. So it kind of like, these are examples of vaccine products which really eliminates a problem statement totally, and then comes out with some new ways of doing some activities, right? So kind of think of that way, and how that, whether the market exists for these products is the key question. So I've also highlighted here, and in search of the, like, while you have this product idea, you have to finally figure out what is the market and how do you plan to go and tackle that a particular product to the market, or how, whether the market exists, and if it exists, is your product differentiating, and you're able to go and really provide that to the customers, right? So if it is a problem like a painkiller product, obviously there'll be a lot of products in the market. So there's a lot more things like sales efforts you need to do and stuff like that as part of that. And then if it is vitamin, it is more of like, you have to sell the concept, you have to sell that it really is helpful. And so it's more of, you need expert salespeople to go and there is a market which exists for that, but obviously it'll be kind of a niche audience. Not everybody would need it, but it's still, there is a market for that. So your strategy to go for that will be slightly different. And then the vaccine obviously is a very much thrives on innovation. Really, if you do some very innovative product, it could really become a big thing. Obviously, it also needs a bit of concept selling initially. Who imagined that WhatsApp will become so big in our lives, right? Initial days when WhatsApp was there, nobody would have even tried it out. But now, as you see the benefit of that, you start using that, right? So that's like the search for the market for these products. Now, I personally, I am a big fan of Mark Anderson, who I call him as the father of product market fit. Product market fit obviously is the holy grail for all of us in product management. And I feel Mark is one of the top-notch guy who really kind of defined this whole thing. And he's written a blog, I've posted that also here, is that in a great market, a market with a lot of real potential customers, it pulls the product out of the people, right? So basically what he's saying is, as long as there is a market, you define the market very well, then any kind of product you can build and you can go and sell. But if you build some product and there is no market existing for that, it is going to be hard for you to really kind of find that product market fit. Very insightful blog. If you guys have not read it, you should go read it for sure, and read it repeatedly as product managers. Now, this is where I come to the aha moment of product market fit. How do you judge whether your product has hit the product market fit? I've built in my kind of few years in product management, I built about 10 to 12 products, some of which have been very successful. Some have been very, very bad in picking up, primarily because the market was not defined well, or the product was not really catering to that market needs, right? But if you follow that process, you could learn and make sure that you do have a product market fit. Now, I wanted to highlight how you can judge that it's happening or it's not happening. So when we come to this product market fit, so if you're not getting customers, obviously product market fit is not happening. But when you see customers paying and buying your software, that's a great indication that product market fit is it's there, you're there. That's the kind of thing. So the other thing I've seen is which is something we've heard in the machine learning, AI area, and few other emerging things where or there are areas where you're trying to build a product, but that is not a high priority one for the customer, right? Whether it's a consumer or a business, it's not a high priority for them. And that really kind of indicates that you're not building the right product what the market is seeking. But on the other hand, if you're seeing that customers and users are using your product, obviously the session earlier from Dharani really indicates that, like how usage, if you keep measuring the usage, that gets you a good understanding of how your product is getting used, right? Or your product is nearing that product market fit. The next one I see is that the word of mouth is not happening. It's not happening. Like people are not talking about your product. It's not being talked between your customers. That is a good indication that your product does not hit your product market fit. Whereas if you want to hire, you have to hire salespeople and support people because obviously once you're in that phase where you think that you need to hire salespeople and you need people to support your product, obviously that really indicates that your product is matured and hit the product market fit. The other thing, this I have seen in my own products where sometimes customers feel like they're paid for the product, but they feel that the product is not giving them enough value, and they just kind of don't use it, right? But on the other side, customers use it. They give you critical feedback. They give you a lot of feedbacks. They raise a lot of bugs and issues. That's a great kind of point to say that you have you have hit your product market fit, right? And then obviously you have a lot of press reviews, reviews from analysts and things like that, which really indicates that your product is quite good. Whereas you don't see that kind of traction. Nobody tweets about it. Even if it could be critical tweets or critical mentions, whatever, that always indicates it's good for us, whereas other side it's not that good. Like, so you really have that kind of understanding based on that. So these were some points to really say that have you reached your aha moment of product market fit. Now I'm going to go quickly into a few examples. I just picked.
Mr. Muthu, sorry to interrupt. We've already crossed 15 minutes. Maybe it would be great if you could maybe wrap up the examples in another 2 minutes so that we could have 1 or 2 questions from the audience.
Sure. Will do. So let me quickly cover this 6 examples. First one is the clear definition of problem statement. Career 360, I'm sure many of you come across. They have defined it as it kind of targets the 98% of the Indians who are not in the top-notch, good, meritorious candidates, right? That helped them kind of grow extensively well, and they're doing extremely well. The other one is another company I have worked with called Seek Sherpa. What they did was they picked on an idea which is quite popular with Airbnb. Airbnb did the connecting between the travelers and the providers of the places, whereas Seek Sherpa did the traveler connected to the guide. So that kind of hit the nail, and they were able to hit the product market fit based on that. Other startup I have worked with is called SchoolPad. SchoolPad really, they started off with a solution which is more collaboration between the parents and the students. Now that didn't click well. Like it was not that enough for schools to go buy that product. Collaboration is great, but obviously there were other channels which they were able to do it. So they went in and did this additional enhancements in the product to bring in all the management and the administration of the school as well, like fees and things like that. And then it became a very good one. And then the collaboration piece became the differentiating factor. So they were able to hit the product market fit. The other kind of example is the price point, where you can always build a product where it's very successful. Everything is there, but the price point is lower. Obviously, it's a good way to really go and think about a product to give more value for the same kind of capabilities. And this one is a non-software product example where this Enfield bullets, and I'm sure you all know that they redefined how the experience is going to be. They corrected the product, also fixed the quality, improved the sales experience, and they hit the product market fit again for a very good product which was there in the market. And then the last one is timing. Timing is obviously sometimes luck also. And for product market fit, sometimes other events in the world help you, like Kotabook, Paytm, all these guys had that. And sometimes you pick on new technology waves. Sometimes you pick on something like a pandemic, which Zoom got. And obviously your product market fit goes a big way. Right, so those are like some examples on this product market fit. So I'll kind of pause here. It was a quick one to complete this session. But if you have a couple of questions, we can take that before we go on to the next one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Muthu. I think in the interest of time, let's just stick to one question, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Divya, please go ahead.
So which metric influences or impacts the PMF the most?
So the best one I would probably say is customer usage, or how much customers start using your product, because even though you might be selling the product, sometimes post sales, you may have to make sure that the customer uses your product. So I would say the usage is probably one of the top metric to judge the product market fit. And I did list a few things on both sides of the hits happening, it's not happening, but I would probably rate that as the topmost one for product market fit.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Muthu.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Ms. Jyoti Goenka here. So Ms. Jyoti Goenka from CapGemini would be presenting on IoT Products and Architecture. Ms. Jyoti is currently Cloud and Digital Engagement Director with CapGemini India and responsible for business development activities for Europe region. She has an MBA from IIM Bangalore and over 23 years of IT experience. Jyoti, just like the similar pattern, we can have like 15 to 17 minutes for the presentation, and the last 2-3 minutes we can take for questions, if any. Over to you, Jyoti.
Thanks, Soumya. Thanks for introducing. So first, am I audible properly?
Yes, you are audible.
And my screen is visible, right?
Your presentation is not visible yet.
Is it visible now? Just one second. Let me share it again. It is visible now?
Yes, it is visible. Could you just maybe go to the next slide a bit, because we were facing issues with the previous.
No. So this is the first slide only. I will put it in a presentation. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, Soumya, for introducing, and thanks to the organizing committee. And it's really good to hear since morning the different speakers and getting different insights. So today's the topic of now for next 18 minutes, the discussion is IoT Products and Architecture, New Business Model, Sensing as a Service. So I think most of us know IoT products and Internet of Things is one of the major technology for fourth industrial revolution. Increased adoption of IoT technology across a wide range of industries, one of the growth driver across the IoT software platform market as well. IoT is continuing to change and it is enhancing as engineers and different companies are discovering new use cases and developing various software products around it. And more importantly, as the internet becomes more accessible and with the advent of 5G, IoT use cases and software adoption is increasing enormously. So as connected IoT devices expand globally, tech companies really need to find a smarter ways to store, manage, and analyze the data produced by Internet of Things. There is a demand for a specialized IoT data management and various applications around these data. So considering that aspect, sensing as a service, this is a business model which is quite emerging and very initial and research phase. It's going to address these two aspects, the sustainability and scalability of overall IoT platform and softwares. So before discussing about this model, a little bit insight about IoT, though most of the people must be aware of. So IoT, everything that can be connected will connected, and this will dramatically change how we live and work. And as of today, the prediction is there are 10.07 billion connected devices, and it's going to reach 25.4 billion by 2020. Internet of Things is a vision where every object in the world has the potential to connect to the internet and provide their data to derive actionable insights on its own or through other connected objects. So again, there is a prediction today that around 7,500 things hooked to the internet every minute. And by 2025, this will increase to 152,000. And as Dharani has pointed out on the data, that 175 zettabyte that Gartner's prediction is there will be produced by 2025, in that there is a prediction that 73.1 zettabyte will be only from Internet of Things. So the Internet of Things has certainly the potential to change the world, just as the internet did, maybe even more or so. So just talking about overall IoT, when we talk about any digital transformation and where IoT is certainly going to one of the major factor, it touches upon three parameters: people, process, and data. But when we talk about IoT, there is another fourth parameter, which is things. So people will certainly become more capable, process will become more enhanced, and more complex tasks will be able to accomplish in lesser data time, and it will enable collecting data more frequently and reliably. The most importantly, things will become more controllable. So with these four parameters, we are hearing a lot of smart cities, smart hospitals, smart factories. So IoT is certainly revolutionized the entire industry, whether it's a retail, it is manufacturing, agriculture, military, and even now today public sector. So most of the industry, a lot of digital transformations are expected or already happening. So what is I have taken one simple example of how this industrial IoT work. A very simple example I have taken of a manufacturing industry where this big field, very big setup of machineries is there. And all these machineries are connected from different sensors. These sensors are collecting the data, which is going to the remote gateway, and this data is acquired and it is going to the cloud, where you have a lot of applications, software applications are sitting, and the data is being processed and analyzed, and the results are being then sent to the service engineer who is sitting remotely. And in the same way, the service engineer through those applications can send the instructions to the manufacturing plant for switching off, switching on the machines, or changing the different parameters. So certainly it is enabling collecting and analyzing large scale data, centralized supervision, clear and faster insight, and certainly the most important is analyzing the enterprise data through different software applications. So how this basic architecture works. So overall, for all the software products and applications, they are using this basic architecture, which is a 4-layered architecture. The first layer, which we call perception layer, that is the sensor layer. A lot of sensors are there which are accumulating the data. Next is called network layer, where data is acquired. And the third layer is called edge IoT layer, where pre-processing is happening. Like say, for example, in the previous example, which manufacturing plant I have depicted, some machineries are very critical and that has to be operated on certain temperature. But in case if certain temperature is crossing the threshold value, so immediately from this edge pre-processing, instruction can be sent to switch off the machines, and further the data can be sent to this data center or cloud for further analytics or whatever root cause analysis is required. And this is a bidirectional architecture. In the same way, the instruction goes from the application which are sitting into the cloud to the edge layer, network layer, and the sensor layer. So this is a basic architecture, whether it's a retail industry or it's a manufacturing or pharma or very predominantly agriculture and dairy industries are using this overall architecture. So more importantly, we all know this now cloud is a very, very integral part of overall IoT infrastructure. So integration of IoT and cloud is creating a lot of opportunities for business to harness this exponential growth. And the fact IoT has a very limited computational power, very limited storage power, and that is being complemented by the processing into the cloud. So basically cloud is the brain for much of the IoT, as most of the collected data is processed and analyzed in the cloud. So now after hearing about this fact about IoT and the exponential growth of data and things, and the cloud is one of the integral part of this overall architecture, question is how sustainable this model is there. Whether it's a really scalable that each of the industry, they are identifying their use cases and different software products are built around that. And the fact is there as a part of my role, still when companies come for a digital transformation where IoT is the integral part, they have their own use cases that they want to put their entire own infrastructure. Certainly, there are a lot of limitations. This model is not scalable. So what should be the sustainable and scalable model? Just think about, we have a one layer where all the sensors are sitting, RFID, it can be any kind of a sensor, RFID cameras or intelligent sensor, which we are calling sensing layer, and data is acquired from this layer. Then next is your network layer where all this your data is acquired. And the third is the application layer where a lot of your application protocols are sitting and a lot of software products are sitting. And this data is being processed in this particular layer. And based on the end user requirement, that can be healthcare, smart environment, grid, or anything can be there, the data can be sent as per their requirement. So this is a kind of a horizontal model where interested parties are joining hand together, and there's a focused layer rather than putting in the own infrastructure. So this particular model, which is emerging as a sensing as a service model, very much influenced by cloud pay-per-use model. And so basically the idea is it is stimulating the innovative solution that use the same data, but produce different results using different processing and analyzing techniques that can be prediction, visualization, and simulation, and where this lot of software products or different application has to be built upon using this collected data. So a little bit in further detail, how just this model work. So basically the crux of this model is there that all the interested party, which may be requiring the same kind of a data, they are joining the hand together. Then rather than putting their own infrastructure, they are collaborating using the data as per their requirement. So this is first, as I mentioned, the sensing layer. So all the sensors and sensor owners are aggregated here, which can be personal or private sensor owner, or even a commercial sensor data providers can be there. Then there is a sensor publisher layer, which is all variety of data is being accumulated. And through this layer, which is typically your gateway, IoT gateway layer, it is going to the extended service provider, and which is the layer where all the application developers are sitting and they are doing the different kind of analytics, creating a lot of different kind of application software products. And this is a layer where we can really harness the power of all the application developers, and based on the requirement, that result is going to the end user. Those end user can be clinical department, hospital, or even city councils are there. So this is overall model, again, working on a participatory model where pay-per-use model and interested parties are coming together and working on the overall same infrastructure. Little bit on a technical side. So how this layer again works, exactly this model work on the cloud computing model where physical sensors are there, and virtualization layer of sensors can be created and consumer can acquire based on their needs. Sensor can publish the data to the application layer and consumer can acquire the result, or they can also request different kind of a specific requirement to the application layer, and then which in turn can be sent to the sensor. So as I mentioned, right now, this model is in very, very preliminary stage. A lot of research is happening. And the way where this model is very successful is the smart cities. So in a smart cities, this city council, university, weather department, or any city council, they have joined the hand together. So how it is happening, the commercial IoT sensors are installed in the lamppost, and they are gathering the different kind of a data related to temperature, light, pressure, humidity, and pollution. This data is being processed in the application layer, and the city would pay for access to the light sensor to decide when to turn and turn off the street lights. University may want to access the pollution information. Weather department would want temperature and pressure data. And street council may want to use a humidity data for their different forecasting of weather. Other is related to the smart cities, the waste management, which is one of the major problem in all the metro cities. So collection, transportation, processing, disposable, managing and monitoring of waste material. This is one of the very, very biggest problem. So all city council, recycling plant, manufacturing plant, health and safety authority, they have joined the head together. So here, if you see garbage cans are there, they are connected with different sensors and they are collecting different kind of a data. How old is that garbage and how much it's recyclable or what kind of garbage is there. And this data is going to the cloud for different processing, and the different city council, recycling plant, manufacturing plant, they are using this overall application result as per their requirement. So overall, in these two models, we see instead of deploying sensors and collecting information independently, the sensing as a service model is allowing all the interested group to share the infrastructure and bear the related cost collectively. The other prominent field, which is this model is being used agriculture, where research institute for soil analysis, plant growth, and performance of different crops, they are using this model. The two sector, which is for quite some time, I am studying the retail and manufacturing, where this model has a lot of potential. And this is a few use cases which I have listed where this model certainly can be successful, is consumer behavior analytics and understand the consumer behavior through connected devices. Same in the manufacturing, health of machine, predictive maintenance. And this is one of few areas where I am working how this model can be put successfully. The other where the different other bodies are working on using this model on a lot of research is happening, asset management, healthcare, security and surveillance, industrial process control. So in the last summarizing, what are the benefits of this model? Certainly synergy facts. That is the interaction of multiple elements in a system to produce an effect greater than some of their individual effects. The sensing as a service model ensure the long-term sustainability of IoT application infrastructure, built-in cloud computing, pay-per-use model, participatory sensing. Certainly the main thing, reduction of data acquisition cost and collect data which previously unavailable and keep building that repository for different analytics, sharing and reusing, lot of innovations, real-time data for decision-making and policy-making, and the most importantly, harnessing the creativity of application developers, where there's certainly lot of use cases are there and software products will be there. So rather than focusing on the entire architecture, they just have to focus on analyze the data on the application layer and create the different kind of applications around that. As I mentioned, the model is still in the beginning and research phase. Still a lot of challenges are there on using this model. The first one is technological design and implementation issue, architectural design issues due to varied sensor configuration, data fusing, filtering, processing, storage, infrastructure, energy consumption. Still on these different sensor standardization and accuracy has to be further enhanced. Economical and business development, lot of still entry barriers are there, and lot of entrepreneurship aspect has to be developed. As I mentioned, as a part of my role of cloud and digital engagement manner, certainly we get a lot of new RFPs on different IoT and cloud use cases, but it's still the overall even big enterprise clients wants their own entire infrastructure from acquiring the sensor till the application development. There's a social barriers also in terms of acceptance, change management, security and privacy, and still in the legal terms. But the fact is, as even we are hearing now, all the sessions, data and in the Internet of Things, the exponential growth is on there on the connected devices. Lot of use cases are going to develop and it is going to hit all the industries. There is a need to have a scalable, sustainable and reliable model. And certainly the sensing as a service business model is going to be one of the reliable model, and lot of work is already happening and need to be done. And certainly all the software products or applications need to be built in future, keeping this business model in mind to have the sustainability. So with this, I conclude my session and thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jyoti. We do have a couple of questions to you. Divya, I would request you to post the questions.
Yeah. So Ramesh want to understand and needs your insight on how the network layer evolves from wired to wireless and cellular network.
Sorry, could you repeat once again question, Divya?
How the network layer evolves from wired to wireless to cellular network.
I think that is already happening, isn't it, Ramesh? So it's already the network layer. When we are talking about 5G, it is already evolving from wireless to wire and the 5G. So that's already evolving. And certainly IoT is leveraging that fact.
Okay. Another question is on sensing. So Prashant says, when sensing is a service, is there a consortium or governing body that decides on these standards like technology, architecture, etc.?
That's a very good question. This is one of the things which I have mentioned in that my challenges and issues. As of today, there is no consortium and there is no legal aspect. And that is also one of the reasons where still the big industries are skeptical or hesitant to adopt this. But the way a lot of research are happening and a lot of startups are working, and some of the the city are using it, this is going to be certainly established in coming years or coming months.
Okay. So we'll take one more question here. How do you see the architecture be defined when all customers are on hyperscaler? For example, smart cities where every municipal has their own device model and are hyperscaler.
So I think I will put it in a different way. See, all industries are moving to the hyperscaler. So digital transformation where data and applications are happening on the already cloud, that is happening. And now if we talk about any of the hyperscaler, AWS, Azure, and Google, there are lot of work is being done on developing different IoT applications. So this is a good thing where industries are, the data is they are moving into the cloud. And when they are bringing the IoT as a different, another technology for a digital transformations, when the data is already cloud, then certainly as for the different bodies, the data is on the cloud, they can, as I mentioned, join the hand together, and there can be another platform for sensors, and the cross usage with whatever there as per the requirement can easily happen if the data is already on the cloud.
Okay, so I think we have 2 more minutes, so we can ask 1 or 2 more. Since most of the IoT devices are at customer location along with edge computing, how critical it is to take care the cybersecurity part of sensing as a service so that IoT data is not altered with?
So again, this security is one of this very aspect. So as of now, whatever the security aspect, as I have shown in this architecture of the 4-layer architecture, certainly when all this security in this architecture, it has to be inbuilt overall, the single use case. But when we are going into the participatory model, certainly that security has to be inbuilt on this, all the 3 layers, that is the sensing layer, network layer, and application layer. And the bodies which are using already this model, they are putting the different security mechanism to put, starting from the sensing layer to the network layer and then application layer.
Could you please provide some insight on how we place hot, warm, and cold state storage? So what would be your take on data lake?
So data lake will be certainly the integral part of this, our data acquisition layer, which, as I have mentioned, so as and when the more and more data is being generated to the different sensor, and it is going to be to the publisher. So these 2 layers, that is publishing layer and this application layer, they can leverage and harness the power of data lake more and more, and it can be integrated along with this 2 layer, that is sensor publisher layer and the extended service provider layer.
Okay. So thanks a lot, Jyoti. Thanks for taking the question.
Yeah, thanks, Divya.
Thank you, Divya. Thank you very much, Jyoti. Our next session is a panel discussion. We have a lot of participants in the academic track as well. So let's just wait for maybe a minute or so that they are back here, and then we'll start with the panel. All right, let's start with the session. So the next event on our agenda is a panel discussion on platforms and ecosystems. We have Ms. Aarti Mohan, who would be moderating the panel. A brief introduction about Ms. Aarti. She is the co-founder and partner of Sattva Consulting. Ms. Aarti heads the foundations unit that works closely with the global and Indian foundations, multilaterals, state governments, and their ecosystems to deliver impact. Welcome, Ms. Aarti. We also have some wonderful industry experts as a panelist for the session. First, I would like to invite Mr. Ritesh. Mr. Ritesh Shukla is the CEO of National Payments Corporation of India. He is responsible for formulating business strategies and leading business development by deploying NPCI's technology and solutions in international markets. He has over 20 years of experience in leading financial institutions and payment business. Welcome, Mr. Ritesh.
Thank you, Soumya.
Up next, I would like to invite Professor S. Rajagopalan to the panel. Dr. S. Rajagopalan is the president of Modular Open Source Identity Platform. He was the CEO of Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology from 1982 to 1993. In 1993, he and his colleagues founded Technology Informatics Design Endeavor, known as TIDE, a non-profit development society that focused on developing and disseminating technologies that were economically attractive, environmentally sustainable, and socially acceptable in rural areas of Karnataka. Welcome, Professor Rajgopalan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anirban Mazumdar. Dr. Anirban is the Global Head of Platform Adoption and Advisory at SAP SE Germany. He joined SAP in 2008 and has contributed to product development, engineering management, and strategy in various capacities within Technology and Innovation Board area. Welcome, Dr. Anirban.
Thank you very much.
I would like to mention that we can have the panel discussion for about 45 to 50 minutes. And then the last 10 minutes, we can dedicate it to address the questions from the audience, if any. Is that okay?
Yeah, fine. That sounds fine.
So before starting the discussion, as we have been following in the previous sessions, to the audience, if you have any questions, please drop it in chat to Divya, and Divya will help us moderating the questions to the panel. Ms. Aarti, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Soumya, and it's such a pleasure to be here this morning. I should thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to bring a slightly different energy to this panel discussion from the very sophisticated technological discussions. I'm a development practitioner, and the way we have looked at technology has been its place and role in solving for wicked development challenges that are increasingly at the center of the life of citizens, businesses, and institutions, including the government alike. So, I mean, it's just to give us short context to where we are today in the entire journey of digital transformation, digital platforms, which a lot of the audience would be familiar with. And before that, I'm like Soumya said, Sattva is a social impact enablement advisory and implementation organization, about a 400-member firm with footprint across South Asia and parts of Africa. And we've been really invested in figuring out how do we both support the co-creation and delivery of high impact initiatives across geographies in this in the world, and how does that then translate to making a significant dent in the poverty alleviation story globally. So if we look at the at what has been India's journey over the last decade, digital revolution has been a very, very strong theme. We are the largest and fastest growing market for digital consumers, and just as much as digital connectivities and capabilities have been increasing. Just from a numbers perspective, we know that there are about 825 million internet users, and we are going to have 900 million plus users really soon. And the smartphone penetration also is reaching about 800 million plus users. So from the time that we looked at it at perhaps the beginning of the decade of downloading forms on the internet, we've come to a place where the taxes are being filed online, welfare payments are being completely delivered digitally, and we have fairly disruptive innovations that now are being replicated from in other geographies, and we have Ritesh representing that as well today in the panel. So from a 1.0 kind of computerization and automation to a 2.0 digitization, what this panel is going to focus on is a 3.0 platformization. Right, where financial services, education, healthcare, all of them are being transformed through a digital ecosystem experience, which is then having a deep impact on the life of every citizen, just as much as logistics, marketplaces, retail, business digitization is having an equally deep impact on businesses and their ecosystems that is then able to add significant economic value. We know that government policies and programs have a fairly outsized contribution to creating a more positive enabling environment and regulatory environment for all of this innovation to thrive. And we can see many of those partnerships come alive between government and private sector as well in India in terms of digital platforms, and also looking at how do we protect the rights of digital consumers, which is another topic that we've been very interested in seeing. And we are seeing a lot of emergence of interest saying, how do we protect the interests of our citizens and consumers, and how do we look at privacy and those issues, just as the adoption is growing in a skyrocketing manner. Some reports suggest that we can unlock over USD 700 billion in economic value by 2030, alongside our SDG goals. When we look at the the platformization being front and center, and really look forward to discovering more with our very eminent panelists today. We have Rajagopalan sir, who's got an expert ecosystem view to this, Ritesh, who will speak about the tremendous impact that UPI has been able to add with the successful digital infrastructure at such a scale and ecosystem that it has built. And Anirban, who has a perspective that many of you in the audience will relate to and will be eager to understand, which is what does private sector and industry think about this, and how have those trends been evolving. So with that, I would really love to go over to Rajagopalan sir with your vantage point of being inside MOSIP and looking at the digital ID platform, which is now steadily sort of growing, and your view that we discussed of how do we look at solutions, through the lens of what we can do with digital platforms, would really love for you to provide us that perspective. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aarti. Let me start by thanking the organizers and the head or the chief of this function for inviting me for this. Let me first position platform as different from product. That I think is very important to understand what's a platform, what's a product. One of the differentiation is product is a thing which restricts access, through property rights, through various other kinds of barriers, so that the products will have its own market. On the other hand, platforms encourage participation. It encourages people to come and participate, create solutions, etc. So that is where the platform grows only when people grow along with the platform. Product grows when people consume. This is, I think, is very important. And I'm going to focus on a kind of platform which is known as digital public infrastructure. So what are these DPIs are? The DPIs are nothing but providing like you can consider road as a public infrastructure. Road is provided so that people could have mobility. So similarly, digital public infrastructure provides that digital roadway with which many people could use that to create their products and services and distribute it to people who want. People do not consume platform, people consume solutions. So I'm going to basically talk about how this infrastructure is only a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for the growth of digitalization of the economy. It is not sufficient if you just have the digital public infrastructure. People have to use it, and people can use it only there is an ecosystem which offers solutions to it. So let me take a case of MOSIP itself. MOSIP is a modular open source identity platform. We provide identity platform and authentication platform. It is somewhat similar to Aadhaar, except that it is open source. And second, that we have a very robust consent management design, and our design is privacy and data protection is very important for us, and we are API first kind of design. So if I take MOSIP, and we are providing a platform for identification and authentication, how do people actually do it? As I speak today, there are more than 50 million Filipinos who have been registered on an identity system for which MOSIP is the core. And last week, Morocco kickstarted their identification program called National Identification System with MOSIP as a core, and they are now into 2 provinces in the last 2 weeks. And we are, it is being considered in Togo, Ethiopia, Sri Lanka, Guinea, and many other countries. So we are basically seeing traction of 100 million citizens across the world using it in the next 1 year. And so what are we talking about? We are talking about saying that people need to use identification and authentication system to consume services. What these services could be? These services could be benefit transfers, as Aarti mentioned. The services could be health record services or medical insurance service. The thing could be opening a bank account, know your customer. It could also be buying a SIM card for a mobile phone. There could be innumerable services that depend upon unique identity and unique authentication. So what do we do for that? So we need a robust ecosystem. The ecosystem will consist in our case of device manufacturers, people who make fingerprint scanners, people who make cameras for face photograph, people who make, let's say, iris scanners, people who can authenticate with fingerprint authentication devices. And increasingly, people are demanding, saying, why can't I use my own smartphone as these devices? Like, why can't I use my smartphone as a fingerprint scanner? Why can't I use smartphone to authenticate? Or something known as selfie authentication that is being demanded in a large number of places. So what do we do with that? So what we do at MOSIP is we actually provide a number of other firms, startups, as well as well-established firms to become MOSIP compliant in a sense, to use MOSIP APIs and build their solutions. And we help them, one with a reference architecture and a reference design. We give them access to our sandbox so that they can build and test. And then we also provide them with a test bed by which they could test it themselves and then see whether their combined solution of MOSIP plus their devices and systems meet the requirement of the population. We also have got a third-party verification services by which vendors and other solution makers could also get their total system verified by a third-party independent verification. So this is a service which we provide free of cost to all the solution providers. Second, what we do is the countries where we work, Ethiopia, Morocco, Guinea, Philippines, the local capacity to fashion solutions, to maintain solutions, and to service the solution is limited. So we are also creating that capacity by working with the universities in those places, working with the government, running a number of training programs. For example, currently the University of Philippines in the third year undergraduate program of computer science offers a course on digital identity, which is completely run by us. So the idea is that we would create a pool of people who could think of platform and then how to build solutions with the platform. And then third thing which we do is we also work closely with governments and other people on the regulatory system and policy making. It is not merely sufficient that you have a platform. If the platform have to be used to scale and used by many, then only the cost of the whole thing will come down. Then there must be an appropriate regulatory structure and the guidelines. Say, for example, in Morocco, it went through a privacy commission, the whole design. The privacy commission took witnesses from many places, including us, and then they decided that it is better if Morocco has an independent act and independent agency instead of being it under the Home Ministry. So they actually piloted an act through their Senate and Royal House, and then they set up a separate agency. The Kingdom of Morocco, the king actually authorized that. So we work with such enabling mechanism on the non-technology side also, the policy and regulatory systems in the places. And finally, any platform is as good as the number of people using it. And one of the things which we need to do is to also link with other similar platforms, say, for example, a payment platform or maybe a health information system platform, and then say that how our combined strength can do much better. And we are working, see, there is internationally, there is a Digital Public Good Alliance, and there are many platforms have been identified as digital public good. MOSIP is one of them. And we actually work with other digital public good to see if we could combine these and to provide a better solution to various people. So we work with people like, say, for example, we have opened up the conversation with NPCI on the integration of UPI with MOSIP. We have opened up conversation with the DHIS of Oslo, Norway on health information system. We have opened up conversation with a civil registry system called CRVS. In addition to such integration, demonstration, and sandboxing and doing that, we have to also work on the standardization, because anything finally propagates only if there are standards. And we are working with many standard making bodies in identification ecosystem and helping them to do standardization. Currently, we are in a working group of what is known as the GovStack, International Government Stack, which is actually a collaborative effort of 4 organizations, including Estonia and Germany, etc., and trying to define what should the GovStack be. Eventually, to conclude, I would just say that you could view even the government itself as a platform. Government doesn't actually do, you say, enabler. And people use government to produce goods and services which then are consumed. In similar vein, the digital platforms must become enabler for a large-scale adoption and use. Thank you. Any questions? I will take.
Thank you, sir. I know we will have questions on the chat and I will relay them as they come in. Going over to Ritesh, you've been at the helm of the journey that UPI has had in transforming the the payments and the financial inclusion ecosystem in India, and doing so with enabling anchor infrastructure, which now you said that is also looking at certain global pathways and so on. And it's also become a blueprint for how government looks at other digital platforms. Healthcare platform with the digital mission is going emulating some of the principles that UPI looked at as well strongly, and so on. So would love to understand from you the journey of UPI, and taking cue from what Rajagopalan sir said, what has enabled you to create that vibrant ecosystem of users of different access, connectivity, education, and usage on the platform to make it thriving?
Thank you, Aarti. And before I start talking about the points you highlighted, I want to make a small correction to my designation announced by Soumya. I had the NPCI's international arm called NPCI International Payments Limited. NPCI is headed by Dilip, and my organization that I represent, NPCI International, is committed to taking the solutions that we have built here in India to international markets. So that's a small, change, correction. But thank you for the opportunity, Aarti, and creating segues for me to deep dive into the areas that I'm going to talk about. So first of all, hello to everyone. I hope you and your families are keeping safe, in good health. I would also like to thank ISPMA for the opportunity to engage with all of you and talk about UPI as a platform. If you talk about UPI today, what comes to your mind is, the massive scale, the best-in-class technology, the simplistic interface. These are things that come to your mind. And it certainly is today the world's best performing fast payment platform. It runs on best-in-class technology. We have a very robust governance model. I don't think anybody else in the world can claim to have that. We have a very, very simplistic user interface. We support, I think, about more than 15 languages. It has multilingual capability. The platform today, runs in a very, very collaborative manner. So what it means is that we work very closely with different actors in the ecosystem, be it, the progressive regulator in form of RBI, be it banks, be it, fintechs, and even the big techs. So everybody has a role to play in it, and we work beautifully with all of them. We today cater to a variety of use cases in the P2P as well as P2M space. So I can go on and on. Talking about UPI, it's a very, I think I'm very passionate about it, and it's a very, very, critical. I think it's a national asset that we have created in UPI here in India today. If you look at what UPI has done in India, I think UPI has been at the forefront of, enabling digital payments in India. The ecosystem that we have built for UPI, covers the length and breadth of the country, and we are a very, very diverse country. With a population of 1.3 billion, probably same as the population of the entire continent of Africa. And there are various, differences that if you look across the landscape, people in Northeast they behave differently when it comes to payments than people in West and South and North. So it's a very diverse landscape. And we cover the entire rural as well as urban landscape. And we are actually truly democratizing payments by providing citizens affordable payment option. If you look at the key deliverables or key aspects that UPI as a platform has covered, and these are, part of the government or regulators' agenda for our country, I think UPI has successfully driven financial inclusion, and we'll talk about it in a bit. We are, the engine or the force behind cash displacement, we as in UPI. UPI is also now delivering government to citizen welfare. So there's a lot of G2C that is happening on UPI platform. We are democratizing payments for businesses as well as for consumers, and it is there in the adoption that's happening, truly being demonstrated with the adoption. We are promoting innovation because a lot of fintechs are now creating solutions and they are creating experiences on top of the UPI platform. And above all, it's bringing in transparency in the economy. It's ensuring that money is moving faster. It's somewhere is multiplying economic activity. Now let's, substantiate all what I've said with some facts and numbers. Now, if you look at it, in the year 2021, on UPI platform, we saw close to 38 billion financial transactions. Now, this is amazing feat. I don't think anybody has. I mean, can even 5 years back, nobody would have thought that this would happen. So 38 billion financial transactions, a growth of 13 billion over last year. And these financial transactions, resulted in commerce or volume worth $940 billion. Now, for a moment, if you think $940 billion, it's a humongous number. It is probably equivalent to 33% of India's GDP. Now, this is an amazing feat. And if you compare it with the humble beginnings that we had, UPI was launched in December 2016. 2017 was the full calendar year that UPI platform got in terms of period to perform. So the first year in 2017, the volumes that happened on the platform were $8 billion. Now, if you compare 2017 to 2021, it's a compounded annual growth of 160%. I don't think any platform ever in the history of human race has kind of had that kind of a run or a success. So this is beautiful, and more Indians are lapping up to it. And all this has happened in a very collaborative manner. Everybody in the ecosystem has played their roles. And if you talk about the traction, while we have about 245 million users who are using different apps, be it Google Pay, Phone Pay, our own Beam or bank-owned apps, there are about 137 million merchants who participate in this ecosystem. And this is very powerful because if you compare it with the traditional digital payments platform, and I'm going to talk about cards, in the 70 years of their existence, they have about 60 million merchants globally. We have 137 million in India. Now you can very well imagine the way UPI has penetrated into the corners of the country. Now people are, all about digital payments. I've seen, my friends or my colleagues say that they have not been to an ATM for the last 4 to 5 months. So that is powerful. I think that is transformational, and that is driving the change. And we are very proud of it. Now, all this is, as I said earlier, is a factor or outcome of the collaboration. It's an industry-led effort. Of course, NPCI has been the orchestrator of it, but everybody has had a role to play in it. And some of the success factors, if I have to outline, there are internal factors that are within the four walls, and there are external factors. Now, if you have to outline the factors separately, I think in terms of the internal factors, I think there are 7, 8 things that I would have to call out here. And given this is a product kind of a centric forum, I think it's very important that we call out. My apologies if I get slightly technical. Please bear with me. But some of the things that make a difference is it's an API-driven platform, so it's easy for other players, downstream players, to integrate and touch the lives of the consumers. It is fully interoperable. That means that you can have any app on a consumer side, and merchant can have any app on the business side, and these will continue to talk to each other. So we are enabling commerce across the ecosystem. There have been platforms in past, particularly, let's say, example of telco wallets in Africa. They have been successful, but they only operate within their own ecosystem. There is no interoperability between the parallel ecosystems. With UPI in India, we have created interoperability. It is real time. So, the fund movement happens instantly for the consumers, and there is a lot of confidence that it inspires. It is very, very simplistic because for P2P, it runs on aliases, which could be as simple as your email ID. For merchant payments, it runs on the QR codes. And this is very, very simple. Gone are the days when we had to put an IFSC code, account number, and all that. You can just, know my alias, and you can just send me money. And similarly for the QR payments. While, the other important part often goes understated is that platform operates with open banking ethos. When the rest of the world, including the developed world, is thinking about open banking, we have done it here. You can simply go to any app store or Google Play Store, download any payment app for example, a Phone Pay or a Google Pay or Bheem, and do your authentication and connect to any bank account in the country, and you are ready to go. It's as simple as that, truly enabling open banking. We have multiple channel integration, be it mobile, internet, USSD. We also have it for USSD, because a lot of people, as Aarti was mentioning, in India to begin with, did not have smartphones. So we have designed for feature phone. Today, I think smartphone penetration is somewhere around 53, 54%, and it's growing. But it's for everyone. And of course, the UI, UX, very collaborative. It allows participants to drive last mile innovation. So you are actually powering the ecosystem to create for the identified as well as upcoming needs of the consumer. So that's again very beautiful, allowing innovation to happen. And all this happens in a very, very simplistic manner with multilingual capabilities. So I think these are some of the internal factors. Now, talking about the external factors, I think the most important to outline here is the RBI, our regulator, has been super progressive. They are, enabling innovation. They are empowering ecosystems. So I think that's a very, very important factor. And we have to, outline it here. The second important aspect is fintech inclusive engagement model. Today, you have businesses who are leveraging UPI's transaction data to ascertain receivable position of the merchant. Now, can you imagine the power of that? If I, as a business, knows the receivable position of a merchant, then there could be so many lending products that can be created on top of that. Some of these people were always excluded. Now, if I know the receivable position of a merchant, there is so much micro lending that can happen, which can lead to working capital finance, which can, really act as a multiplier to economic activity at the ground level. And the third important thing is we have always kept our ears to the ground. We are listening to what is the need of the consumer. We are continuously innovating. We are adding new use cases because we want to stay relevant. There is hunger to, be close to the customer. And finally, I think it's all about convenient and cost-effective merchant models, supporting the expansion of merchant network, which is continuously growing, and we are happy and proud of it because that's the bedrock for it to be successful. Finally, towards the end, I would like to summarize that we have attained amazing depth in the area of technology, in the area of operations, governance model, business know-how. We have demonstrated an unprecedented scale, which the world had not seen. And with this market traction and all, I think UPI has really proven the value, the benefit that it creates for the landscape, for the consumers, and the entire set of actors. Armed with all this, which is best-in-class technology, the business know-how, and the collaboration model, I think we are ready to engage with countries outside India. We want to partner with them to create something like UPI and customize to their own needs, customize to their own landscape. And we also have the vision of connecting these ecosystems to enable global interoperability. So that's the vision we are pursuing. That's the objective that we have in our mind. And we are very happy and proud of what we are doing. And I'm really happy to get a chance to speak with all of you and share what we are looking at. And once again, thanks for the opportunity. Aarti, that's it from me. So thank you again.
Thanks, Ritesh. And it was great to hear behind those staggering statistics across every dimension, also some of the principles that have, that have helped this ecosystem to come together and look at what are those success factors behind digital platforms. It's a nice segue into the expertise that Anirban brings, seeing this from a global lens, and also being steeped in the industry that's looking at building and scaling these digital platforms. Would love to hear from you, Anirban, what have been the experiences with the industry? Also, if you could touch upon what are the been a few challenges and how have they been overcome at the industry level?
Well, thank you, Aarti, and I thank the organizers for inviting me, and what inspiring stories from Professor Rajagopal and Ritesh around the success stories of MOSIP and UPI, truly incredible and inspiring. I can draw parallels in the industry and particularly our experience and the lessons that we have learned in building and scaling the platform. So at SAP, we build enterprise software at scale to serve companies and governments alike, right? And our strategy is to help customers transform into intelligent, sustainable enterprises. And we do that by integrating processes and intelligence. And that's truly embedded in our DNA because we help our customers serve their customers and governments to serve citizens in a delightful way. And so many of you in the call might be familiar with SAP's contributions in the ERP space with our products like R3, R2, ECC, S4HANA. And these are enterprise resource planning systems with functionalities such as finance, accounting, controlling, so on and so forth. And these systems have gone through remarkable architecture transformations over the last 3-4 decades, from mainframe to cloud native paradigms, so that we can run on-premises as well as on hyperscalers like AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and our own data centers. And we are in fact proud to say that nearly 77% of world transaction touches an SAP system. But having said that, the backbone of our intelligent enterprise strategy is our platform, which is called the Business Technology Platform. So the question is, why did we need a platform, and what were some of the learnings along the way? So around 6 to 7 years back, there were some interesting trends happening. We saw that the business application SaaS space, the market was evolving, and SAP also started acquiring a lot of companies like SuccessFactors for human resource experience management, Concur for travel expense management, Ariba for procurement, so on and so forth. And the SaaS applications were cloud ready. They ran in their own data centers, also on public cloud vendors. And they really offered a choice to our customers to mix and match SAP portfolio with third-party software vendors, even from our competitors. So the paradigm shift of moving away from a centralized, homogeneous, all-inclusive ERP stack to a distributed, loosely coupled set of intelligent enterprise applications in the cloud meant that we could no longer take things like process and data integration for granted. So that was the first challenge that we encountered. Secondly, along with SAP to SAP and SAP to third-party integrations, came the need to rapidly build, extend applications and to productize applications very rapidly by our customers and partners, because they didn't want to modify their core business processes inside the systems. And even the SaaS applications did not really allow the paradigm to modify the core processes. So the extensibility had to be done in some other place. And lastly, it was also redundant to rewrite reusable building blocks. And as Professor Rajagopalan was saying, that things like identity and access management, in our case, master data objects, data models, for instance, there was no need to kind of have replicated pieces of it lying around different places when they could be consolidated, abstracted centrally and served via well-defined APIs, right? So that's how that was the main motivation for building our platform, the Business Technology Platform, which primarily caters to functionalities like process data, integration, application development, and data management. And now with harmonized processes and data management, we have and we can offer cross-application analytics, machine learning, planning, so on and so forth as services on the tops. So I'll come to our learning and the key takeaways in the platform building journey. The first was openness, right? And although we are an enterprise company, we realized early on in our journey that we need to embrace open source libraries and open source standards, not just to accelerate our own time to value, but also facilitate interoperability, which has been the theme for both Professor Rajagopalan and Ritesh, and we have witnessed that in the industry as well. So this interoperability across SAP as well as third-party systems. So we use, again, Kubernetes as underlay, Cloud Foundry, Istio for service mesh technologies like Kafka, Spark, and the list goes on. But rather than consuming, it was also important for us to give back to the community, to contribute to open source community like Eclipse, CNCF, Apache, and also open source standards like OData, Cloud Events, Open API Initiative. The second learning was pivoting from this technology obsession to problem solving. And Professor Rajagopalan was talking about the solutioning mindset. It's also very important, very relevant for the industry as well. And being an engineer at heart myself, I also love technology, but we have to understand that the platform is an enabler of solutions and use cases, and unless stakeholders adopt and consume it, it does not really matter what latest and greatest technologies you have used. And for us, we have to go with our North Star, which is to solve the business problems and really empower our developers to build scalable and secure industry cloud applications on our platform. And the last is empowering the ecosystem, which is the theme of this panel discussion. And truly, it requires a lot of hard work and dedication and empathy towards your community. And this requires thinking in the shoes of, in our case, our application developers, understanding whether our APIs are well-defined, whether our features are well-documented, whether the use cases are differentiated with code examples that the developers can clone from GitHub, for instance, and try it for free on the platform. And the investment in hackathons, enablement sessions, continuous learning opportunities so that the community is up to speed with the latest features. And for us in the industry, whether our partners in the ecosystem have, for instance, monetization opportunities, access to customers and customer bases through app marketplaces. So those are some of the key learnings, and we are, as with our industry peers, we are also learning, and it's a continuous journey. And with that, and also conscious of the time, let me hand it back to you, Aarti, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Anirban, for bringing in that perspective from being someone who's being a company that has enabled everybody else to be able to build these platforms, and then stressing the importance of what are those building blocks and not replicating it. I would love to have a question for each of the panelists, and I would love to ask that. And while inviting questions from the audience as well, please do send it to Divya or put it up in the chat. Rajagopalan sir, you spoke a lot about the solutions and therefore needing an ecosystem of actors that can be brought onto the platform. Would love to understand more ways of bringing in these actors and developing those newer use cases. What has been your experience in bringing in a diverse range of actors onto a platform to create more of a thriving ecosystem? And if you could also touch upon the development of use cases through that process.
I think first and foremost, all actors must have trust in each other. So building the trust, because the question is that we need to actually say that a kind of collaborative work strengthens everybody. It strengthens the platform as well as it strengthens the others who are participants of the ecosystem. Eventually, as I said earlier, people would want solutions. They consume solutions, and solutions have to be, as Ritesh said, easy to use and intuitive, not much of a training and things like that. So it has to be actually as simple as what people intuitively can do. So to build such an ecosystem, you need multiple partners. And I would say that this ecosystem has, I would use the word socio-technical system. They are not merely a technology system, but you have to also have a concomitant social and cultural systems which go with that. So you need to actually work with multiplicity of partners. It could be educational institutions, as I said, we run some courses. It could be startups, as Anirban said, hackathons and other stuff which you use to invite startups to work with you. It could be reference design so that you show, it's like, for example, MOSIP is not in the payment space, and we don't want to be in the payment space. But if some country says that, can you show me a kind of a demo of a payment system in which identity layer and authentication layer is MOSIP and something else is payment, what we would do is we would put up a kind of a reference design in a sandbox, work with some payment system makers, maybe with UPI or somebody else like that, and Mojo Loop and there are some. And then we would simply say that here is a end-to-end solution, what we call as experience centers. We are now got one MOSIP experience centers in our institute here. We are building one more in Kigali in Rwanda, and we will build one in Philippines. So these experience centers are the place where people could come and experience a range of solutions that are built with many ecosystem players. The ecosystem players could be large SIs, like we have Atos of France working with us in Morocco. It could be small device manufacturers. There are people who just make fingerprint authentication device, and they are very small electronics companies. So from large to small, we work with them. We work with this. Another thing which is very important in building the trust is you must be open. Not merely the code, but the process. We must be open, saying that if, let's say, a student from an engineering college wants to build a solution, it should be available to him in a very open, him or her in a very open manner, saying how they could contribute, how they could interact, how they could benefit. And third is that, as I said, it's a socio-technical system, the social aspect, the regulatory aspect. What is the licensing policy you have? We use Mozilla Public License 2.0. What does it mean for ecosystem? How is it different from a GNU licensing system? So you have to have some kind of social aspects of building the ecosystem also ready and available, and work collaboratively. And third is, I would suggest that there must be also a semblance, there must be also some humility. The humility is very important, saying that we are not going from the top to bottom. It is not top to bottom, or we are there to give stuff to others. It's basically we are here in the business of co-creating. We have to learn as much from third-year undergraduate students as he has to learn from us. I might have in my technical team people with 20, 30 years of product management experience, architecture and design experiences, but still we need to have that humility to listen to opinion, views, etc. from the entire. And open source actually brings in that discipline and humility. The discipline to listen to this. These are some of the essential stuff to build an ecosystem, Aarti.
Thank you, sir. And it gives so much of so much riding on the whole openness, like you said, and great points around the socio-technical cultural systems to be built. Openness brings me to Anirban. So while openness, open source, open standard seem to be the underpinning behind the success of many of these ecosystems, how does that interplay with business viability? It seems to be good for the greater good. How does that interplay with business viability? And how does that also, does it foster healthy competition?
Well, that's a great question, Aarti. And to again draw parallels to the industry, I am a strong believer that open source is a force for good. And indeed, it fosters healthy competition. So as I was saying, and in this discussion, almost everyone from public to private sector are adopting open source. And if we can, and if we can manage with our resources, we should also give back and contribute to open source communities. Take for example the recent Log4j vulnerability, as many in the audience may be familiar with. It's a seemingly trivial, harmless logging library, and almost every company, every organization in the world who code in Java use it. But when the zero code exploit was found out, actually reported by Alibaba organizations, both profit and non-profit came together and offered the fix and the patch for the library. And I don't think that level of proactivity and in terms of this quick mitigation would have happened had this been a proprietary closed system. In the same way, open standards foster interoperability because of the interconnected systems and processes. And in the previous talk, Jyoti was giving very nice examples of IoT devices, gateway. There were questions on cloud systems and hyperscalers. So an IoT device from one manufacturer can talk to a hyperscaler backend, because both may talk via the MQTT, which is an open messaging standard from Oasis, right? And then both party wins in this example. Similarly, in IoT standardization space, we have the Open API initiative, and OData is such standard where Microsoft and SAP are working together to enable more RESTful constructs around service consumption. And in the cloud world, because we are discussing about that paradigm for event-driven architectures, there have been many, many messaging standardizations, but what we are also seeing that standardizations happening around metadata formats. And for instance, there is an initiative in CNCF called Cloud Events, where companies like SAP, IBM, Google, Microsoft, and many others are coming together. And why is that happening? Because we all have a shared stake towards our customers, because customers these days are multi-cloud and they're not going to accept any closed system. So indeed, openness does offer healthy interoperability and competition.
Great. Thank you so much for bringing in that perspective. Ritesh, going over to you, I mean, and with all of the points around the ecosystems being built, finally, what difference does it make to the to the life of a citizen? And I saw this in play when I was in one of the remote districts of Jharkhand, where there was a self-help group of rural women who had made a lot of handcrafted material, which for the first time found its way to the throes of corporate Mumbai in a fair where it was sold. And they remotely were able to manage it by having a UPI ID where they were able to get payments. And this was empowerment on so many levels. They had never been able to, they had never visited a bank. They didn't know what payments looked like. They had never had economic, they never seen money in their hands, right? Like, and this was the first time on all of these levels, something digital was able to enable such a real process of empowerment. So taking cue from that, making a difference to the life of a citizen, I'd love to understand what have been your experiences in, some of the ways, incentives, in some of the ways and roles that could be complementary, could be played by the ecosystem of people you can bring together, keeping the citizen impact at the center. It creates as much tensions as well as opportunities for collaboration. So how have you held that when you brought in such a large ecosystem of bankers, fintech, and so on that you had earlier, sort of described?
I think there are three to four, aspects that kind of enabled it. I think the first is the more, and that's kind of inspires a lot of trust, is that NPCI is a not-for-profit organization. And today, as of now, as we speak, there are 67 entities that are shareholders of NPCI, and these are the big state-owned banks like SBI, Punjab National Bank, big private banks like ICICI, HDFC, Axis Bank, foreign banks as well, Citi, HSBC, Standard Chartered. And as of our recent expansion, we also have young and fintech entities also being part of the NPCI's fabric. Now, when you have that kind of diverse or not-for-profit kind of outlook, that inspires a lot of trust. So that is one. The other is sponsorship from government and regulator. When people see that you are working for the digital public good of the country, then a lot of forces come to the play, and everybody is praying or enabling your success in the market. So that's again a very, very important part of it. And finally, the collaboration at an ecosystem level, when everybody has some or the other thing to win from it. So I think UPI in a way created win-win situation for the key actors, and we had a lot of these big techs coming to India and transforming the landscape. And you look at Google Pay, Phone Pay, they actually went to the last mile and got people in the ecosystem. And also the banks here in India, because the banks enjoy the trust of the consumers. So banks worked and created that kind of trust with the consumers, so people kind of flapped onto it. And so I would say it's everybody coming together, everybody seeing some value in it. is what I think is the most important part of where we are today. It's a ecosystem level collaboration. NPCI alone wouldn't have been where it is today if everybody had not come and enabled this journey. So that's what I think it is.
Thank you so much. And you've been, NPCI so wonderfully anchored that ecosystem then over the last 5 years. We have a lot of questions from our audience. So I'm going to pass it to Divya to relay some of the questions that have come in.
Thank you, Aarti. So the first question is specifically for Ritesh. It is from Vikas. So Ritesh, you spoke about NPCI orchestrating the UPI platform emergence, right? Vikas wonders if you can speak more about how NPCI was able to course apps which were using their own interfaces to sign up for one common interoperable interface. So he says that by doing so, users can multi-home and that risks their business models. How did vendors agree to sign up to one common standard?
I would like you to repeat the question. It's getting into
okay, so maybe we can take it in parts because I think it's a long question. So he says that how NPCI was able to course apps. Can you talk about this? Because course, C-O-E-R-C-E, coursing the apps.
Sorry, can you, I'm not a technical...
How did they, I think the question is around how did they get all of the other apps to agree to this one underlying standard that UPI brought in?
Okay. So, NPCI has created the UPI platform and we have used open source technology and if you are, as I said, with the proper sponsorship of the government, the regulator, if you are at the center of it, and anybody who wants to participate in the ecosystem, so you define the rules, and when people see merit in participating in the ecosystem, when they see value coming out of it, people will definitely want to adopt to it and they would want to comply with the regulations. So NPCI today is the governing body. NPCI is framing up the rules. NPCI is, looking at how quickly disputes can be resolved. NPCI is ensuring that there is a common user experience that is delivered. So when you are in that position and you are defining the rules and people who want to participate in it because they see good in participating in that, then people will follow those guidelines. It's that would be my short and simple answer to that.
Thank you, Ritesh. Yeah, that was insightful. So other questions are common for all of the panelists. We have talked about product mindset. Is there something as platform mindset as well? If yes, how would you describe it?
Okay, I will take this. As I had said to somebody that instead of talking about product, now we talk about solutions. Okay, and the solutions require a core set of enablers. Let me give you an example. You want to open a bank account. Bank wants to verify your authenticate your identity. And how do? They do a process called Know Your Customer, which is across the world. Every country, everything has a process of Know Your Customer. So there is this question of identity that comes in, whether you want to open a bank account, whether you want to procure a SIM card, whether you want to admit your child to your school, whether you want to buy rations from a PDS store, or whether you want to draw your pension, whatever be that, identity establishment is underlying. So like that, you can actually extract out core elements which goes to make a platform. Like, for example, in the conventional sense, a product would have everything, like, for example, the bank product might have, as it had when the banks adopted core banking platforms in the 1998 to 2000, banks had in the core banking platform all the tools and techniques that is required. So if you want to open a bank account, you went to that bank and they enabled you through their own platform, their own core banking system. But once you extract out commonalities among all banks require identity management. Then that identity management goes into a separate service or a platform. Then it becomes very easy for the solution providers to build. So we are not talking in terms of products now. We are talking in terms of this. What is this core principles that constitute the platform? For example, in any contract, there are basically 2 or 3 steps. There is a seller, there is a buyer, and there is an agreed price. And this contract could be for anything. So by creating and extracting this fundamental contract principles, e-commerce platforms are built, like whether it is Amazon or Big Basket or whatever e-commerce platform you can talk. The e-commerce platform itself is abstraction of the contractual solution. So that is what we would talk about. And the world has moved away from this product mindset to platform mindset in the last decade or so. You would find that, for example, even a very simple things like reserving bus or train tickets, they're all now riding on platforms. So you can have, whether it is car hailing like Uber or Ola, currently any newer service which you could even think of is mainly on the platforms and not on the products. And the mindset has now shifted, saying what is the common extractable bare minimum that a platform has to provide, and over which many people will build their solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have one more question here. How does the policy orchestration happens inside an ecosystem?
Is it for me or for?
No, this question is common for any of you can take it.
I could only speak from our experience. We work with countries outside India, Philippines and Morocco and Ethiopia. The policy orchestration happens when we start working with the government. And like, for example, I gave the example of Morocco, where there was some write-up in the local media saying, a digital identity system is not good and it will be surveillance and things like that, as it happens here. There was protest against Aadhaar. It continues to have that kind of thing. So then they set up a privacy commission. So one has to start interacting with all voices. That's what I had said in my intervention, that if you are humble enough and you have the humility, you listen to all voices, voices that support you, voices that are against you, and then try to say that what is it that they are against? Are they against a platform or they are against something else? So when you start saying that they are against surveillance, not against identity. So if you could demonstrate how your platform does not allow say surveillance, then they become actually an enthusiastic supporters of your platform. Recently, a question was posed to us of the Afghanistan Taliban taking over, saying that if some undesirable element takes over, let's say a government, then what happens to digital system in which lot of personal data is stored? Is it possible for you to do something about it? So what we have in our system is that we have a kill switch. But who will operate this kill switch and how it will be operated will depend upon the policy and our conversations with that agency and that government. And we build this. We are saying that, yes, we are aware to the danger of the digital data getting into wrong hands, and we are protecting in this fashion. And it is evolving. It is evolving system. So that's how we build that.
Sorry to kind of come in. I know we are out of 3 minutes over time, but there are 6 more questions, so we can't ask all of them, unfortunately. So sorry, but we will try and answer it offline from the panelists. Just one last question for Anirban. Is there a need for someone to regulate an ecosystem, or can we think of them as self-regulatory? What would be your recommendation?
I think it varies based on the ecosystem. I think, again, Professor Rajagopalan was giving examples of how it operates within government, public sphere. I think for private ecosystem, for a platform like ours, there would be some kind of rules of the game that are laid out by the industry, driven by standards, but also how the individual contracting processes work with the platform provider and the ecosystem, the content providers and the consumers. So I think this is a big topic. Yes, there needs to be some kind of a contract, some kind of understanding needs to be in place, but regulation, I'm not entirely sure, but that's probably kind of a heavyweight topic that we have to see for use cases and which sector we are talking about.
Got it. I know this has been an engaging discussion, such diverse and really nice perspectives from all of you. But unfortunately, we are really out of time. Thank you so much for giving this panel so much rich insights into what it takes to build, maintain, scale digital platforms, and also bring in an ecosystem with such diversity into it. Thank you for outlining so many different examples of how you work on the supply side, right from students to other merchants, bankers, and then you work with the policy and regulatory ecosystem, and also you ensure that the technological side is something that keeps weighing options around being open and look at fostering that ecosystem as well for stronger development. Thank you all so much for your time today. And with that, I will hand back to Soumya. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to have this discussion today.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Aarti. I do agree that it's a very engaging discussion, and 1 hour would not do justice to some of the insights that were being shared. But thank you very much, Aarti, for beautifully moderating the panel. And thank you to all our panelists for giving us very rich insights, be it in terms of understanding systems as not just technical systems, but as socio-technical systems, or be it in terms of how openness could promote trust and synergies across players and all that. Thank you very much. So on behalf of IMB and ISPMA, I express my gratitude to Aarti Mohan and all the other panelists, and particularly to the audience for coming up with great questions and being very engaging throughout the discussion. Thank you. Next, we have lunch break for an hour. Post lunch break, once again, both the academic and industry tracks would be running in parallel. So post lunch break, I would request the participants and audience to join the respective tracks. See you all in an hour. And learn from yesterday's workshops. We have 2 more days of the summit with a lineup of exciting events. I hope several
Hello.
Hey, hi Pramod. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon.
We'll start in 10 minutes.
Sure.
The participants are on the lunch break. But thanks for joining in.
No problem. And I'm going to set up my background image as well.
Okay.
How do I select the background that you have sent?
You need to, have you downloaded that and saved?
Yes.
Yeah, so you need to click on this start video arrow.
Yes.
There is an option, choose virtual background.
Correct. I did that.
You go in there and virtual backgrounds. You need to click on that plus icon and add image.
Okay, got it. Right.
Yep.
Haven't been using Zoom much.
Yeah.
But great. Okay, now I can find it, I think. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Background image. Select this image. Okay, I think and then it should be done. Yep. I have a green screen. Can you see me? Or no yet?
No, thank you. Video is off yet.
Well, I have selected the background, the one that I just launched. What do I do next? Studio effect.
Have you started your video? I mean, I think your video is not on. Yeah, now I can see you.
Should be okay. Great.
Hey guys, let me just check mine also. So you guys are able to see me, right?
Yes, Uttam. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon all.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
I see Dr. Yan is also here.
Yep, Jan is here. I can even turn on my camera if you want.
Yes, okay, now we can see you. Thank you so much for joining in. What time is it for you? It's 9:30 in the morning, is it?
It's 9:21. So, but you know, it's okay. I got up at 6, did my workout. I've been doing emails, so we're all good.
Excellent, excellent. Okay. So we'll wait for another like 7 minutes, and Soumya will start the introductions, and then we would continue with the panel discussion, gentlemen.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Are we live already? Because it says we're live streaming.
I think it's paused. A recording is paused.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. We completely forgot to talk about who is going to disagree with whom so that we can have a good fight, because that makes panels much more interesting.
I agree with you, Jan. I think that's really the best panel that I also remember, when people really disagree with each other. I'm really hoping that you guys will ignite some fire there.
Jan,
So I will kick some shins, so I'll see what I can do. So
that will be great.
And thanks, Jan, for prepping us before that, so we can also be ready for it.
Yes, you have to understand, I'm from the Netherlands, you know, and in the Netherlands, there's a rule. If 2 people in the same room have the same opinion, one of them doesn't have to be there. So then, sorry, I'm not, which doesn't go so well in Sweden, because Sweden is a very strong consensus-driven society, as you maybe know. So people disagreeing is typically viewed as a very negative thing, and I relish those situations. So I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and I was in Sweden, and even the Finland part of it as well. It's a lot influenced by Sweden as well. So same thing in part of the world.
Yeah, it's all part of the game. But you know, I will be polite about it though, so don't worry about it.
Well, I'm glad that we are fighting, but we are not in one room or one stage.
Uttam, I hope things in Bangalore are getting better.
It's quite crazy. Like
panel discussion members, Dharani, she mentioned like there are 30,000 record cases. Hey, hi, Harasa.
Yeah, it's quite high actually in Bangalore. It's quite scary. We had 45K, I think, yesterday. So it's growing quite a lot.
You better take care.
Yeah.
Can I ask, what is the hospitalization rate of those people? Because what we see is that
1.2 or 1.5.
1.2 or 1.5% of people that get ill have to be hospitalized?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Because we have quite a few quite high cases in Sweden. I mean, I think 20,000 a day or something like that in a 10 million country. Yeah, tested, huh? But we only have, I think, in the whole country, 110 people in intensive care. So what we notice is that people get sick, but it's not worse than the flu for the vast majority of people.
Yeah, it's the same thing over here. Yeah.
So my hypothesis is that this virus will go endemic, and we will just have to live with it just like the normal cold and a normal flu. But governments in Europe are not quite ready to accept that conclusion. And since I am a doctor, but not a medical doctor, no one listens to me. But that's how it is.
I heard that in UK they stopped wearing masks and they have completely blocked lockdown. Boris Johnson announced that.
They stopped wearing masks, and then I missed the second part.
And lockdown is over now in UK. No more lockdown.
Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't followed this. In Sweden, we never had so much of a lockdown. I've been going to the gym 6 days a week for the last 2 years. So it's been pretty good.
Okay.
I'm stronger than I've ever been, gentlemen. So if you ever want to go training with me, I mean, I'll take it.
Awesome. Awesome.
I'll quickly refill my water glass and then I'm back in a minute. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. I hope, Pramod, you had your lunch.
Yes, we had.
No, I have it late, so I'm okay to have it at 3 o'clock. It's fine with me. I have different schedules, so I get up early. I have my early calls with my counterparts, and I take a break in between. And yeah, I had my breakfast at around 10:30, 11. It's not a good habit, I know, but yeah, it's a different life cycle.
As long as it fits you and
yeah,
that's good.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. We'll be back in another 2 minutes with the session. Just thought I'll inform all the audience that, as you are aware, we have like 2 tracks running in parallel, the industry and the academic track. We are in the industry track. So audience who are interested in the academic sessions are requested to join the academic track, which has a separate Zoom link. The sessions are chaired by Dr. Bhavya PS in the academic track.
Can I ask a few data points, Soumya? How many people are participating actually?
We have about 320 plus registrations. And since morning, we have been seeing like about 200 participants overall. But that's what they have been part of various sessions, some are on and off, and yeah.
Yeah, no, of course, I understand how, we're all busy people, right? So we can't be everywhere always.
Right.
Jan, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good to see you.
Welcome to the session. And you heard it right. You are in industry track, not the academic track, for a change.
For a change, huh? Well, I spent half my life in industry and half my life in academia, so I feel at home everywhere. So I'm fine.
Absolutely, you are at home everywhere. But thanks for joining us and bringing it. And welcome to all the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and it's good to see you again.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the post-lunch sessions on the day one of the summit. So the first session in the post-lunch series is a very interesting panel discussion on the topic high availability, reliability, and scalability. We have with us Mr. Abhijit Bendagiri, who will be moderating the panel discussion. Let me take a moment to introduce Mr. Abhijit. Mr. Abhijit is the Group Product Manager at Tango RX. He is a seasoned product leader with over 14 plus years of experience in software product management in both B2B and B2C platforms for developed as well as emerging markets. Mr. Abhijit is an expert in customer-centric approach to establish growth through value proposition and innovation with product market fit by cultivating empowered product teams. Welcome, Mr. Abhijit.
Thank you, Soumya.
Next, we have some of the industry experts as a panelist for the session. First, I would like to invite Mr. Uttam Ramamurthy. Mr. Uttam is the Director and Principal Engineer at Cerner. He leads Cerner Intelligence India efforts in deploying new innovation in machine learning and artificial intelligence for Cerner clients. He also played a key role in establishing technical leadership track in India by forming the Technology Interest Group and has been leading it. Welcome, Mr. Uttam.
Hey, happy to be here. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jan Bosch. Dr. Jan is a professor at Chalmers University Technology, Sweden, and director of the Software Center, which is a strategic partner-funded collaboration between 17 large European companies and 5 universities focused on digitalization. Dr. Jan has held several leadership roles earlier. He has worked as VP Engineering Process at Intuit. He's the head of Software and Application Technologies Laboratory at Nokia Research Center. He's also the angel investor in several startup companies and runs a consulting firm. Welcome, Dr. Jan.
I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the kind introduction.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Pramod Valvekar. Mr. Pramod is the Principal Group Software Engineer Manager from Microsoft India, Hyderabad. He has over 25 years of industry experience developing software products and designing enterprise scale services. In his current role, Mr. Pramod's primary focus is to ensure safe and secure release of various Microsoft products to the customers worldwide. Welcome, Mr. Pramod, to the panel discussion.
Hello, thank you for the welcome.
So we could have about 45 to 50 minutes for the discussion and take last 10 minutes for question and answers from the audience, if any. So I request the audience to direct the questions to Manisha. We have with us Manisha here, who is a doctoral student in information systems at IIM Bangalore. So Manisha will handle all the questions and she will direct it to the panelist. Now I request Mr. Abhijit to take over. The floor is all yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Soumya, for the lovely introductions. I hope my audio visuals are pretty clean and you can hear me well.
Yes, your audio is clean and yeah, we can hear you well.
Perfect. So good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome you again to the SPM Summit 2022 post-lunch event. I know for the matter of fact, with my own experience, it's usually hard to attend a complex topic like this at hand, especially post-lunch, right? But we'll make sure that with the experience and the expertise of our elite panel members, we'll keep it as engaging and we'll keep you awake. And you will get a lot of key takeaways from the session. We'll try our level best for that. I'll take a minute to acknowledge and thank you, Professor Sadagopan, Professor Hara, ISPMA, the entire SPM committee, and then the IIM Bangalore fraternity, friends and leadership for organizing this event and making this event happen. I also hope and wish a bigger, better, and a brighter 2022 for each one of us. And I look forward to more such events to learn from the thought leaders like you all, right? On that note, I'll get to the topic. And as you know, the topic at hand is around high availability, reliability, and scalability of products and platforms from business and the customer's perspectives. And I believe this is whatever we have been discussing so far over the last couple of days or 1.5 days of this conference. It's a natural and a logical segue from the topics done so far, where some of the speakers like Professor Sadagopan, Professor Rishi, Dharani, and pretty recently Professor Rajgopalan and Ritesh highlighted the gold rush of the data part the companies are going behind, and how it's changing and getting more complex day by day, right? We also touched base upon, if you were there in the previous sessions, around the openness and the interoperability piece. And as Hans and even Professor Rajgopalan insisted and focused that we're moving from a product-based mindset to a platform-based mindset, I think it's incomplete without the considerations of high availability, high scalability, and reliability considerations into whatever platform that you're building in, right? And though it seems a very tech-heavy topic, as it sounds like, we'll try to break it down a little further, and we'll make sure that the product builders and the SPMs, both aspiring and practicing, they understood it well, they understand it well, and while we go after this session, we go back and start building our own products and platforms. Though we aim for usable, durable, desirable, and viable products, the concepts of high availability, reliability, scalability remain at the core of it. That's what we believe should be the outcome of it. And in my experience, one of the critical areas where a lot of product organizations, services fail to deliver value is being sustainable with true availability, right? On this note, I'd like to quote Alan Kay. He is one of the famous American scientists. And he says, the internet was done so well that most people think of it as a natural resource like the Pacific Ocean, rather than something that was man-made. He further says that when was the last time a technology with a scale like that was so error-free? And it's so true, right? If you go back and look at how the world is changing and how we are using these smart devices, internet, even the kids have been using it so seamlessly. The systems are changing so rapidly and done with so error-free kind of a mindset. A lot of applications today, most of them are data intensive as opposed to compute intensive. What this means is like the raw CPU power is rarely a limiting factor for these applications nowadays. The bigger problems, as Dharani also mentioned, is the volume of data, the complexity of the data, and then the speed at which this data is changing. As a product and an organization, and a team, we go back and start designing and building these data systems for the consumers and for the business. A lot of tricky questions will arise, and they still arise. Like, how do we ensure that the data remains correct and complete when the systems go wrong internally, right? How do we provide consistently good performance to our clients, to our business, even when certain parts of the systems are degraded? How do we scale to handle an increase in the load? In this panel discussion, we'll focus on three major concerns and components which critically are important for most of the software data systems, which are availability, reliability, and scalability. Every term out here has its own meaning and its own importance, and we'll try to deep dive with our esteemed panel members today. With that, please accept my warm welcome, Dr. Yan, who joined us from Europe, and he brings a lot of value from both academia and product consulting viewpoints. Uttam and Pramod joining us from Cerner and Microsoft respectively, and they will bring a lot of expertise and SME as product practitioners. Happy to have you at the SPM Summit, gentlemen, and which is powered by SPM and Bangalore.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Happy to be part of it.
Great to be here.
Thank you. So with that, let me start with the first discussion point, and I'll start with Yan out here. Let me start with the system availability or the high availability piece, right? So Yan, before the internet, and this is what I have experienced myself, right? Before the internet or the e-commerce or these online services boom, the concept of availability for me or for the general public and the consumers was restricted to the business hours of the brick and mortar shops, right? So the services were considered to be available as long as the lights were on and the doors were open, right? So Yan, if you could help us out with your thoughts and importance around systems availability and why every product builder should consider it all the time. And after you, will pass it on to Uttam and Pramod for their thoughts.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Abhijit. That's a great question, and I think really good to start with. I think that everyone understands, because we are here in a product management forum, that in the end we are concerned with the customer, And if a product or system or solution is not available, I mean, clearly we don't even have anything to offer to the customer. So we will not create any value for customers. So I think that that's obvious. In my experience, because I work a lot with the embedded systems industry, we haven't really had the office hours availability as being sufficient. For instance, if you look at telecommunications, those systems are expected to be online all the time. And I think that Ericsson, one of the companies that I work with quite a bit, has always focused a lot on availability. And typically they focus on 5 nines or 6 9, even 6 nines, but typically it's a 5 9 access availability level. What I notice is, however, and this is, I think, important to share here, and then I can give the floor back to you. Every industry and every technology goes through a number of stages. And in the first stage, we are really struggling to achieve the availability that we're looking for. And that's when these kind of topics become very, very important. Once we reach a certain level of maturity, then availability becomes more of a commodity feature, or we know how to do it. And what I've seen is that in some industries, we go over the top. And for those of you, I mean, I'm old enough that the first television that I owned still had these glass tubes in them instead of transistors. And the darn thing was 18 years old. And I've so desperately wanted to have a new television that was a bit more modern, but the darn thing wouldn't break. And I was too cheap as a Dutch to actually buy a new and modern television. So clearly that television had been over-engineered from a reliability perspective because it typically was too good for its purpose. Yeah, it was only intended to be I only wanted the TV for 5 to 7 years, but that TV was built to last like 30 or something. I mean, it was indestructible. I think even a nuclear blast wouldn't have destroyed it, to be honest. Yeah, so that's, I think, the notion that we're now in the stage where availability, especially in 24/7 online businesses, where there's a lot of data being generated, we need data pipelines in place. We need to focus a lot on availability. And that's why I think this is such a valuable panel, because you're raising such an important question. What I do want to stress, though, is rather than building systems that are intended to always be available, yeah, I always get the perfect data, I always can rely on the data streams working, I always can rely on connectivity working. What we do need to insert is what I typically refer to as a form of robustness, so that when things break, we are able to roll back or at least continue to operate the system. So one of the things that we've done in our research, for instance, is to put real-time data checks in data streams so that we are continuously in real time validating that the data that flows through a pipe basically is still within the expected specifications. So you can see things like missing data in fields, or you can see that statistical distributions are starting to shift, or things like that. And that kind of robustness is something that I think we need to look into, or make sure that we have solutions in place to make sure that we can ensure high availability even if components in the system break. Now, I think I filled my slot, so I will shut up for a little bit and give the floor back to you.
No, we thank you so much, Jan. We need to hear a lot more from you. There are a few additional questions wherein you can take this conversation forward with those. I'll definitely pass those on to you. But that reminded me, before I pass it on to Uttam, your example of television, since you come from the Nordic region, reminded me of Nokia, wherein that phone I was using for so long a time. I'd never thought of like that phone not working as expected. So that's a different story altogether. But yeah, thank you so much for your thoughts. Uttam, coming to you with the thought of systems availability. And I know for the fact that you work with this critical healthcare applications, right? Which even becomes more important. And for those of you who don't know, around, Jan mentioned about 5 nines and 6 nines, it's 99.999 or 99.9999% of the times the system is available. As you look at in your systems, Uttam, where do you see the importance of availability, specifically from the healthcare point of view?
Yeah, thanks, Abhijit. I think I've been in healthcare for a decade right now, and the first thing which always comes to me is personal. Healthcare is always personal, right? Like the impact of healthcare is virtually with everyone. Everyone has gone through some kind of care at different times at different levels, right? So that's the first thing which comes directly when I'm talking to you, talking about availability. Relating back to what you just said, right? Specifically in healthcare, on a lighter note, I can't plan myself to get sick between 9 to 5, right? That's not how the system works. I can get sick at any point of time and I need the care 24/7. So availability in healthcare is not even an option. It's the thing that's needed across. There is no other side of it as to how and where we want to look at it. So I think you brought about other thinking is about the system thinking. It's very critical. I think COVID-19 was an eye-opener for us. I'm going to take this example quite a lot because there's a lot of learnings which has come out of COVID-19. It has virtually changed the way the care is going to get provided in the future. That means the innovations which are happening at all levels and specifically about how the care is provided is totally different. So if I just put an example into this context, imagine yourself having broken your leg and you are in an ER, right, at 12 in the night, and you are lucky to have reached a hospital, and the basic expectation is that you have all the tools and services available for you that can provide the care at the right time, which is needed for you. So I can keep on talking about multiple examples, but just about that is it's never an option for us in healthcare. It's something, it's part of the system thinking which comes with that. That means to say that every new product, every new service which we have to develop and deploy it across has to have that consideration. And availability, I think Ian just touched about it, that it comes together with multiple parameters, right? Reliability, scalability, and the other factors which go with that. So it's a combination of all these things which needs to come together to provide the right care at the right time. So I can't stress more about how important it is at the healthcare, but yeah, that's the overall gist about how I see. And I think the stressing point about here is that we cannot predict how and when we get sick. So that's the key point we need to keep in mind with healthcare and keep moving on that. So it's very critical for us with the healthcare part of it.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, well said, Uttam. I mean, I have some next question to you around, you mentioned it's embedded into the healthcare systems as such, but when we move forward, we will touch base on it a little further. Let me quickly get into Pramod. Pramod, do you have any additional thoughts around what has been added around availability by Jan and Uttam? Anything you want to add?
I think they have underlined and highlighted the need of any system, any service, any platform that has to be there. These days, we don't operate in 9 to 5, neither do we operate from 12 to 12 or any kind of mode. It's 24/7. Our services are global, our businesses are global. People wanting to do any kind of business, e-commerce is booming. They feel free to get up at night and order whatever that they want to order, right? So it is definitely can't think about anything by less than 24/7. It's a new norm, having the great availability. The business that I come from in Microsoft, we used to do builds and product releases every 3 years. Well, what has happened in the last decade or so with all the agile world, the world is moving towards agile, the product generation, and with all the automation, the builds of the products gets even faster. So my job at Microsoft is to release Microsoft bits and Microsoft products to global customers. One of the steps is to how do we automate the entire infrastructure, and nobody is going to stop creating or putting a build. It's all happening on the fly automatically, and automation is kicking in. That means we cannot afford to have our services run only for a particular time. It's 24/7 as well. So availability is a critical thing. I can go and talk about how do we implement it and design it and blah, blah, blah. But I'll keep that part for the later discussion. If there are any interest, we can talk about it. But I think it is already summarized well. Availability is a key aspect for any software product. And going back to Ian's example about the TV, I still remember, my parents still have a refrigerator that they have purchased when I was 10 years old. And it's still working and it's still being used.
Excellent. Then we'll get into the details around the infrastructure costs and things like that, and what exactly as a product builder community we need to think about. But let me quickly jump into as a logical segue into the next topic of reliability, right? And it's not like a system is available, which means a system is reliable, right? There is always some kind of confusion, which I have seen between the terms of reliability and availability. Right? In my opinion, both these terms have different meanings. They serve different purposes and can incur different costs to maintain a desired standard levels. Right. So that's my personal thought. Pramod, I'd like you to take it forward with what do you think around availability and its reference with reliability, and more focus on reliability maybe.
Absolutely. So as we just discussed about availability, I think both availability and reliability are the key important things for any platform or any system or any service. I will be using these terms, systems or service or application or platform, interchangeably, just to make sure that it applies to any software that we develop, right? Having a 24/7 availability is a basic, as we just discussed about it, it's given. We can't afford to have platforms which are not available, as we just talked about it. But what does reliability mean, right? When we talk about reliability, it is the ability of the system to recover from failure, right? Ian mentioned about it a while ago, where we can't expect that the system will last and will continue to work forever, right? Like the refrigerator that I just talked about. Our systems are bound to change. There are so many components, there are so many layers in between, starting from the hardware to network to across the region connectivity, and then obviously the system components itself and things like that. So there is bound to happen that at one point of time there will be a system failure or a component failure. Then what does reliability talks about is how do you respond to that, right? What is your ability of the system to respond to these failures and to come back up immediately, right? So that's what it is. Coming back is bouncing back is what the ability of the system is, how we will measure the reliability. And the goal of the resiliency is, again, if the availability for a user is given, then reliability is something that we have to think about. When I say availability for the user or for the system is given, I'm really talking about assumptions that are inbuilt there, that there are cloud platforms that are available which are giving you 999 or 59's availability or more than that availability. They are already claiming that is available. Now you are developing your systems and services on top of those platforms, but you got to think about those. You can assume that availability is given by the platform, the cloud platforms, but your systems needs to be defining and designing for this reliability, better reliability. I'll just give you an example of what kind of things that will go is about really understanding where the failures happen. So failure point needs to be defined appropriately. We need to have the appropriate level of alerting mechanisms in our platforms that will trigger that, oh, there is a failure. First of all, it needs to get notified, right? And then basically once the failure happens, it needs to get gracefully handled. So it just cannot just throw an error message to the user or anything like that. And then you need to ensure that it is gracefully handled at the particular component level. By handling an error at the component level, what I also mean is that you then need to understand how you can get over with that failure, which means that you need to have an ability to either correct the failure or let the system heal on itself, or someone to go and fix the system. But you as a component or the service owner should continuously retry. So there has to be a retry logic built into the system so that the components can eventually succeed, right? And this is what the reliability number will give us to. And then obviously a lot about reliability depends on what is the load patterns or the volume of data or volume of service requests coming onto your system. But that will also define how your system is reliable. So failure points, having right alerting mechanism, handling those alerts or failures appropriately, and then ensuring that you have a successful load pattern. These are the points which will define a system as the best fault tolerant system. So that's what reliability is, and that's how we should be thinking about and defining and designing.
Excellent. That's powerful, and as you rightly mentioned, Pramod, like it's not just the responsibility. A lot of times I have seen that, hey, Azure is not available, and that's where the systems are not working. AWS is not available, and systems are failing. It's the responsibility of not just the cloud provider, it's also the responsibility internally to make your own code and service and whatever infrastructure that you're building on top of that platform is also reliable, right? And that made me think about, and before I come to Jan, this is a very straight question and require a lot of help from you, Jan, on this, wherein it reminded me of a watermelon effect concept, right? Wherein outcome versus output kind of a thing, wherein it's the system is available and reliable, but it doesn't fit this customer's needs, right? It's like a watermelon, like it's red inside, bad inside, but good outside. Some people call it as a lipstick on the pig and things kind of that, right? So what from your perspectives are some of the measurement metrics to not get into that watermelon effect, and how would you separate out these two parameters? I think there should be certain different success metrics or measurement metrics for availability and scalability, right?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for that. It's, I think, a great point. I mean, we can look at the academic definitions. I mean, mean time between failures is typically what is considered to be reliability. Availability is the percentage of the time that the system is up. Yeah. But those are, I think, quite simplistic when you think about availability and reliability. I mean, one of the things that I wanted to pick up on Uttam's point about you cannot plan when you're being sick. Now, I work quite a bit with Siemens Healthineers, and what I notice is that, and Pramod was into this as well, many companies are moving towards forms of DevOps, yeah, where also systems in the field are updated on a very regular basis, including medical systems, cars, automotive systems, telecom systems, etc., etc. And there we have a very interesting situation where it's typically acceptable to have planned downtime for systems. Yeah, if I work in a hospital, I have 10 X-ray machines. During the night, typically at most 1 or 2 are being used. So it's okay if I go and do upgrades to 5 of them during the night, and during the time of the upgrade, that X-ray machine is not available. That's okay, because when people get ill, yeah, you typically have 2 types. You have the emergency care, for which you need immediate access to equipment, but you also have more traditional care where you basically plan the visit to a doctor or an operation or an investigation or something like that. The same is true, for instance, if you look at Volvo trucks. They are the worst case situation for a fleet owner of that owns trucks, or a logistics company, is a truck on the side of the road. Yeah, I'm not sure if you see that in India, but it happens in Sweden, yeah, where a truck basically breaks down. And that's awful because it's very expensive, it delays the delivery, etc., etc. So then I have unplanned downtime. So what now a lot of companies in the logistics and truck space do is they try to schedule maintenance intervals where you go for predictive or preventive maintenance so that you replace the parts that are likely to break during a regular scheduled service. And if you bring that back to availability and reliability, yeah, then basically I want reliability during the hours of operation, but I accept planned downtime and maintenance during those downtimes. And I think it's important to distinguish those two. In software systems, of course, there is the notion of, yes, platforms need to be available 100% of the time. I mean, you were talking about AWS or Azure or whatever. But to be honest, typically we do see a pattern of a load pattern during the 24-hour cycle. And there are times where I can get by with a smaller number of servers, yeah, because of course these are all scaled systems, and I can then do things to the servers that are not offline. So I think it's a bit, we should be careful not to oversimplify the problem. We actually have more flexibility and more freedom than what we think in the reliability and availability space. And in the end, it is making sure that the system is available to customers when they actually want to use it. Now, and there we see the cycle. And then one final point before I give the word back to you. You were talking about the lipstick on the pig problem, which is a typical product management question, it's very easy as engineers to get carried away on, let's take availability to the extreme, or let's take reliability to the extreme, or whatever, without realizing that the system is actually not delivering the value that customers are looking for. Yeah, and then it's much more important to focus your energy on deep customer empathy, understanding what makes sense to customers, running A/B tests in order to measure what makes sense, what realization of a certain feature is better, using multi-armed bandits if you want to go a little bit more advanced, or use approaches to reinforcement learning in order to test what realization of functionality is delivering the most value for customers. Because in the end, availability and reliability are part of a whole palette of value delivery to customers. And I think that we have to make sure that we do not focus on one thing at a time, but rather that we take it all in a holistic perspective. Abhijit, you look like I just hurt your feelings. Did I?
My feelings?
Yes?
No.
It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. But sorry for my bad sense of humor.
No. I love that. I mean, the kind of things which even took my thoughts further is in terms of, when do customers expect your systems to be available and reliable? Right? If customers are not expecting it 24/7, if it is just a work day, they're not expecting to use it over the weekends or on the holidays, then probably you don't need to measure that and include that in the overall measurements. Of course, you need to measure that. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but when you actually track it on a regular basis, probably you can skip that or discount that for some period of time, and focus on only the outcomes that the customers are expecting and the business is expecting, right? Excellent. Uttam, any thoughts on that?
I think these were great talks here. I think there's no question about the importance of availability and reliability. But one lens which I want to bring in is, in the current product ecosystem, what we have, right? Like, we are not talking about just one product or one service, right? Even in healthcare, when we deal with it, we deal with multiple systems coming together to formulate one product. So all the things which you talked about, availability and reliability, is so important in this whole ecosystem. Each one can impact a wide variety of workflows that we are working on it. So it's very important for us to keep this in our mind as to how we are looking at it. That's the reason I keep coming back to system thinking, because let's say that with availability, if I put a SLI of 5 nines at the top level API, it internally is consuming 3 other APIs, right? They need to have a better SLI, which is going to support the high level SLI, which is actually working on it. It is not just about different products coming together. Now, every device and products are interconnected, at least in healthcare. To provide the same care, we have the device data coming in, we have the service. So mainly, I'm talking about product, hardware, all software and hardware coming together to actually create one meaningful product, which we are providing as a service. So the way in which we understand the availability and scalability needs to be a little bit tweaked there, so that it changes with the new ecosystem that we are building, and it's not just one product. So I feel that is a very big shift which is happening, and we are building systems towards that. And that comes back to the core thing is the user experience, right? That's what we are trying to bring, and no one product can suffice that in the current world. So there is multiple systems which will come together, form an ecosystem, and produce value to the consumers of it. And in that ecosystem, availability and reliability is like way important as to how they all work together. So that's just another lens I wanted to add with what we just talked about with that.
Perfect. It brings to the core essence, as we all are aligned in terms of the product management professionals, or any product builder for that matter, should consider these concepts at the core when they start building any new product or they start enhancing an existing product. So it's very critical, not just from the engineering or architectural point of view. The core kind of outcome is for the customer and for the business. So it's almost 33 minutes and we haven't talked about any numbers, any statistics, and that's surprising. But let me put those numbers before I move to the next question. From an enterprise perspective, downtime maps directly to the revenue streams and dissatisfied users, right? So while the calculations vary across organizations, the average may cost around $9,000 per minute according to the recent survey. And for organizations and companies as large as Amazon, the cost of systems downtime is as high as $13 million per hour. That's huge, right? And Amazon also observed that, and this is specifically from the consumer's perspective, as Jan, you were stressing on that 100 milliseconds, a milliseconds increase in the response time that the consumers get, they reduce sales by 1% for Amazon, and a 1 second slowdown that happens, it reduces the customer satisfaction, the NPS or a CSAT by 16%. So there are so much implications of this. But this scale of business and customers' costs and losses, what certain measures of preventive actions we need to carry on a regular basis? Let's start with Uttam this time. So Uttam, how do you see this? And if you have any examples or any kind of explanations on this, how do you consider this losses?
Yeah. So this is one of my focus area in my current role also, is that how do we build a good observability by monitoring across the whole ecosystem, which is going to support us to be proactive than being reactive. So that's the theme which we are building. And I think that answers the high level question about what we are doing and what needs to be done there. It's very easy to put that in one statement. It's a very difficult thing to actually implement that. So from an example point of view, I think we have many. Let me talk about one, right? A physician workflow. Like, again, I'm sticking to my healthcare examples. I think that's where I can explain it better. So if I just take an example of a physician, right, who is meeting a patient, right? What does it involve? He uses his devices. He has a software with which he interacts. So if I'm talking about a single clinical workflow, which might have 2 devices, 5 components with which he's interacting, which internally talks to 10 services, which internally may be dependent on databases of different systems. So this is a typical workflow which we talk about it. And a physician normally takes around 10 minutes to complete this workflow, let's assume. So what this derives the value is, he can look at 20 patients in a day, right? Just putting some numbers, random numbers to it. So now let's look at the impact, right? Like now I'm talking about reliability issue coming in, or we have a network issue which is creeping in slowly. So now the response time of these APIs, instead of being 1 second, let's say it starts to creep into 1.2 seconds, right? It creeps up the hierarchy. So slowly, for one physician, the 10 minutes may be 10.1, for example, right? 10 minutes, 10 seconds. It's not a big impact. He can still see 20 patients per day. Now let's put scale into this whole picture. So now this tool, which I'm talking about, is consumed by thousands of physicians across different locations. So the same creep, which I talked about for 2 seconds, may exponentially increase with the number of users who are using it and the kind of workflows which are getting integrated with that. So now what is the output of it? The same physician takes 12 minutes to finish the workflow with 1 patient. So what does this lead to? This leads to him looking at 18 patients per day instead of 20 patients per day. So if this problem is not detected at an early stage and it is allowed to creep up at a higher scale, we are looking at a degradation in the number of patients and the kind of care we are providing for it. So when this happens at scale, what is the direct impact? With less number of patients they're looking at it, it's directly hitting the revenue of the care providers, which are the hospitals. When the hospitals get impacted, who gets impacted? The service providers, right? So it's a linear chain where all these things are interconnected, and it's very difficult to remove each one of them. So if you look at the kind of the core verticals that we are looking at it, availability, scalability, reliabilities are always at the top. And I always want to tie it back to the consumer, the client at the end. So the biggest loser in this is the patient, because he's not having the kind of experience or the care that is expected from the system, the ecosystem which we are talking about, which involves everybody, which is going into it. So when that gets impacted, the patient stops to come to the hospital again. And again, it hits the revenue, and again, it comes back to everybody. So everything is interconnected to where we are looking at it. So it's very critical for us. And again, I'll put the lens back as to how the systems are all connected together. right? Like we use different software. So we have a cloud provider, we have a service provider, we have different tools, devices which use a different kind of API which gets integrated to the workflow part of it. So the system thinking is very important for us as to how these things come together so that we can identify the right problem statements which we are looking at it. The reason I talked about observability is in this kind of a complex systems, we have to go through a phase manner. We call it as MVPs, right? The first one is we need to identify the clear assets across different systems that needs to be observed. Then we need to start tagging it that we get the insights from what we are actually capturing, not just the data points, what we are getting from it. The third one is we use the insights to make some actionable outputs from that. And the last one is to have a continuous visualization of how the different systems are performing at different places. So if I have these 4 things put together, I have a good observability system put into place where I can be reactive and keep the systems at the levels of what is expected based on the SLIs that I'm defining for the SLOs. So that way I feel that I can be proactive and I can provide a solution which is bringing the right client value to the consumers there.
You nailed it. You nailed it. Thank you so much. The only thing that I would like to add, of course, you mentioned it around the patients. The patient might not come to the same hospital again. That's the denial of care for the patient as well. If today I'm seeing 20 patients, I'm seeing 18 patients the next day, then the rest 2 patients, I'm denying the care for them. So it directly impacts the healthcare overall as well. Thanks, Uttam. Yeah, and I mean, this is getting interesting, and I would like to add a very straight forward question to you. Is this ever possible to achieve 100% reliable and available service? As Uttam was saying, it should always be there. As we started up with the first discussion point, that it's embedded into healthcare systems, for example. Is it even possible? And if not, then what should be the companies or organizations target for that?
Oh my gosh. I think it's a bit of a leading question, Abhijit, because I think it's obvious that in life, nothing has 100% certainty. According to the Americans, the only things that have 100% certainty is death and taxes. But I think you all know the saying. So obviously, no system can have 100% uptime or availability. What I wanted to come back to, if you allow me, is the metrics that you used in the opening of your question. I mean, I have them here in the document because you shared some stuff before we started, but a downtime cost of $9,000 a minute, 13.22 million an hour, the effect of slowdown, etc., etc. I want to remind everyone that most people in this call are probably not working for Amazon or any of those large companies. Yeah, so that the implications for your organization may actually be different than what they are for these kind of large companies. And we worked a bit with a company that is similar to the company that Pramod is working at, where we looked at a certain search engine, and they have basically a value model in place, a hierarchical value model, where they can actually quantitatively measure the impact of feature level or lower level system level factors on the business KPIs. Yeah, and how do they do that? Well, what you actually do is you can run experiments. You can, if you have a large enough customer base, what you can do in the case of a search engine, you have to translate this to your own industry, is you take, say, 0.1 per mil of your customers and you give them a slower search. You intentionally slow down the search for them, and then you measure what is the impact of that slower search on that 0.1 per mil of your customer base. So you can actually build quantitative data around the importance of these kind of things, because otherwise you very easily get a kind of urban myth situation in your organization where everyone says, oh, we have to have better reliability because the customer cares about it. Until you have actual data, you don't know, right? So I think that that's the first thing to think about. I mean, one of the interesting things is that if we go back to Uttam's example, if the response time is 100 for the doctor is 100 milliseconds slower than what it used to be, will that really stop the doctor from seeing 20 patients a day? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe there are other things. Now, then having translated that, having agreed on what is actually required from an availability perspective, there are all kinds of solutions, technical solutions that we can put in place. Yeah, you were mentioning Nokia in the beginning. Yeah, if you turned on your Nokia mobile phone, which I know was big in India in the 90s and early 2000s, yeah, the point is you think that after 20 seconds you can use your phone because the screen comes up and it's all visible, etc., etc. But most people don't realize is that the phone is actually busy for another 2 minutes after that to boot all kinds of background processes. But you never realize that because as a user, you think, the phone is up and running. I can be called and I can call, right? Another great example is, I think you all know Amazon, you all know Rotten Tomatoes. I think the website that gives you indications of movies, how well they are received. Amazon wanted to integrate Rotten Tomato ratings on their website for movie buying. Yeah, it turns out that the API that Rotten Tomatoes offered was way too slow and couldn't handle the scale that, which is one of the topics that is coming up. Yeah, that couldn't handle the scale that Amazon had. So what Amazon basically did was they did a full replication of the Rotten Tomatoes database that they basically in the background kept up to date with Rotten Tomatoes. And then and pardon the word Rotten Tomatoes, but that's the way it names the website. I cannot help it. I don't like Rotten Tomatoes, but in any case, so Amazon had its own fully replicated copy of the website, of the database in order to serve their own customers at the time and response rate that they needed to have from that part of the system. And especially in web-based systems, what you often see is that when you click on the page, it looks like the page comes up, poof, like that. But if you really look carefully, there are all kinds of things that build up as you are sitting there staring at the page, because smart product managers, like the people in this call, they know which things have to run first, and I need to give the good experience to the user, and which things can run slower and then pop up over time. And it's important to be smart about this and not be about everything has to be on the screen in 0.48 seconds. Now, what it is, you need to show very fast responses to the first things, and then you can, run a few things at a lower pace. And that then gives the experience that customers are looking for. So is it 100% availability feasible? No, but there are very good solutions that allow you to come very far. I mean, in the systems of systems discussion that Uttam was mentioning, you can have all kinds of buffers and filters and replications and other kinds of solutions in place to get higher than what the system as a whole would otherwise be able to accomplish. Yeah, so you can do that. But the second part is, as a product manager, you have to understand what is actually the most valuable to customers. Yeah, because those person weeks of effort or those agile team sprints that you put into availability will not go into building other functionality that might be even more valuable for them. And that's where I believe data-driven decisions are so important. Now I'll stop here because I got on my soapbox for a minute there. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you so much. And this is turning out to be a availability, reliability masterclass. But I'll quickly promote, do you have any kind of, we see this intensive data road applications in terms of what Jan and Uttam both mentioned and the stats that we have seen to support the customer satisfaction. Any thoughts on that very quickly before we jump onto the scalability piece?
I'll just keep it very brief. As both Ian mentioned, what you need to look for is what your customers are really using. And for that, you need to have an agreement with the customer. And in certain cases with the e-commerce websites, there is no agreement. But when we talk about systems and components with each other, as Uttam was mentioning earlier, there is oftentimes, and he alluded to SLOs and SLIs, the service level objectives and indicators and whatnot. So really getting clearer, and this is what Ian was also talking about, is really getting clearer about what those should be and figuring out about whether we are meeting our reliability within those SLO numbers or not. See, your system could be available 100% of time. Your system could be reliable in the sense that it is supposed to do what it's supposed to do and it is doing it. But then is it doing it in the time that we have agreement about, right? Is it doing, what is the latency period, for example, to serve a particular request, right? If it is breaching that latency, if your SLOs are going for toss, then the system I don't consider it as a reliable system. I mean, it may serve ultimately. The request may come through with all the faults and failure, overcoming with all those. It may still come and serve you the request, but still it is not done the job properly because it is breaching the SLOs. So that is one aspect. And then the other aspect that I liked about what Uttam mentioned is about really putting the observability in the sense that understanding the data. In order to have that, we got to have the right level of telemetry in place, and then obviously the good amount of visualization, data visualization on top of that to understand how the system overall works. Right? We work in a very complex environment with lots of moving parts, with lots of subsystems and services that can go bad. In all of this, as a product manager, if I'm not thinking it through and I'm not allowing my developers to build those rich dashboards that will help me detect the problem and troubleshoot the problems, then it is not going to help the product ultimately. So I'll say that those two things, and I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Pramod. I quickly want to jump into the scalability of the system. I don't want to leave that topic behind because we haven't talked about that much, though, like Pramod, you touched base upon it. But in my opinion, like even if a system is working, as you said, is available, it's working reliably today, that doesn't mean it will necessarily work reliably in the future as well, right? And that's where we discussed when we started off that the change in the data, its complexity, the volume, it's kind of one of the common reasons of the degradation of the system. So Jan, we'll start with you on this. What are your thoughts and views on scalability? How do like organizations and product leaders specifically from both business and tech should plan for this? At what stage? And probably we can come at the stage piece a little later, because what I see is like when you're at an MVP stage, when you're at an enterprise company, the thoughts and the processes might be a little different, but we could start with the scalability, general kind of thoughts from your end.
You want a controversial statement? It is highly overrated. How's that? Okay, let me give a serious answer.
It's interesting.
There are 3 stages in this line of any company. If you talk about I know in India, startups are very, very popular. And there are lots of people spending time on that. And I'm an angel investor. So if you have an interesting idea, do reach out, because I may be interested in learning more about your business. But and that was my little pitch, I just got it in there. In the early stages, as a startup, you're in the nail it stage. You're trying to figure out what solution would resonate with a sufficiently large customer base. At that stage, scalability means nothing. Yeah, because typically you're looking at 5 or 10 or maybe 50 customers, and building a solution that can serve that customer base is trivial. Yeah, you can do it with one hand tied behind your back while drunk and sleep deprived. I mean, then scalability is not a concern. Of course, we don't drink alcohol, nor are we ever sleep deprived, but that's a different story. Then the second is you hit the scale it stage. You've hit something, and then the customer base starts to grow. Yeah. And then the idea is that you invest just enough in scalability such that you can serve, but the majority of your resources should still go into building functionality, just pure functionality that will enrich your solution for your customers. That has to be the most important thing. Then, if you're lucky, and I worked with a Dutch company in the hotel booking space, which some of you may have heard of. It starts with a B, yeah, and ends on Oeking, but I will not, this is recorded, so I will not mention the name, but I mean, they hit the tornado. And that means that they were growing so fast that any dollar not invested in scalability was actually detrimental to the business. That the largest return on investment of any R&D effort you could do in the company was scaling the company. And they did all kinds of crazy things. Yeah, if you think you knew your database class, I can offline tell you a few stories about how you can create much larger databases by multiplying all the different tables in your database, basically getting single entries so that you can increase this response time of searches. Yeah, those are the kinds of things that this company went through. Every R&D hour that existed in that company for a long time went into one thing and one thing only, and that was scalability. But what I'm trying to say is scalability is not a generic, it's always better issue. You really have to understand where your business is, and building more scalability into your system than what you need at this point in time is wasteful. And you should have spent that time building other stuff that adds more value to customers. Now, is that controversial enough?
I think it might
or
be.
Is that logical?
Uttam and Pramod. So Pramod, I'll pass it on to you. I mean, what are your thoughts on a zerification of this product idea and about the scalability?
Well, I'll say this. First of all, those who are on the call learning more about this, and those who are in the startup business, I wish all of you to have this kind of a problem. Meaning, I wish you success, that your services will go, skyrocket like this, and you will have the problem that Ian just talked about scaling your services. But yeah, I think one thing I'll say is there is, understanding where your service is currently is very, very important, because if you were to focus too much on the scalability, then you are going to impact your reliability as well. I'll tell you what I mean. I just tell you some numbers. For example, when you have 1 million requests, for example, then you can have, or you can afford to say, for example, 100 requests go bad or fail, and still, your reliability is 4 nines, right? You can say that, okay, from 50,000, that 50,000 requests, if that are coming, then your number of failures comes down drastically to 5, right? But then if you scale to 1 billion requests, then you can afford to have 100,000 requests go bad, the request failing, basically 100,000 requests, and still your reliability is at 4 nines. So you can take pride in that. Hey, I saw 1 billion requests, and then I have 4 nines. Well, fantastic. Your reliability numbers, the data can speak, or give you false projections here, because data will say that your reliability number is still at 4 nines. Awesome. But guess what? There are 100,000 requests which failed, and nobody's probably looking at it because you're not monitoring it enough, or you're not having enough attention on those failed requests, because you're just looking at that 4 nines and you're, patting on your back. So my point here is, yes, it is important that when we talk about scalability, we also got to focus on where our scale is, what is the current business need is from the customer point of view, where do we stand. And I will say that go slow to go fast. When we talk about building and thinking about scalability, we need to think about the cost effectiveness of the solution also here. In Microsoft Azure, I will say that there are, it's a Azure well-architected framework that Microsoft has come up with. There are 5 topics that they talk about, reliability and productivity, security. But then there is also one thing which is about the performance efficiency. And this performance efficiency talks about this scalability aspect very well. So, having the right scalability also means that you need to understand where is your costs going, because if you want to just scale and support, huge, you got to have a lot of money, right, in order to support the highly scalable solutions. Yeah. But being cost effectiveness is very, very important, I would say.
It's always a trade-off, and I want to be cognizant of the time. Uttam, we'll close with you on this. Do you have any specific measurement metrics or any specific thoughts on what Jan and Pramod added on scalability?
Yeah, I just want to say that what I heard when Jan talked about it, don't create a problem until it is not a problem. That's how I see that. So we don't have to create our own problems, assuming things may happen or it will happen. So I am in agreement with that. So I'm not fighting that. I think it's a good strategy to have to where we are going with it. And scalability, I think, is directly, I think we learned a lot of lessons with COVID-19 for scalability. We always talk about happy path, right? Like we build systems with thresholds, which has a plus or minus variance to what we are looking at it. But there are always outliers. COVID was one good example of an outlier which we were not ready for it. So that has its own learning for it. So what I take from scalability point of view is be conservative with the cost and the kind of compute you're putting in until you are meeting all your SLAs, but have a system thinking or a system in place which can scale up when the need comes in. So that is how I would think about the whole part of the whole system to what we are looking at it. It's definitely a criminal thing to have huge computes when nobody's using it, right? Like nobody wants to spend that kind of money. It's a huge money. And I'm not talking about only cloud-based systems, right? Even the on-prem kind of thing has those kind of costs which are aligned with it. So I think just with the time part of it, I would summarize with that I think scalability is really important, because having that problem is good for the business. That means that we are increasing our base, we are getting new business, and that's the growth pattern for it. But planning for it with the right tool and capabilities is even more important for it. So that's how I want to wind up what I feel about that.
Sorry, Abhijit, I think the discussion is very engaging, and in the interest of time, maybe we can stick to one question from Manisha, and maybe then we can break for coffee. I know I'll be eating away some time of the coffee break, but I think this panel does deserve more than 1 hour. So yeah, maybe one question from Manisha.
Yeah, okay, so I'll post a question here. So how do you control and regulate rogue products from exploiting or misusing the platforms and impacting the platform's availability and scale reliability? So this was the question.
Who wants to take that?
I can talk about it from high level at the architecture level. So we have multiple firewalls like WAF for different kind of systems. We have layer 7 security, layer 3, layer 4, different levels of security happening at different levels. So again, it comes back, I think it's away from our topic, but I'm just saying from a security aspect to what we are looking, DDoS and the SQL injection, there are multiple effects which can happen at multiple levels. So we have, I think we need to look at the solution based on the system which we are working on at a very high level. Sorry, Anne, I think I cut you off, so please go ahead.
No, I was thinking that maybe Pramod is the best person to answer, since he, I hope, has some experience with AWS, where I think that this may be an issue.
I don't have any experience with AWS. I've been working with
Azure. My bad. My bad.
Yeah, certainly. So as I said earlier, right, having the right monitoring systems, first of all, you need to define why the product is wrong or why that system is bad, right? And detecting that itself is going to help you. Unless we detect that scenario is going to be very, very tricky. So right solutions for monitoring our services across the ecosystem is something that is really a requirement for the industry today, because we talk about various solutions, but there are not enough. And I'll say enough, there are still solutions out there. Azure provides one, but then there are still a lot of innovation and a lot of thought leadership that needs to happen in ensuring that we have the right monitoring services in place for detecting this bad actors, if I may say so. So I'll just summarize that in the interest of time.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any closing comments, Jan?
No, I mean, basically every user, third party on a platform needs to be monitored and given a certain budget. And when you run out of the quote unquote budget, basically you get cut off. And if you run out for legitimate reasons, your budget can be increased. But if you are basically someone who is negative or it's trying to cause detrimental problems, then obviously that needs to be built in. And my understanding is that many of the mature platforms actually have solutions for that. At least that's where I remember. And sorry, Pramod, of course, Microsoft is Azure and AWS is another irrelevant company, but let's not go there right now. So I think that's there are solutions to address this, but it requires that you define what is normal behavior and what is abnormal behavior, and then you basically monitor for abnormal behavior. I think that's the most generic answer that I can give at this level. But Manish, it was a good pick of the question, I think. Manisha, sorry.
Thank you, Yan. Thank you, Manisha, Soumya, and all the audience participants. Thank you so much, Uttam, Yan, and Pramod. I know we could have easily, go for next 60 minutes or 90 minutes discussing this, but I appreciate your presence and the wisdom and the knowledge, the rich knowledge that you have passed on. Thank you so much, and I hope to meet you again pretty soon, and wish you a very happy New Year. Over to you, Soumya.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Mr. Abhijit and the panelists. It is indeed a very rich and insightful discussion, I would say. Many a times these three aspects are not given sufficient importance that they deserve. They are just simply termed as, for a platform to be competent and sustaining, one should just take care of the scalability, reliability, and availability part of it. But I think this discussion kind of really gave very rich insights into each of these aspects. And also, I think most of, I can take the liberty of talking on behalf of most of the audience. Most of them would have got an understanding as to take that call on whether, how do you decide on whether you want to have the high availability or the high reliability or high scalability, depending upon whether your system is mission critical or not, and all that. Yeah, thank you so much for the rich insights. Thank you. So next we have a coffee break for 15 minutes. I know I ate up, we ate up some of 5 minutes of the coffee break, but can I request you all to be back by 3:15, because we have another set of interesting panel discussion at 3:15. Yeah, see you all in 10 minutes.
Hey, thank you all.
Great. Hey, Abhijit, thank you very much for having me on the panel. I appreciate it. It was great fun. And also my Uttam and no, I forgot the name. Great to have you there. So thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Yan. Have a good day.
Soumya, for the next panel, can we request the speakers? I think there is some, the name is showing as Venkatesh, so maybe we can request them to.
So can I request the next panel members to be here?
Just want to make sure we have everyone here on the.
All right. So in the next panel, we have
Dr. Mukund.
Dr. Mukund Rao.
Dr. Mukund, can you unmute or come on video so that we can?
Dr. Mukund is important because he has actually planned the whole thing.
That's right.
So he's the person who knows everyone. So, okay. Dr. Mukund, are you there? Okay. We don't see him, right?
I think we have Mr. Jayachandran, we have Mr. Rakesh Verma. I don't see Dr. Mukund Rao here, and
do we have Dr. Narayan Panigrahi and Pradeep Basu?
Okay, Dr. Narayan, good to see you.
Yeah, I think we have Dr. Narayan Panigrahi. I can see him in the participant list.
Okay, let me just check and find Mukund.
Please also check on Pradeep Basu. Dr. Pradeep Basu.
Yeah.
Mukund, we are okay. Can you join now? Yeah. Oh, you are there? Okay, I will tell the organizers. Thank you. Thank you. Tathagat, Mukund says he has joined, but he is not able to unmute himself.
Yeah, so we have to upgrade him as a speaker. We'll do it.
Okay, fine. But he is already there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay.
So, I'm not able to see Mukund as a participant. Mukund sir as a participant yet.
I think just check, is it showing Venkatesh?
Yes, sir. I gave all.
I have joined. Can you hear me?
Mukund, we are able to hear you. Is it Mukund?
Yes.
Okay, so your name shows something different because we are not able to see your name.
Name is shown as Venkatesh.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Now it shows properly. Okay.
Yes, it's fine now. Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, but Mukund, because
I don't mind that name also, Professor.
okay, fine. But because you did the planning for this particular session,
yes.
So we just wanted you to kind of ensure, because last session, one of the speaker came a couple of minutes late, so we don't want that. So can you ensure that everybody is there, everybody is in sync, so that we start.
I need to just put on the background. Let me just do that. But yeah, we can.
Can we check with Mr. Pradeep Basu? Is he here?
Yeah, I just spoke with him. He should be there.
Okay. Dr. Mukund, so generally how it has been with the previous panel discussion is that I have been introducing the panelists as well, but I am not sure if you would like to introduce the panelists, or should I go ahead? How would that work for you?
I'm quite okay with either of them, but I have no problem in introducing the panel because I know each of them well. And
right, then I will definitely leave it to you. So you could introduce.
I'll leave it to you. There's no problem at all.
Yeah, you could introduce the panelists, Dr. Mukund. I will introduce you, and yeah, I'll leave it to you.
The other thing is I'm not able to set that image. I don't know why. I don't have the setting. I've downloaded that image background. I don't see the setting on the screen. I don't know why.
The virtual background, is it?
Yeah.
Kutrish, could you help Dr. Mukund with that? Is it possible?
There should be settings where I can go and change the background photograph.
Yes, sir. We have an arrow beside your start video button.
Sorry.
We have an arrow beside your start video button, sir. Arrow going up beside your start video. In the ribbon below, sir. We have a ribbon below. Like
yeah, video settings.
Okay. Yeah. We have a. Don't go for video settings, sir. Go for a virtual background there. Once you go to that arrow, we have choose virtual background.
Okay,
yes, sir.
And then I select the image, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Yes, sir. It is fine.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I saw Rakesh from our panel there. Jay is there. Narayan has joined. Narayan Panigrahi?
Yes, he's here.
He's there. Okay, good. And Pradeep?
I think he is yet to join. We're just waiting for him.
Started 3:15, I think, so it's okay. We can wait for some time.
Hello, I'm actually here, Mukund Rao, sir.
Oh, Pradeep, you're there?
Yes, sir. I was unable to unmute myself earlier.
Okay. So now you're able to do that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good. Nice to see you. Yeah. Rakesh is there. He is able to unmute, and is he on voice and video?
Yeah, I'm there, Mukund.
Yeah, Rakesh. Fine. Nice to see you. Yeah, good. Yeah. And I saw Jay.
Yes, sir. I could hear everybody.
Narayan Panigrahi is one waiting. We're just waiting, I think. So yeah. Okay.
Dr. Narayan, could you just unmute yourself and talk, maybe, so that we can check if the audio is clear? Sorry, we can't hear you. We are unable to hear you, sir.
You're asking whom?
Dr. Narayan Panigrahi.
He has already joined?
Yeah, he has joined.
Yep, he has joined. I think his voice we could not hear.
Kutrish, could you help him? Maybe rejoin or something? Could you see what the issue is?
Yes, I'll do it. Yes, sir, is a course. Narayan sir, if you are using your earphones, can you please try removing your earphones and talking? Hello, sir. Can you able to hear me, sir? Sir, you try changing the output in mute and unmute button, sir. Go there and try changing the speaker, sir. If you click on that arrow over there, try changing the speakers and talk, sir. Or try changing your microphone also, sir.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Now it is good, sir.
Now it's okay?
Yes, sir.
Fine, fine. I think I could do it. So
Yeah, we can see Narayan also now and we can hear to him. Yeah, good. So I think all are there.
Good. I think I temporarily at separate time I've met most of the persons who are in the panel. Rakesh Vermaji we have met here, and I have met Sadgupan sir has come often to care. Mukund I'm yet to have. Tathagata, of course I know, my buddy and friend. Sir, if you remember, we had a talk. Remember once you had
Yes,
talked?
very much. Thank you for making it. Jayachandran, thank you. Of course, Mukund, thank you. So good. So, okay, so far, I think we have been able to start on the dot for every session. So, Soumya, we should start 3:15.
Yes. Welcome back, everyone, to the next session. The next session we have here is a panel discussion on ecosystem for excelling geospatial products and platforms in India, challenges and perspectives. The moderate and the panel specialists are from the area of geospatial systems. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce and welcome Dr. Mukund Rao, who will be moderating the discussion today. Dr. Mukund Rao is an expert in space technology and applications, specializing in Earth observation, geographical information systems, and space policy. Dr. Mukund holds a PhD degree in remote sensing and GIS. He has around 40 years of experience in this field, and he has served at ISRO for 24 years. In 2015, Dr. Rao was nominated by Karnataka government as the member secretary of Karnataka Jnana Ayoga, a think tank body. Welcome, Dr. Mukund. I would request Dr. Mukund to kind of introduce and invite the other panelists as well.
Okay, Soumya, I think I will leave that beautiful honor to you. I think you've done it very well. The others also deserve a similar introduction. So please go ahead and introduce the panelists. I will give my remarks when I talk to them in their panel. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Mukund, thank you. So next, I would like to introduce Mr. Rakesh Verma. Mr. Rakesh Verma is the co-founder, chairman, and managing director of MapMy India. In his own words, more than 80% of all data will have a location component to it. So Mr. Rakesh said this as early as in 1995 when he started his venture. And to realize this vision, he set to map out India in all her vastness and variety in fine details. Building a team of dedicated professionals, he went on to create the most comprehensive and perhaps the first digital map data product of India, and also a platform indigenously developed to serve the map of any country for various use cases. Mr. Rakesh has been conferred many prestigious awards, recognitions, and is sought after by governments and leading industrial bodies to lead or be part of think tanks and committees on geospatial and location technologies. Welcome, Mr. Rakesh. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Narayan Panigrahi. Dr. Narayan is a G-grade scientist and head of GIS division at Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, DRDO. He has authored about 70 research papers and 9 books in the field of GIS. He's also the inventor of 6 Indian patents. His books entitled Geographical Information Science, Computations in GIS, and Brain-Computer Interface are some of his noteworthy contributions used in the academic curriculum worldwide. Welcome, Dr. Narayan.
Thank you.
Next, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Pradeep Basu. Mr. Pradeep is the founder and CEO of SatSure, a decision analytics startup based out of Bangalore. He holds aerospace engineering degree from the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum, with post-graduation in space studies from International Space University, Strasbourg. He has a decade worth of experience in the space industry and has previously worked as a scientist in ISRO and as geospatial industry analyst at Boston-based Northern Sky Research prior to starting SatSure. Welcome, Mr. Pradeep.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jayachandran. Mr. Jayachandran is the project director at KGIS at Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center. On successful completion of KGIS project for 3 years on mission mode, it is integrated with e-governance department as an integral part of governance system. His primary role is to enable all departments of the government to use KGIS as a platform for planning and decision making. His notable past experience includes working with National Remote Sensing Agency, ISRO. Welcome, Mr. Jayachandran. So before I hand over the stage to Dr. Mukund Rao, I would like to mention that we can have the discussion maybe for 45 to 50 minutes and dedicate the last 10 minutes for question and answers from audience. Is that okay, Dr. Mukund Rao?
Yeah, I think that should be fine. That's how we have planned it also, and all the panelists are aware of the rules and the conditions.
Okay, all right. So audience, please drop your questions to Manisha Ratia, doctoral student, who will be moderating the questions and presenting it to the panelists on your behalf. Dr. Mukund, the screen is all yours.
Thank you very much, Soumya, for this wonderful introduction that you've given of all the panelists. And the other 4 deserve much more than what you have said. I know all of them, the wonderful work they have done. Rakesh is a pioneer, and Narayan, of course, has done exceedingly well in defense and in patents in GIS. Pradeep is a young, struggling but very successful entrepreneur who is bringing about very good solutions. Jayachandran is a veteran who has worked in various capacities in ISRO, in state government, and so on. So you will hear a lot of good things from them about what is this ecosystem about. Before I think what we have done in this session is we have invited Rakesh to give a lead talk, because the lead talk that he will give will lay the foundation of some of the new things that are happening in India. And he is one of the things that created some very new path for GIS and remote sensing and mapping in India. So he will give a lead talk, which will be for about 15 minutes and so on. We have asked him to give his view. And then the 3 panelists who are there, Narayan, Pradeep, and Jay, will each give for about 8 minutes a brief presentation of what they're doing and what is their perspective of the ecosystem in India and what are the challenges for the future. This is something that we wanted to cover as I had discussed with Professor Sadagopan when we planned out this program, and Tathagat when we structured this program for about an hour or so. But before I start off, what I wanted to do is I wanted to just take a few minutes, not more time, just to sort of give as to what is this that we are talking of and what is happening. So I'm going to share my screen, and I hope you'll be able to see it in the next few minutes, few seconds. Yeah, I don't know whether you're able to see my screen now.
Yes.
So I just want to quickly cover what is this about, to many of the participants here, the scenario of geospatial in India, many of you may be aware, many of you may not be aware also. In the overall scenario, there are about 38,000 startups in India. Maybe the count, maybe 40,000 or whatever. But the geospatial startups are just about 250. And we don't have any unicorn in that sense, except Rakesh, who has just been born as a unicorn a few days back in a very different way. He is one company which has been there for the last 20 years. He started it in more than 20 years back, but just about a few weeks back, he's the first one to go really public with an IPO offering. And to many of us in the GIS industry, this is very unique and innovative. No GIS entity has ever gone public to get public funding and start an enterprise and sustain it in the long run. And Rakesh is one who has been at it for 20 years. I know all the struggle that he has done. So to that extent, he's really a unicorn in that sense of this. And he's very successful, and he's got, I think, his valuation is very high, and he has got tremendous amount of resources now to build a very good enterprise in India. In India, there is a tremendous amount of funding that is available. Not that it's not available, but it's all in the governmental system. A lot of it can be invested, and there are many potential unicorns who will soon come up in various areas. While the world is all looking at very advanced technologies of artificial intelligence, robotics, imagery analytics, fusion search, waste management, data engineering, intelligent data engineering, drones, etc., and all those things, the geospatial scenario in India is all still struggling from the maps, the navigation, tracking, location-based services, though cloud-based mapping, imagery analytics are all picking up. And there are a few companies who have really done tremendously for plot level agricultural advisory analysis, and that is where Pradeep comes in. And he has done in SatSure tremendous activity for agricultural activities of how geospatial technologies can help farmers. So we'll hear from him on that also on this one. And in the area of mapping and navigation that is there, government took up an initiative to establish statewide and national GIS. And Karnataka was one of the leading states which took up this concept of establishing a GIS for the whole state of Karnataka, which is called as Karnataka GIS. And Professor Sadagopan was one of the key persons who gave some of these ideas in the Knowledge Commission. And today, Jayachandran is the one who is heading it. And it's a very good initiative that has been taken up. And if government agencies utilize this and apply it for governance, tremendous opportunities can be done. We'll be hearing some of those activities in this sense. In the area of robotics and imaging, also a tremendous amount of work has been done, though more on the national security, intelligence, and so on, but we can learn from that. And that is where Narayan will come in, and we will hear some of those activities that he has done in intelligent systems and artificial intelligence and the type of patenting and advanced software development that has been done in this particular sector. But the world is going in one way, India is going in a different way, but maybe following as the trends, yes. I just want to identify from my own experience what I've seen. There are tremendous tools that are available in the field of GIS. You know, any of these technologies can now be taken up. There is ArcGIS, there is Python scripting that can be used. And now we have MapMyIndia. MapMyIndia is one fantastic tool or a solution by which one can get any type of data, geographical data associated with the whole of the country. Any part of country we will be able to get the data sets. And so GIS and map analysis using MapMyIndia is tremendously possible. And on a similar line, the Karnataka GIS is another such tool which is available for state of Karnataka. I only wish that other states also follow this up and take it on. And if we can stitch all of this into a national frame, in my view, there will be tremendous opportunities to take up various applications. Applications of GIS I will not go through in detail. Almost every area of society today, in some way or the other, is touched by mapping, GIS, and so on. We will hear from the panelists in greater detail, but just to summarize to the participants here, almost all natural resources areas, disaster management, civil operations, security, water, land, soil, etc. Any area you talk of, GIS has a tremendous application. And if you have data like MapMyIndia, Karnataka GIS, and advanced analytics that these tools provide, a lot of applications and business can be taken up. So GIS is all about integration. You integrate ideas and thoughts, people, systems, finance, budget, processes, data from different sources, images, survey data, geotag data, models, analysis. You integrate different types of models, predictive, stochastic, and so on, and different types of technology. So all about integration is what GIS is about. And spatial analytics, it brings about that sort of a capability in the country today. And all the efforts that is happening in India is to improve the services that can be provided through using GIS data, improve the efficiencies of decisions that can be taken with the background of the GIS data in the sense, and of course at minimal cost. So this is what in a very snapshot and a 30,000 feet view is all about what we are talking in the country today. There's a lot of depth in all of this. I will not take more time on this particular activity, except to say that we will now have the lead talk from Rakesh. And we have asked him to give a brief about his business and products, and also give the perspective of the past few years journey that he has done, and give the feel of that, and outline his view for the future challenges that he sees. Because he's one veteran who has more than 20-25 years experience, he should be able to visualize and tell us what he sees 10 years down the line or 15 years down the line. And the same bullets is what I have told the other three panelists also to cover. in their thing. And once this discussion is over, I think then we'll open it up for discussions, any questions, any debate, etc. We can have that. So this is all I have to say. And Soumya, if it's okay, we can invite Rakesh now to take over his lead talk.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Mukund, and thanks to all the panelists. Let me see if I can do justice to in front of people like all the other 4 of you who are here. What I can do is, as Mukund said, if I can tell you the journey, that itself probably will help everybody understand what the ecosystem was, what the ecosystem is today, what we have been able to contribute towards the ecosystem and the whole gamut of it. Very interesting. I would like to start saying that while I did my engineering, but the first career I started was in banking. Then I moved into systems in General Motors in the US. And then when we ventured into starting our own enterprise, I became a product person. So normally the route happens the other way, but in my case, it has been the reverse. The reason I told you that, you'll see what the journey has been, particularly in the last 25 years of starting this venture. Who are we? Basically, from day one, we had thought about that we would like to make a world-class data. Wait a minute. Yeah, we would like, we make world-class data and software products and platforms. Remember, there are 3 things we think in geospatial, or 4 things: the data, the software, products, platforms. We think of hardware also, and we also think of services. From day one, our focus was that we would like to have an integrated approach, not the hardware side, but the rest of the side, so that we continue building the intellectual property and provide the platform and products so that the customers can be served through our data. So it was 26 years back exactly now when, as she said already, that I had the conviction that 80% of all data would have a location component to it. It has been published many times from 95 to 97. I believed in it, and that's exactly the reason why I jumped into this space, which at that point of time definitely had no future from a business perspective. From a scientific and engineering perspective, a lot of interesting, it appeared very interesting, but from a business perspective, I knew that it will take at least 10, 15 long years before this map data could be of any value to anyone. So keeping that was part one. And the second part was a strong belief that if we can solve the customer's pain points, customer could be a consumer, customer could be a government agencies, customer could be a business. If we can solve their pain points, then this data, the use cases for these data will proliferate. And today we see all that happening. Another important part of building this enterprise was employees first, because it is the employees, the people who work in the company, and they create the product and platform. It is because of them the IP is built, and no wonder we have been able to retain a very high percentage of our employees. Our employees are 20 years old, they're 15 years, 10 long years. In spite of being in a private sector in an IT industry, we have been able to retain our employees very well, and they have all benefited with the recent public issue too. Now, this is one slide itself that I can take you through, and I have used it many other places where I'm able to talk about everything about the company from a product to technology and whatnot. And I know this webinar, I should be focusing more on the products and platform because that might make more sense. So 95, I already explained what we went out with the conviction that we will create the digital map data of the country. 10 long years till 2004, we kept building it, kept developing the data in pieces. We followed the approach of top-down and bottom-up. I hope you can understand. The top-down means you just have the India state and district like that, and the bottom-up is every building. And this approach of ours has paid us very nicely, and we have been well rewarded for that approach, because the idea was that we need to solve a customer's problem. A customer's problem could be solved with a 100-meter accuracy. It could be solved with a 1 centimeter accuracy. So these questions, when asked what is the accuracy of the map, the question should be answered saying that what problem you want to solve, and accordingly have the data of that level of accuracy. In 2004, after the .com bust, we realized that the internet power is coming, and whatever the data that we have built, the digital map data product that we have created, can best be served if we take it online through an internet portal. For that, we needed to develop a platform. Not too many companies in 2004 could visualize or think about having a platform. And that's where the birth of MapMyIndia.com came, and the MapMyIndia.com started delivering its map data through the platform the very first version that we developed in 2004. This was much before Google came in the mapping space. In 2007, when we realized that the navigation could be a very strong use cases for the consumers, we launched India's own portable navigation devices, where we had to get into and integrate and bring in the hardware part of it. A very clear strategy that the use of map data can proliferate only if it gets more and more used. And with that, immediately from then till now, we have almost, I will say, working with almost every automotive OEMs. So this one use case of navigation, bringing it out in a portable device, led to its becoming a part of any vehicle. The technology has kept on changing. The technology we have kept providing as the time has gone by, from a basic navigation to today, we use the word N-case: navigation, connected vehicle, autonomous, shared, and electric vehicle. So we have not stopped at just basic navigation. So from the journey from 2007 till 2022, today's cars like MG Motors, Mahindra are coming up with, they have integrated our N-case technology, which is served by our product and platform. 2011, the other side of the GPS, from navigation to tracking, where you can get the data sensors, we brought that in MapMyIndia. And that gave birth to our IoT technology, which is just not a GPS tracker for vehicle, but you can think of any sensor. It can be in an industrial IoT. It could be so many different ways. The use cases have started proliferating, maybe in agriculture too. I'm sure my other panelists may talk about it. From 2016 onward, we kept on marching, and from one single use case of navigation, today we ourselves are able to offer almost close to 100 use cases. Now, the things that we are able to do is, when these use cases we are able to provide through our PaaS platform as a service, and in that the APIs or the SDK that are given are designed with a way to solve a specific problems, rather than making a generic geocoding, reverse geocoding can be also done through different types of APIs. What is the what problem you are trying to solve. So in this way, we have created over hundreds of APIs in order to serve our customers in a very meaningful manner. Continuing with this, today, where we have reached, or where we are talking about, where the use of drones, the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, with the breadth and depth of data that we have created for India, and I'll talk about the world also, how the platform and the product can immediately take us to at the global level without much time. So fundamentally, if I have to say, you see two names, MapMyIndia, Mappls. We are in the process of moving from the MapMyIndia brand to Mappls brand so that it becomes global rather than remaining a local only. So the local to global is an example of how Indian entities, if they work in the right direction, they can move from local to global. So that's the next vision of ours, which I will say that is already getting implemented. On the left side, what you find when we say 2D maps or 3D maps or 4D maps, by 4D maps, we mean near real time. The digital twin of the world, the metaverse, that's the direction now where we have started heading. And we believe that if we have what we have been able to do in the last 25, 26 years, we'll be able to succeed. The next one, I'm hoping that it is much shorter time, not like the quarter century, like the past. We take pride in saying that we have covered every town, every village, every road along the country, across the country. Somewhere again, I would say somewhere the accuracy may be 10 centimeters because I need the high definition map for there. Some place my accuracy might be 1 meter. Some place my accuracy may be 5 meters. But each one of them, the way we have done the data modeling, the way we store our data, and that's a very unique, I will say, IP for our data processing we have developed, which is just not the end data product, but also how we process the data when the data is collected from different sources of the accuracy level. The use cases, there's a paradigm shift in the entire, it's ever expanding. Be it automotive, what you already heard, not just the navigation, but the entire end case. In the e-commerce, I don't need to talk about it. We are seeing every day, whether it's Amazon or whether it is Flipkart or whether it is Grofers, all these companies, today probably they can say easily, they can't imagine not having an accurate digital map. And a map, here the accuracy required is, if I have an entry point to a building and I just collect the data through some normal course of a mobile phone or sitting at a home and give that location, it may fall in the backside of my building, and the person who is making the delivery will waste 5 to 10 minutes time just to locate because he went to the other side of the road. Hence here the accuracy point is the entry point correct or not? It's not 5 meters or 2 meters or 1 meter. Now this is how maps have to be looked at when I'm talking about in any use cases. In this use case, I'm talking from that angle. Whether it's e-commerce or food delivery, they are similar. The transportation and logistics, the fleet and asset tracking or transportation data. Now, recently, we signed up an MOU with MORTH, Ministry of Road Transportation, where the safety is becoming a very important play in navigation. The safety data, whether it is because of the pothole or the very sharp curve or because of any other factors, those safety data, when it is getting collected by the government from different sources and when they are offered back to the private sector, which is working with it. So it's not just the safety data, it could be any other data where with the new regulation that has come in February 21, where the government agencies are being requested to share the data with others in order for the country's overall benefit. So I can keep talking about the ever expanding use cases. These are just some of the examples I wanted to mention. To do all this, the net result is what we say: there is a MaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. These are the three delivery mode for us. Software as a subscription, maps as a subscription or a service, and this PaaS, which is a platform as a service. When we look at all this, and then the analytics is becoming a very critical role. Now, analytics of one kind is a static data, you are doing analytics. The beauty will lie when you are able to get the real-time data and do the analytics of any kind. I mean, I'm just giving some, I'm making some references only. So pure word analytics is not sufficient as we move forward in this world. We have to think about that what analytics I'm doing, whether it's a real-time data analytics or whether I'm doing historical analytics. Historical analytics may be also useful in many problem cases. To do all this.
Can you now quickly come up so that we can get into some discussion?
Yeah. So in order, I could have kept talking, but in order to do all that, this company was founded by the technocrats, and getting into this world created a very powerful management team which exists today. And I talked about it, how the retention has been very high. And finally, I will just say, Mukund had mentioned that we didn't claim that we are a unicorn company. I think it is the market that has told that MapMyIndia is a unicorn company by taking subscribing 155 times of what the available market was, priced from 5,500, leading to a price of 9,000 crores today, as per the market today, is definitely something of the value of $1.3 billion. So we feel good that we have been able to provide that lead to the geospatial industry by saying that this industry is no longer in the corner, sitting in a corner, not of much value. This industry has a lot of value and providing a lot of service to the entire community. With that, I will end my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Rakesh. That's wonderful. Looking at a market cap of 1 billion is something like a dream come true for many of us. I think you have led it, and you still have dreams in your eyes, and your team is very active. I know that. I hope you really get into trillions, or at least a multiple set of billions in the future. So good luck. And what we'll now do is we'll go to the next speaker, and then we'll come back to the discussion at one shot. So, somebody, should we request Narayan next?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Narayan? Yeah. Without much ado and without spending much of time, let me come to a small presentation by me. So quickly, let me come to the thing. Let me, if I can do full screen. Well, Rakesh has given a very good perspective of the business potential, the kind of service he is giving, and very nice aspects of GIS. And I have a good association and memory with him and his team. Well, let me focus on the science part of it. Science, computing, GIS technology, and GIS system, and application services. So what Mr. Rakesh has initiated and is progressing is about application and services, and he has a very good success in this. But I will be giving completely the prime part of it, the science part of it. And like many of these modern day technologies which have come up, the technology has come up first. That has catch the imagination of the people making various systems, application, and services. But the science is unearthing. Therefore, the geographical information science, and right now it has already become geospatial information science or spatial temporal information science. So what we will be talking as of now today is geospatial information science. The science part of geographical information system is being fueled by many of the pedagogic science in form of cartography, geodesy, photogrammetry, remote sensing, bathymetry, global positioning system, geospatial statistics, and spatial temporal information systems. Therefore, the science which is fueling the growth of geographical information system are very, very rock solid. And the whole world is right now very gung-ho about the progress of GIS, but has not been talked about the sea and space part of it. Therefore, I feel the future which will take is about the sea, space part of it rather than the thing. Therefore, if you see this part, the science part of geographical information science is still, I feel, underexploited. The exploitation has to be, the outreach has to be done in form of spatial outreach is completely the bathymetry part of it, the 2/3 part of the planet, and the space part of it. Therefore, when I was making a knowledge map, sitting what is the outreach of geographical information science, GIS is just only a part of it. A small part of the topography. When whole world is talking about GIS, GIS is talked in terms of its topography only, not in terms of its bathymetry. So equal part of its navigation, location service, exploration, and the science and its exploitation is yet to be seen from the perspective of bathymetry. Similarly, the space, whole world is exploring moon, Mars, and the space part of it. I am sure in time to come, maybe another next decade, the space also will be reasonably exploited. Therefore, geographical information system, which in limited sense being exploited as a topographic information system, may be going in the form of bathymetric as well as spatial information system. Therefore, whole AI has to expand in terms of that. Therefore, if I see the computing part of the GIS is yet to be exploited in full. I'm sure this academic and academia has a large role to play in bringing out the computations and in terms of truly making it geospatial. And as Rakesh has brought up, the temporal part of it. How do we bring out the temporal part of it, making it the real world application? So spatial temporal GIS will be the future. And therefore, what we have done in GIS, what we are doing in GIS is to make this computation very, very enriched. Therefore, I have a very limited outreach in terms of business and all things, but we have done a GIS indigenously built geographical information system, where we have done this computations both for land, sea, and space, in particular, both near Earth space and for its Earth space. Well, if world will be talking about the traffic right in front of your house in the road, but we can talk about traffic in sea and in space. That is what are the traffic right when you are sitting down in your room. What is the traffic in terms of the satellites in the space, debris in the space, and what is happening if I launch probably a kinetic weapon or a kinetic supersonic missile, whether it is going to hit something in the outer space or it will have a smooth trajectory. That we can think of. So GIS is going to be in this manner. Therefore, the computing that need to be has to see the sea part of it, land part of it, the space part of it in near future. Therefore, the topography, bathymetry, and space application of GIS are yet to be exploited, and therefore the growth that we think of has to be fueled from there. And I feel that what industry is reaping right now is based on the science, whatever the science is giving, and the technology is outcome of the science. Therefore, I feel much of investment, whole government or in the world, government is pulling the science part of it. I feel sometimes some of the fund that is being raised from the technology and the systems and from the industries should maybe a 0.1% or 0.001% should come back for making the science enrich. Therefore, you can see I'm putting integrated both whatever the industry prepared the vector maps, the satellite giving raster maps, and the bathymetric chart put together. So we must visualize GIS or geospatial spatial temporal information as a conglomeration of land, sea, air, and space. Maybe this is how the exploitation of the entire collaborative nature of GIS will come, and that is where I feel the money is. And of course, there's UAVs, UGVs, underwater vehicles, and the swarm of these UAV, UGV, and underwater vehicles. So I will stop here. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak about it. Therefore, what we are doing is an indigenously built geographical information system, creating capacity and capability in the industry. And industry is taking forward this technology and paying the IP part of it to government. So that is where I stop my talk. Thank you very much for my patient listening.
Thank you, Narayan, for bringing out that perspective that GIS is not about the terrain only; it's also about bathymetry, water, marine, and also outer space. I think that's really very interesting point that you bring out. I think we should move to the next speaker. Maybe we should invite Pradeep. Pradeep, kindly keep your time. I think we are already at the edge of it. So please, in the next 7 minutes or so, can you quickly give your views and your points so that we can move on to the discussions as quickly as possible. Pradeep?
Yes. Hi. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm unable to share my screen for some reason.
Utresh, is Pradeep made the co-host?
Yeah, he's a host actually.
Yeah, just it's saying that, okay, security and privacy to gain access. Oh, thanks to MacBooks. Just a minute. Yeah, I'll have to give.
Utresh, do you have a PPT by any chance? If that is the case, then you can play and you can assist him on that.
Yeah, maybe why don't we go for the next speaker? I'll just mail you the PPT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. So Jayachandran, if you are ready, why don't you start off and then we can get Pradeep afterwards. So can you? Can you come on, Jay? Yeah.
Mr. Jayachandran, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my screen is seen.
Yeah. Take 7 minutes, but try to quickly give your perspective so that we can get into discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, sir. I will not take much time. I will just quickly skip through my slides as well. Just to give a preview of what is Karnataka GIS, because that has been mentioned by Dr. Mukund Rao also in the initial in his speech. Karnataka GIS basically it's a flagship program to institutionalize the use of geospatial data and its applications for the governance. So that is a basic fundamental. Here, what we talk is about centralizing. I don't say centralizing. It is a single gateway for accessing all the geospatial data and the applications, where an integrated visualizations and decision making for various planning activities can be done in the government. So that is the ultimate aim. As part of it, since there are a lot of data, because this program started 5 years before, when we started, there were a lot of departments created or having data in their own formats, or a lot of duplications were there, or inconsistencies were there. So to bring everything, we have decided that it should be on a single spatial framework. So the whole of Karnataka's geospatial data today is on a single spatial framework, which is linked with the National Grid and Survey of India. And since as part of institutionalizing, we have given a training and capacity building for various departments from the grassroots level to the secretary level officers. So this is how Karnataka GIS. Today, Karnataka GIS is a network of points of how Karnataka is created. And over that, all the geospatial data. So be it when I said geospatial data, it be boundaries or infrastructure or the thematic data or the various points of interest or the departmental assets and facilities, the terrain informations, TEMs, and soil informations. So everything is made available in a single platform. Anyone can visualize, you can query, you can do analyze, you can use it as a web service and integrate that as part of an application by any private or a government. So today, Karnataka GIS is a system where it is a one-stop solution or one-stop place where you can access all the data of Karnataka, government data and authenticated data, what is available in the government systems. And this is a web portal which is already available. It's a public view. And very specific layers are being made through a login access. Otherwise, majority 95% of the data is made public, and majority of the data we have made for free download also in different formats, as sometimes as a shape files in terms of boundaries or in terms of a thematic maps as a PDF files as well. So this is just a glimpse of various data sets in Karnataka. You call it a boundaries, whether administrative boundaries to the constituencies or departmental jurisdictions, like police station limits or the electricity limits or the fire station limits or the public health PHCs limits, likewise. And then we have land informations, extent of the land owners, and then its ownership data, which is integrated or connected from Bhumi, a system where the land ownerships are recorded. And we have terrain informations, we have base layers, we have satellite images, various different time periods of different resolutions. So all are available in KGIS platform, and different applications are being developed, accessing all this data for various planning or decision-making needs. So how today KGIS is being used by the government departments? So all the departments in Karnataka, I'll say, are using KGIS in different forms. One, to just geotag their data, their assets and facilities, visualizing their assets and facilities, or integrate an application which is an existing application of theirs, making it as a geo-enabling and with a KGIS. So the spatial components have been components or the decisions which they have to do it is been integrated by KGIS. Rest of the applications which the department follows for their own business process is available. Today, KGIS, under KGIS, we have around 600 plus layers, and we have a generic viewer with the standard tools for analysis to find what is it, where it is, and what is nearby, how many, what is who is the person responsible for certain facilities. So because if you have to contact, so how we can do it. So all such things are available in KGIS in different forms. So this is just a small screenshots of how KGIS, and there are a lot of applications we have done. Just I'm going to give only some 3 perspectives how KGIS is being used. Like during the COVID times, we did a health survey. That means how door-to-door survey was carried out. For that, the data was taken from the Election Commission's database, and where we have mapped all the polling booths and the section boundaries, spatially mapped. We have loaded all the data into this, went to a physical ground survey, that means door-to-door survey, carried out what is the conditions of the comorbidity of the persons, pregnant women or aged senior citizens, likewise. And based on that, we are able to identify areas of like a target or vulnerable areas where testing has to be prioritized or more care has to be provided. So those are the decisions, all spatial decisions were carried out in this case, where you can see that because this whole exercise was carried out in just less than 1.5 months. Almost 6 crores records of household survey was carried out by loading data from 2 departments and being used by the 3rd department, which was not possible earlier. And because KGIS came into picture, it was possible. This is one more screen which I will say for agriculture department. If you say, because in Karnataka, every crop being grown by a farmer is being geotagged through a system called crop survey. There is a program called crop survey in Karnataka where every crop is being geotagged with a photograph. So that is, since it is geotagged, we have a GIS data which is being used by various agencies, private Also within the government systems, we use it for minimum support price planning or the crop insurance, crop loan. So this is one example where we say that within a 100-kilometer area radius, if I'm looking for a grape vine or a particular crop, and I'm looking at an yield of 10 hectares in a village minimum, because there should be minimum of 10 quintals per acre. So if this is my requirement, which are all the villages and how much I will be able to get? So this is a question. Maybe it's a hypothetical questions. Any such hypothetical questions can be now answered spatially with the data from the crop survey, with the data from the ownership data from Bhumi, and the spatial data from KGS. So this is an integrated decision making is now possible, and it is available for the public, and regularly there are a lot of utilizations being used in this process. And this is one more thing which I'll say, there is a subsidy programs in governments which is being given by the government for different schemes for taluk wise. If I look at that, okay, in the general category, how much of money is being spent and which taluka, and scheduled category, how much, in ST category, how much. So taluka wise, how much is the spend, and its correlation for different and its impact, and is it and its budget planning. So it's now happening on a spatial data set. Earlier it was used to happen on a conventional mechanism of allocations of budget, and then reallocations when it is not spent by a particular taluk to another taluk. So this time this was done in completely spatial form based on their population.
You hurry up, you're at the edge
Yes,
of your time.
Yes. So there are a lot of major programs is being used in KGS. So a lot of new initiatives have been carried out. So coming to this current topic of this session. So what is being expected from the government side is everyone is looking at ready-to-use software tools, which say what, when, where, why, and how. Immediately, we want to have flexible analytics and on-demand ad hoc reports is being expected from the government. And everyone wants to have an accurate results and within a short turnaround time. And the common mindset which within the government departments is technology is available today, and it can provide a solution for all our expectations. From a public side, because we also interface with the public expects that all the data of government is made available free, and there is a good amount of support from the government side. The ease of access is there. The challenges for this, what we say is the availability of the data and its accuracy. We should not look at the accuracy. That's what I would say. I think Mr. Rakesh also explained that. So we should not look out about the accuracy. We should only look at about the metadata of it. So that is one part. And then lack of understanding on the requirements of what technology can provide. That is one challenge. Another thing is what is the optimal use of technology and the products for the requirement, what they want. And lack of coordination among the departments, central government, state government, and the PSUs. There are a lot of duplication of efforts because there are within the central government or various state governments having a lot of applications, a lot of data sets being created, which itself is creating duplication redundancy that need to be avoided. And technical understanding on how to manage the large data sets. And today's requirement is we should have a core system where the positionally the data, whatever is being generated within the government or the private is like meets a particular spatial standards, and technical guidelines should be there. And there should be a unique addressing system for every object being created. Standard tools should be there, and adoption of the data as a service, because till now everyone is looking at the data to be kept in their own premises, in their own servers. It should be instead, it should be like a data should be given as a service, application to be used as a service, platform to be used as a service. So this is the requirements which everyone is looking at. And thank you for the time and thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Jayachandran. I think you covered some key points about the challenges and what are the requirements and so on. I think we should take it up in discussion. Pradeep, if you are ready, can you start off?
Dr. Mukund, sorry to interrupt.
7 minutes, yeah.
Dr. Mukund?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt. I think we have another 7 minutes left before the session ends. So in the interest of time, like, do we have a discussion part where all the panel members are involved in a discussion? If that is the case, then we can probably move to that path so that in the last 7 minutes.
I think I agree, Soumya, but then that will be unfair on Pradeep. Everybody has taken time and he's not given time. So Pradeep, why don't you do one thing quickly, maybe in 5 minutes, do that, and let's have some 3-4 minutes of discussion. So can you quickly, you'll have to be, you're the last, you have to sacrifice some of your time. So quickly start off and make your points.
That's absolutely fine, sir. I'm sure I can finish in 5 minutes. So thank you for the opportunity. My name is Pradeep Basu, and I'm going to quickly tell what we do at Saksha. We're a fairly young company. We were started in 2017 with our personal backgrounds being in space technology, actually not in GIS, to be honest. Rashmit, my co-founder, had that. Today, within a span of 4 years, we are a team of 75 people with offices in Bangalore, London, and Switzerland. And we are backed today by Baring Private Equity and Asian Development Bank, with our team constituting of a mix of data scientists, remote sensing engineers, software developers, all coming from different domains, primarily banks and space, heritage. So what we do at Saksha is that we are making data from space consumable. See, there are different streams of data that are coming. Satellite, they provide the scale, but they may not provide the precision. You need to have different streaming and batch data coming from different locations, where you can scale the analysis, the data management, and the data and the insights delivery in the form of SaaS and PaaS. That's what we are doing at Saksha, where we are operating in sectors that are not traditional geospatial data users. So just an example, like how do we infuse this, how do we infuse space technology or geospatial technology into banking and insurance? See, the key challenges in the sector are like many, but for us, what we are targeting is how we can improve the credit penetration and insurance penetration, which is a global problem, not just an India problem, which is primarily due to low productivity, severe, higher frequency of climatic disasters, which leads to erosion of the income. So from our side, we have created that enterprise product suite, which enables banks, for example, lending to farmers, the entire life cycle support, starting from origination of the loan, where their income is very much linked to the land, productivity of the land. So a typical credit score does not always capture the actual repayment potential of the farmer. So by able to score the farm, rate the risks around it, we are improving the risk cost by integrating the GIS layers of the digital land records, where we are identifying whose land it is, what's the title, etc. changes, all in one single, like a matter of a click, where you have hundreds of billions of farms today, and the entire thing could have taken like 10 to 15 days for a banker to verify all of this information. We have made that total 30 seconds. Just click, and API integration of these reports is done with the loan origination system. Similarly, you can monitor, because you know where your farmers are, you can monitor your farmers and deliver alerts and advisory to them at any level. Monitor your portfolio and the entire pan India or pan country level information, with protocols built into exchange that with financial data, and collect money on time with geospatial and maps, data infused into workflows, software process driven workflows. Same thing we are doing also in mortgage lending, where we are helping identify the location, the climate risks around it, helping our clients to identify the changes that are happening in man-made construction features, whether it is roads or buildings. The backend being high-resolution satellite images coming at different frequencies, where we have built algorithms to analyze those changes, whether it is like what stage the construction is it a first floor foundation, these kind of things. So this goes into deep analytics driven by AI and machine learning. We have in the last 4.5 years filed 5 patents, granted a couple of them, and we have completely changed the way in which today banks are operating, not just in India. Indeed, we are operating in 8 countries with some of the key banks and insurance companies associated with us, where we are hitting their transaction cost, the risk cost, and the customer experience that they provide. And we have managed to productize to a certain extent the GIS and geospatial analytics combined together here. And it's been There are multiple different challenges to do it, from acquisition of the data to translating different forms of data, different sensors here, whether it's radar images or optical images, databasing them properly, visualizing them, giving that building those software pipelines, indexing the information, merging with different non-spatial and other spatial data sets, and then making the most easily understandable software workflows. So all of these are generating so much network effects where we are integrated very deeply with client workflows that people have stopped thinking this is geospatial or this is non-spatial. It's all at the same today for our customers, and the opportunity in the market is massive. I'll stop here because we, as a young entrepreneur with definite product market fits that we have got, I do see the opportunity is massive globally. We are already present in 8 countries, and we plan to be making a name at least in 2022 by expanding to 25 countries. So thank you. That's about it from my side, sir.
Thank you, Prateek. That was really brief, and I'm sorry we had to rush you, but I hope in the next conference or whatever we'll get much better time. But we can move on to some questions if they are there from any of the participants. But in the meantime, while questions are coming up, I want to trigger the 4 panelists who are there and ask them one question saying, all of us are aware that we have all struggled about policy requirements in the field of GIS and remote sensing. And each of us have worked in our own way for many years. Rakesh has been at it for 20-25 years. All of us are. What do you think the recent guidelines that have come out from the government of India, does it really appear to be benefiting and opening up this industry, and will it give a big boost to what the private sector wants as far as the policy environment is concerned in the field of GIS and remote sensing? So I thought I'd just raise this point and maybe ask Rakesh, who is the old hat here, for his views, and then we can ask the other panelists, Prateek, Jay, and Narayan also to respond to this. So Rakesh?
Yeah, so I think historically we have seen archaic laws being there, and every 5-10 years some policy modification was happening. What this time it has happened is a simple one stroke, that all the old policies are now removed. Indian entities are fully allowed to do whatever they want to do without asking for any approvals and permissions. So I think all the constraints and restraints and whatever was there doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
So I guess it's as simple as that.
But are you happy with the guidelines being there as guidelines, or would you really like it to be a stated policy, a legislated action, so that it can't be reversed back in the future by some other entities and so on? So how do you look at a guideline versus policy versus legislation in this field, knowing the past that has happened and many entities who have been charged with different issues? So what is your view on this?
Well, guidelines, policy, and legislation. Legislation is a different thing altogether. When they are saying that Indian entities are freely allowed to do whatever they want to do, I don't see where the question of legislation required. The question between guideline and policy arises. This guideline is as good as a policy only. I mean, what else is required? Sometimes people ask me also, and I say, it's done. Now, what policy is for the country's development, where a policy may describe that the country should do this, and guideline is the operating part.
Thanks, Rajesh, for the perspective. Prateek, you want to give your view. You are also on another extreme of the private sector. So how do you look at these guidelines, and what is your view on that?
Well, I think there are a couple of good takeaways for us. One is because we rely a lot on image acquisition. There was like some ambiguity in the previous RSDP, remote sensing data policy, which has been removed, which means up to 50 centimeter spatial resolution data we can directly buy from the satellite operators, which are mostly foreign, and need not have to go through NRSC, which would have been quite difficult at times, because NRSC's core function is not just to sell data. They have multiple different priorities. And the other good thing is the emphasization on APIs, SDKs for all government geospatial data to be made openly available. And one of the key things that is helping us is the digital land records, where you have the GIS markings of the fields with the titles integrated as a metadata. I think that is game changing from a banking perspective.
So you see that your business and your revenue will grow with this policy and the guideline that is there, or how do you look at it?
Absolutely, because this becomes like the base infrastructure on which value-added services to different sectors can be built. Sir.
Narayan, would you want to react on the policy vis-a-vis? Of course, you are from the defense and the military side. We know that it's a different domain by itself. But how do you look at this policy from a nationalistic point of view?
Well, I feel since data is the new cash, so a open policy is always very good. But one aspect is interoperability. So data interoperability is extremely important. The business houses should do business with maybe invention in API, in systems, but data interoperability, I mean, one should not strangulate somebody from getting the data itself. Second aspect is accuracy, and the very important aspect that we should forget is safety of life. When this data is being used for navigation in land, sea, and space, in time to come, the currency of the data should be decided by how accurate the data is and how safe it is for the life. So safety of life should be taken into consideration while making the data policy. So if somebody is navigating in land or say much of in sea, he should not be go astray. Therefore, the clause of safety of life at sea, land, and space must be brought into maybe computing the currency of the data in that sense. So,
Dr. Mukund, this is Saragopan.
Yes, sir. Yes, Professor.
Okay. Our youngster Soumya, because she manages the session timings. Okay, so she is kind of hesitating because the time is up, because the session was to go at 4:15.
Okay.
And the people for the next session have come. I am extremely sorry, but okay. So
yeah,
you take it forward, okay? Because I know that you were hesitating, so I thought I need to interrupt. Sorry, Soumya, over to you.
Yeah, yes, thanks a lot. Yeah, please go ahead, Soumya.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Mukund. Yeah, we are already 5 minutes late, and I'm really sorry we have to stop this here. But thank you so much to all the panel members and to you, Dr. Mukund. The field of geoinformatics itself is very exciting, and me personally, being a geoinformatics engineer, this whole discussion was very refreshing for me. Thank you very much for that. I hope audience also loved it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you, Soumya. Yeah. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Bye.
It was an exciting day today, and I am particularly happy with the significantly large number of people attending it throughout. So I'm very glad. And I thought that, it's kind of nice that the chairs, both the academic track and the industry track chairs, are given the honor of kind of summarizing. So my own request is first to Tathagat and later to Dr. Lakshmi. So I think, it's been a long day for you and for everyone else. So make it very short. Don't have to make it very comprehensive summary, but you can focus on some highlights. It was, I think I enjoyed thoroughly. I learned a lot. I'm sure everybody had something to learn. I think the key learnings of the day you could focus on. Let me first request Tathagat.
Sure, sir. Yeah, surely, sir. Yeah, no, I think it's been a really wonderful day, and I've been amazed by the quality of ideas and the depth of ideas that we have seen. Just a few call outs from my side, sir. I think Bhara, when he opened it, he gave a very good metaphor of life is all about very similar to the products. We think of release notes and future roadmap. I think that was a wonderful work. And it was a very nice, in the end, when he reminded us that we are never done. We are always a work in progress. I think it's so true for us as human beings as much as it's for the products we build. Your talk was wonderful in kind of taking us through the memory lane in terms of how we have seen the opportunities right from the billion-dollar transformation to now coming at opportunities like MOSIP and Upgrade and CoWIN and other Professor Rishi spoke something very interesting, which I found that he said the product management thinking has permeated to software and even beyond. I think that's a very refreshing thing, that the principles are so universal that we are able to see how do they apply to other areas as well. So I think that's, in my view, that's the strength of the whole product management discipline, that it's maturing. And as he noted, it was really nice to see. I think we might be the only conference of its kind where the academic and the industry thinkers and practitioners are coming together and doing it. So that was, I think, a interesting thing. The Itihasa videos were really nice. I think it gave us a very good understanding of how the history has been and really set the tone and context for future. I think we should take and draw inspiration from some of the work we saw there. Muthu talked about a very interesting thing. He used the whole movie making as a metaphor, and I think that was very interesting. And I particularly liked his conceptualization of painkiller versus vitamin versus vaccine. I think if we start seeing our products in some of those, it's a good way to kind of look at that. Jyoti spoke about sensing as a service, which I thought was a very interesting business model paradigm, that you are starting to see maybe a disintermediation of saying and then maybe sensing as a service, and that could have implications in smart cities or waste management related areas there. So that was, I thought, very interesting there. On the side of platform and ecosystems, I think we had a very good, interesting conversation around that, where we looked at multiple of those areas. I like the one Professor Rajgopalan actually talked about, how the products versus platforms really differentiate, because products are kind of probably in some sense deductive because they restrict the access, but platforms are really additive or generative because they really invite people to embrace them and it encourages the participation. He spoke about GovStack, government stack in some countries that are doing. I think that's a very interesting way how we can really bring some of the ideas together. And we listened to Ritesh, and I think he very rightly said UPI is the national asset, the way we have seen how from humble beginning in 2017 with just $8 billion, now it's processing $940 billion, or almost 1/3 of the GDP of the country. So I think those were really some interesting ones. In the second panel discussion, we heard some very interesting ideas on high availability, scalability, reliability. To me, one of the call-outs there was really in terms of looking at scalability, where Jan Bosch actually gave a point of view where he said, is it really that much, or is it an overrated one? So I think it was a good spark of thinking that he struck in all of them. And finally, on the last panel discussion, we heard on ideas that were, for example, while a lot of businesses go to the cloud, it doesn't absolve the system design responsibility for the firms to say that, hey, cloud is down. I think they need to own the responsibility of really building high availability and reliable systems there. Overall, I thought it was a very good day where there were so many powerful ideas that I heard. I got 20 pages of notes for me actually, and so much to learn and so much to do there. So I'm really excited with what we saw in day one and looking forward to day 2. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Tathagat. You did an excellent summary. So may I now request Dr. Lakshmi to summarize the day as far as the academic track is concerned. Over to you, Lakshmi.
Yes, sir. It's my honor. We had 2 wonderful sessions on the academic track. The first session were, we had 4 research papers, right? Authors really looked at various aspects of digital platforms today. Some of them came up with very innovative usage of theories and lenses to look at the phenomenon that's happening. Like one paper looked at unified health infrastructure and how you can use the affordances theory to see what are some of the roadblocks and what are some of the challenges and what are some of the strengths, right? And another paper looked at the gig economy and the strength of some of the digital platforms. So how they were building their dynamic capabilities using this economy. And Two other papers looked at the learning platform and the engagement of students on these learning platforms. And one paper was unique in the sense it looked at marketing strategies for all these digital products and platforms, how they can be streamlined based on different characteristics of the users and the platforms. One thing that I learned is that while they are looking at examples from different domains, the learnings can actually be generalized across all digital platforms. Let it be using the affordances as a lens to understand strengths, or looking at, how to build dynamic capabilities when you are on the digital arena. So it was a wonderful first session. And in the afternoon, we had 4 student showcase presentations, right? It was wonderful to see how they have analyzed 4 different digital products, right, from 4 companies. They have used most of the frameworks they have learned from their SPM class from Professor Harab, very interestingly. And I liked many of them. The heat map, which I also saw some of our presentations today show, was very interesting to show how product managers' involvement varies at various stages of the product. And right from building a lean canvas to the point of strategic pricing, they have kind of analyzed each of these products very well, and it was amazing on how they have applied these frameworks. It was a great learning for me, not just the technical aspects, but they've also covered the strategic and management aspects equally, all of them. And I'm looking forward to the next research session tomorrow. We have 4 more interesting papers coming up. That's from my side, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. I think it's a wonderful summary of the academic track. With that, we come to the end of day 1. And of course, Soumya, you did such a good job today. You should have the last word for the day.
Thank you, Professor Saragopan. Thank you, Mr. Tathagat and Professor Lakshmi. So here we are at the end of day 1. So I thoroughly enjoyed all the sessions, and I got to learn a lot from today's sessions. I hope you also had a lot of rich insights and learnings from today's session. But let me tell you, this is just the end of day 1. We do have one more day of amazing sessions lined up. So see you all tomorrow morning. For now, have a great evening. Goodbye. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good night. So you are going to